Wheel drive and advanced safety, there's more to a Mazda. Celebrate the More to Move You Winter Sales event and lease the Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Boomer here. Keeping your gut healthy is the key to feeling good every single day. I've been using Terra Origin's Healthy Gut Powder now, and it really does make a difference.
I gave it a try too, Boomer. Now it's nice and quiet in there.
That's because it's packed with the probiotics and nutrients that help keep everything running smooth, more energy, better focus, the whole deal.
Terra Origin also makes on-the-go stick packets, which are super convenient.
So head over to TerraOrigin.com to find the formula that works best for you.
FanDuel's the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and dimes. FanDuel is the spot to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all on one easy-to-use, simple app. And right now is a perfect time to join because new customers get $150 back in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/BT to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/BT. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. We love the app around here. It is safe and secure, simple to navigate, and the best part is when you win, you get paid right away, right in the account. FanDuel, of course, the official sportsbook of us here at WFAN, 21 plus, and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And for help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizzy. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizzy, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizzy. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizzy, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizzy, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZZY to learn more.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, ChefIQ.com. The Jets officially named Tyrod Taylor their starter, while the Giants are hoping to have their QB1 back this weekend. Jaxson Dart took the final step in concussion protocol, a non-contact practice, and is in line to start this weekend if all goes well. Paulson Adebo and Kayvon Thibodeau don't look as good as they missed practice today. Jets safety Chris Boyd posted on social media that he's coming along and breathing on his own after being shot early Sunday morning. The Knicks are 0-4 away from the Garden and try for their first road win tonight in Dallas. The Mavericks are 4-11 under Jason Kidd, with the Knicks tried to hire away from Dallas last summer. They'll also see first pick overall Cooper Flagg. The Islanders have placed defenseman Alexander Romanov in injured reserve after taking a hit from from Miro Heiskanen late in last night's win. This report is sponsored by Staples and by Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence. At Audi Manhattan, experiences best-in-class service in the heart of New York. Visit the Audi flagship store today, conveniently located on 55th and 11th. Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Hackman.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Let's do another 5-hour KM to AM. Keith McPherson on the Fan from right now till midnight on this cold Wednesday, a week before Thanksgiving Eve. The chill in the air, the date on the calendar. We're getting closer to the holidays and that time, and we've got the sportsing. NFL talk will happen tonight, of course. NBA. I'm watching, what is this, Rockets Cavaliers in here? I don't know. I got to get something else on. Maybe we'll get to some puck. I know I was talking about the Icelanders last night. But I had this feeling as I was putting together my notes with a bunch of different things. Help is on the way. There are reinforcements coming to help us miserable sports fans. A new hope. Return of a couple Jedis. A few Jedis. Trent Grisham is back. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. You can leave Trent Grisham out of it. But I'm sure we'll talk about Trent Grisham tonight. That was my whole show last night. Well, I'm sure we'll do it again if you didn't hear me, last night after the Brooklyn Nets game with Brian Cashman and $22 million and what this does to the Yankees. Everybody relax. It's November 19th. We have no idea what this offseason is going to be. But yes, help is on the way. Tyrod Taylor will start his second game for the Jets. He's ready. He's good. I guess the knee is fine. We'll unpack that. We heard from Aaron Glenn. We heard from Tyrod Taylor. Jaxson Dart as well. It's going to clear concussion protocol. The plan is to have Jaxson Dart, Jaxson Dart back in the starting lineup for your New York Football Giants as they go to Detroit. But for time's sake, let's talk about the clutch player of the year, Jalen Brunson, and your New York Knicks, 888-808-1019, because the Knick game is going to come on at 9:30, I believe. And, once we get to 9 o'clock, you Knick fans will be all set up and ready to go and not listening to the radio and watching the Knicks play, right? As I speak about hope, the only hope in town. As I think about how miserable we've been with the Jets and the Giants and how Yankee fans have been crying for over 24 hours about the offseason and Trent Grisham, and how Met fans should be crying, but I think the Met fan is so conditioned at this point, they're not crying about the little marginal moves that David Stearns makes and what's going to happen this offseason. The Knicks are just like a common ground. There's so many of you Knicks fans, leave me out of it, not me. But there's so many Knicks fans in New York, and there's so many people that believe that the Knicks are just going to go to the Eastern Conference Finals this year. And it's been an interesting year. What can Brown do for you? I like Mike Brown so far, what I've seen, how he speaks to the media, his accountability, how he coaches up the team. And I think the biggest thing is how many minutes you've seen from bench players. It feels like a super team, not in the regard of them having, superstars in every spot, but a super team as far as them having a bunch of guys that are going to contribute. A super team as far as, hey, any given night, it could be Miles McBride, Deuce McBride's night to go off. It could be Landry Shamit's night to have the Landry Shamit game. And I think that bodes well for a team that is trying to run the race and be one of the last two teams standing. You want buy-in from the team. You want everybody to feel like they're pulling on the same rope and that they're involved and that they're a part of this. With Landry Shamit, last year, I remember Mikal Bridges kind of sticking his neck out for the guy. I remember him saying, like, hey, we've got some good players here. We've got some guys on this bench that should be getting minutes. And then you see him play the other night against Miami, and he lights it up. And it's like, okay, he's a talented guy. Then they run it back against Miami, and Miles McBride comes back. Miles McBride hitting threes, scoring the basketball right away. And without OG as well, you're looking at a Knicks team that can compete. You're looking at a Knicks team that has depth. You're looking at a Knicks team that's confident in their abilities. Now, a couple storylines popped up regarding Jalen Brunson, the captain of the team, the face of the franchise, especially right now, right? Going back to Dallas. I remember I used to joke and call Dallas the Dallas Mavericks, from Jason Kidd to Kristaps Porzingis to, I don't know, Reggie Bullock. We could list the crossover between Knicks players that have played for Dallas. But there's a lot of stories popping up about Mark Cuban and Nico Harrison and, them letting Jalen Brunson go. The writing was on the wall that they were going to be a mess. Brunson was probably the first chip to fall, or the first domino to fall, rather. And then they lose Luka. And obviously they didn't know what Brunson was going to be. I don't think anybody knew Brunson would be this. Shout out to Loogie. I know Loogie's in the newsroom. There's a shirt in here that says on June 23rd, 2022, Jalen Brunson is a good player. He's not great. This would be typical Knicks. Never ends. Tommy's a huge Knicks fan, Knicks in 26. I don't think even the biggest of Knicks fans, NBA fans, knew what Jalen Brunson was going to become with the Knicks. But my question to you Knicks fans tonight is, why were there some of you saying we don't need him? Why were there some Knicks fans saying the ball moves better without Brunson? Why were there some Knicks fans saying, hey, if we do want Giannis, maybe we can trade Brunson? You see Karl Anthony Towns 2 games ago. Karl Anthony Towns had 30-something in the first half. There was some chatter, right? When a guy goes missing, people start to think about life without him. But there is no life for this team without Jalen Brunson. Don't forget that Rick Brunson, his pops, is right there helping the head coach, telling him, hey, play through Cat, making sure that they're playing a bunch of different guys and everybody's getting their minutes. So I know Brunson was listed as questionable. I'm still refreshing to see if, is that going to change? Because my next question for you is, I thought he was going to be out for a while. I honestly was like, yo, this isn't good. When he went down against the Magic, which was a calendar week ago, there was a report that he left. I was on air. Paulie told me, yo, there's a report that he left in a walking boot and crutches. I'm like, oh, no. He's not trying to put any weight on this thing. It could be more than just an ankle. Then we got the report later on that it was just a regular sprained ankle. And you start thinking about Brunson's past, and you start thinking about games where he's tweaked his ankle and he's gone into the locker room and he came out with a new foot, new leg. And then I started thinking about this guy coming back, only missing 2 games here. And I'm like, oh, he's so used to tweaking his ankle. And most hoopers are. But Brunson specifically, he's so used to, twisting his ankle like that. It's like getting over a common cold. He just needs a couple days, and then he's right back out there, as you saw him shooting and warming up. So, one, is it too soon to bring him back? Because I was saying, hey, no rush here. And then as soon as OG went down, I'm like, hey, no rush for either one of them. It is November 19th. We got a long way to go. They're only, 10% through the season, 15% through the season. Now, there's no need to rush these guys back. Let Landry Shamet and Deuce McBride and Jordan Clarkson and these bench guys get their minutes. Let these guys go out there and get their reps early on so that they can really feel like they're part of the team. We know what Brunson is. We know what OG is. And if they can stay afloat and survive without him, then you don't need to rush them back. And I mean, they beat the Heat in the Garden. They lost the Heat in the Garden. And they're heavy favorites tonight against Dallas. So do we need... and let me bring in Rami Lavi, who's behind the glass. You don't have to whisper. You can add to the show. The mic is on for you the entire show. You know that. You're my guy. So this injury report, who is this?
So Cooper Flagg is out. Obviously, Kyrie and AD are both out. So there's an extensive injury report for the Mavs. That's why the Knicks are such heavy favorites on the road.
And so why would this be the game to bring him back? Because he's going back to his former team, the team that drafted him?
Jalen's a guy who said, you have to keep me off the floor, right? He said that in the past.
If I can walk, he said something like, if I can walk, I'm going to play.
Yeah, so I would guess that he is a big part of this decision if they play him.
Yeah, how about that? I didn't get to that. But we'll get to it now. And I see the calls coming in at 888-808-1019. Cooper Flagg, they get the luck call it luck, of the lottery ball bouncing and they get him. He's banged up already. Even though we know he's going to be a star in this league, it's not a great start for the number 1 overall pick. Kyrie still working his way back. Anthony Davis out. And I can't tell you how much I laughed when I saw the video of Anthony Davis in a Jordan Love Packers uniform. Like, I talk about fandom so much on this station because this is the fan for the fans. I am a fan. But when we talk about these professional athletes, and like Brunson is one of them, right? Brunson wearing an Eagles jersey into the Garden. Anthony Davis is not in good favor with the Dallas Mavericks fans. And I don't care if you are a Green Bay Packers fan, and I know he's been on the field at Lambeau. I've seen video of it. You do not wear a Jordan Love jersey in that arena. You're in Dallas, and those fans are Dallas Cowboys fans. And I used to be one, so I know about the pain and hurt of Dez caught it. I know about Jared Cook catching that ball from Aaron Rodgers down the sideline with no time left. I know about the 40-plus points that Jordan Love, you're wearing Jordan Love's jersey. You forgot that just 2 years ago, Jordan Love, first round, came in there with Aaron Jones, and those guys put 40 on Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys in their building. You want a quick way for those people to really turn on you and hate you more? Go in there as a guy that they traded Luka Doncic for, wearing a Green Bay Packers jersey. I'm surprised they didn't throw stuff at the guy, but he's going to be out for a little while. But there are conflicting reports. Some say that they're shopping him, but I think Mark Cuban came out to say, no, we're not trading him this year because we're trying to win. And I think that the Mavericks see down the road in the season, Kyrie coming back, Anthony Davis being healthy, and Cooper Flagg being healthy and more developed as a rookie. Yeah, Mark Cuban says the Dallas Mavericks will not trade Anthony Davis this season. We won't. We want to try to win. They're a mess over there. They're an absolute mess over there. So you got the Knicks tonight. We'll start with the Knicks and the return of Jalen Brunson. How do you feel about the ball movement? Because, I mean, obviously when you watch the Knicks now, they pass the rock. They get everybody involved. They find the open guy. They shoot the three. They shoot the corner three. It is not one guy being ball dominant. Anybody can put the ball through the hoop. How do you feel about people saying that they don't need Brunson? If there was a trade for Giannis, they could move Brunson. I think that's a little far-fetched, but I'll take your calls and your thoughts on it. And then last but not least, how do you feel about him coming back so soon, missing 2 games? It's been a week, and you're playing against the Dallas Mavericks team that has nobody. Is this the right spot for him, or should he have a little bit more time to rest and recover? And I know there's probably a sentimental feel about going back to the team that drafted you and the team that let you go, so you might want to give them the business a little bit. But, yeah, the Knicks coming up at 9:30, so we'll start with Jalen Brunson back, the captain, and the New York Knicks. When we come back, we'll start to talk a little bit more about Tyrod Taylor and, of course, Jaxson Dart. Like I said, help is on the way. I had a feeling today as I'm putting together the updates and the notes and the news and reports, I'm like, look at that. Brunson's back. Jaxson Dart is back. Tyrod Taylor is back. So at least you have, something to look forward to this Sunday watching the game. You hope that the Jets have somewhat of an NFL offense, and you hope that Jaxson Dart continues to develop. My name is Keith McPherson. I am on till 12. Dial 888-808-1019. You guessed it. We're going to talk sports. You're listening to The Fan. We'll be right back.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't forget custom cards, invites, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Staples. That was easy.
Like most car buyers, you want to get the most for your money. That's why more Mazda buyers choose Ramsey Mazda. Get an impressive offer on a new Mazda CX-5 starting at $28,319 during the More to Move You sales event. Over 1,000 new Mazda vehicles to choose from. Visit RamseyMazda.com. Get the most for your money at Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Once upon a time, Dunkin' made the perfect donut, and from its center came something even better. Dunkin' Munchkins, tiny bites of joy made from the dough they scooped right out of the middle. This holiday season, Dunkin' Munchkins remind us that even the smallest of things can mean the most, like laughing with friends or enjoying the last Munchkin in the box. So grab a box of 3, 5, 25, or 50. Share them, gift them, or just keep them all to yourself. We won't tell. It's Dunkin' Munchkins, proof that something so small can be the best bite of all. The holidays run on Dunkin'.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in New York, New Jersey. And our more than 280 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Boomer here. If you care about cooking your meat to perfection as much as I do, the IQ Sense Smart Meat Thermometer from Chef IQ wirelessly monitors your food's internal temperature in real time and pairs with the Chef IQ app to tell you when it's time to flip, rest, and serve. So there's no guesswork, there's no overcooking, just perfect USDA safe temps every single time. It even connects to the new Chef IQ mini oven for hands-off precision cooking. So why not grab yours today at chefiq.com, code word BOOMER to save 30% at checkout.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah. Drive safe wherever you are. If you're already home, buckle up. We got the 5-hour sprint. Let's run through it. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat as we try to fill that space. Every night I've been pumping up that the YouTube is growing. Shout out to our digital team, everybody that does a great job behind the scenes with that. We have 92,200K subs. We got to get that to 100 by the end of the month. So if you're not already subscribed, go to YouTube, WFAN, search it, subscribe. You'll probably see a little screen that says live, and it's the WFAN circle. It's red. You might see the picture of me and C-Max. C-Max coming up next. So it's titled WFAN Overnight. Tyrod Taylor starts. Jaxson Dart returns. Jalen Brunson already back. And we've got a few people in the chat already. BB15 says, hey, Keith, love the show. How can we get a heads up when you guys are going live on YouTube? It seems to change from night to night. Thanks. And I said, every time I'm live, I send it live, but you got to just check the station schedule. If the Brooklyn Nets are playing, I'll be on after the Brooklyn Nets postgame show, which those times are a little bit more of a moving target. If it's not then, it's 7 p.m. If it's not then, it's 7 o'clock to 12, and then Big Mac Rocks from 12 to 5. So let's get back into it. I was scrolling today, as I always am, and as I'm putting together notes for the show and collecting things, and I saw a new commercial for the New York Knicks and their jerseys and just New York in general. It features Jadakiss. It's a Nike commercial. It features Jadakiss making a phone call, somebody coming out of like a parking deck. I think it's Josh Hart driving out of a parking deck. I think he's calling Josh Hart. I don't know. It's very New York. They've got a guy in all silver, like a street performer. They've got a fan on the street with some coffee. And when I turn the audio on, because at the end of it, it says New York's got something to say. So I go back and listen to it, and I'm like, oh, I know that voice. Let's play a little bit of the new Nike commercial for the New York Knicks and their new jerseys.
Mike Francis, New York Sports Talk Radio. All right, let's talk about the Knicks. I really think they have what it takes this season. And the key guy is Josh Hart. But he has to be more consistent. So is he going to be a difference maker or JAG, just another guy? Whoa! Under control, Josh, you almost hit that guy. Make sure to look both ways, Josh.
I thought it was cool. I don't know. 888-808-1019. So you hear the legendary Mike Francesa's voice, and he comes on, and he doesn't say WFAN. They probably got to pay us for that. He just says New York Sports Talk Radio, and it kind of takes you back in time a little bit. I know Mike on his podcast does talk about the Knicks a little bit, but that was, almost like some time travel in a weird way. Like, wait, like if he was still on the radio in present day time talking about Josh Hart being just another guy. Shout out to Josh Hart, who has, taken his role change in stride. There's an article in the New York Times about how he runs on caffeine and his energy is fueled by the team and fatherhood. He's got 2 little boys at home, and he's a Energizer bunny on the floor. He's a guy that can do it all, can get you rebounds, can get you points, and give you minutes, and he's not going to be asked to give you as many minutes as he was last year. So as the calls are coming in, I'm going to tap into the chat. I see a few people going in the chat, and it's familiar people. Josh, my guy Josh in the Bronx. Josh in the Bronx is usually one of the first callers, so we'll go to Josh in the Bronx on YouTube. He says, with the Knicks, Jalen will be on watch by the Knicks. And that made me think, too, how many minutes do you think he plays tonight? Somebody call up with how many minutes Jalen Brunson plays tonight, and you'll win a prize. 888-808-1019. He says, just in case they got to have kids' gloves with him, you don't want to lose him again for a long period of time, even though it's early in the season. And I think caution is needed, but I also think he's needed. And I think I heard something today. I think it might have been when Phil Simms was on, talking about how, the starting quarterback, they want to win, but they don't want the guy doing their job to do too well. I don't think Brunson's worried about that. I don't think Brunson is really worried about, the team doing too well without me. I think he's just a hooper, man. He wants to play. He knows how many fans he has. He knows how important he is to the New York Knicks and the city, and he wants to be out there with his boys, with his teammates. So I'm looking forward to watching the game later. Like I said, I got the Rockets and Cleveland on in here right now.
Because it's the first of the ESPN doubleheader. The Knicks are on ESPN tonight.
Okay. And I think I saw, when I turned to it, they had a cityscape. They had New York City, so they must have been coming off of some coverage from ESPN and going into this. But I'll bring Rami in right now, who is a Knicks fan. I am not. I am a Nets fan. There's not much for me to report about Michael Porter Jr. and the Nets. It's quiet for us. But how do you feel about the questions that I put out there around Jalen Brunson. Would you trade Brunson? You think this team?
No, this is the guy who came here when no one would come here and elevated himself and elevated the entire team around him and has carried the team, has been the face of the franchise, the perfect leader, the perfect captain, the perfect face of the city, doesn't say too much, lets his play do the talking. Like, he's everything you'd ever...
Took less money.
He's the Derek Jeter of the Knicks right now.
Whoa.
That's what he is.
Whoa, see, that's how you get the phones going, because somebody's going to call up and say, did you just say Jalen Brunson is the Derek Jeter of the Knicks? They can't even get a... Wow, they got out of the second round last year. It's a different sport.
It's a different sport, and if Jeter didn't have the superstars around him, he wouldn't have won those championships either. And I love Derek Jeter, but it's just how it works. This guy has been clutch for them. He's been everything they've ever needed, and I like that the ball is moving more with him in the lineup now in Mike Brown's offense. But the last couple of possessions on Monday night, those are terrible possessions.
Yeah.
ISO for Deuce McBride.
That's where you miss him. Because at the end of the game...
Because if that's Jalen Brunson taking those
closer.
2 shots, you know those shots are going down.
Yeah. We've seen that 100 times. 888-808-1019. I do remember Rick Brunson having Jalen Brunson watch the captain and study up on Derek Jeter to know how to handle New York, know how to deal with the media pressure and the fans, and win it all or you fail. And that's a good guy to model yourself after. And I'm going to go straight to Al in Keyport on the phone because we haven't taken a call yet. It's already 7:30. Al in Keyport, how are you doing?
What's up, Keith? Thanks a lot for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I want to call. It's going to be a bummer, but the other night when they lost that game, they looked like Thibodeau was still coaching the Knicks at the end of the game. It was ridiculous what went on there at the end of the game. It was. No, I
know. Anybody, it could have been anybody coaching, and they still have some. They are still somewhat Thibodeau's guys and team.
No, but hit the coach, Brown. He didn't have the right player. That last play, they should have been, Mikal Bridges should have been the main guy looking to make the shot because he can shoot a little bit and he can take it to the hole. That shot that Deuce threw up, I know he played good that game. He had 25. But that shot he threw up at the end of the game, it was poor. They didn't have no play at all to set play or anything. And that's what Thibodeau. They looked like a bunch of people running around and didn't know what they were doing. It was terrible. And Towns got to learn to play down in the post. He don't have to be begging for the ball 23 feet from the basket. Yeah, he made that 1 3-pointer, but he was 0 for 6 before that. It's just terrible what goes on. They're terrible at the end of the game. It was bad. I played my whole life. It was ridiculous. That shot he threw up, that lefty floater, trying to bank it or whatever the hell he was trying to do. It was just crazy. And the guys still. The one thing too. Guys taking the baseline on them. When the guy's in the corner, you put your foot on the out-of-bounds line so you know he can only go left or right, what side of the court you're on.
Yeah.
They leave the guy, they let him take the baseline, they come in and they slam it on him. It's ridiculous, though. That's like a fundamental basketball. When you force him to the middle where there's more players to help you. It was terrible how they lost that game the other night. That's all I got to say. I said enough, but that's all I said.
Thanks for the call, Al. 9:30 can't come soon enough. 2 hours away from tip-off.
But I agree. That's the kind of thing that when they had Tibbs, what's better with Tibbs is they would find ways to grind out games when their shots weren't falling. This year, if they shoot under 38% from 3, which is a high bar, they're not winning games. They haven't won a game when they don't shoot a tremendous number from 3. And
relying on the 3, they're shooting a lot of threes.
I get it, but you still want to see the team play defense and hustle and have that grit that made Knicks fans fall in love with that team. That's what they had under Tibbs. They found ways to win games. Now, I agree with if Brunson's putting up those shots, we like it better. But Mike Brown's supposed to be a guy who gets everyone good looks. That's the point of the Mike Brown offense. If at the end of the game, when you need 2 points, he can't get anyone a good look, that's the best look, then what's the point of having this coach here? Like, Mikal Bridges had a great game. I think he was like 9 for 14 in the game. Very efficient night. Didn't shoot the ball once in the fourth quarter. How's that possible? How's that the same as it was in past years when he's sitting in the corner last year under, Tom Thibodeau's offense?
If you're watching on YouTube,
wave your hands.
Don't panic.
I could come in there and turn it on.
This is always funny for some reason. I think it's something to do maybe with SNY. Rami's about to come in here and help me out. I don't know. Do I glow in the dark? The lights cut out in here. And it's not motion censored, so there we go. I lost my train of thought. Oh, going back to that game, I was online tweeting, this is the Deuce McBride game, right? I thought that he would have to hit the winning shot. I thought he'd have the ball in his hand. He had the coast-to-coast dunk. He came out early, shooting well, scoring the rock. I get you guys' frustrations with Karl Anthony Towns. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. He wants to shoot the three. You rather see him in the paint sometimes, using his body like he can do it, but it's like he forgets to do it other times. And I think Mike Brown forgot what to do at the end of that game. And it's tough because you got this like NBA Cup. You're facing the same team back to back. Your floor, their floor. You know, the familiarity with them. You had that game potentially, and you lose that game like that. It's frustrating, but it's a long way to go, and the coach is learning too. All of these are data points. All of these are things that they're going to apply. But then going back to it, right? That's the first game without OG, without Brunson. You know, these guys are figuring that out on the fly in the most tense part of the game, on the road. And you might win some, but you just lost one. So Brunson being back, Brunson is going to be the captain and take charge in those late moments and know what to do with the ball, whether he's taking the shot for himself or he's giving it up or just making sure that they're efficient and effective. Scott is in Bayonne with us next. What's up, Scott?
What's up, guys? How you doing? Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
So I was just thinking about Brunson, and listen, man, I love him. But the way I think about Brunson is the two things he brings are, A, he elevated his game once he got here, and B, think about Bridges and Hart. Are they the same without Brunson, right? And the way I think of him, if I do a comparison, is I think of Brunson as Plexico Burress when he came from Pittsburgh to the Giants, right? Plexico Burress wasn't Randy Moss. He wasn't Terrell Owens at the time. He was someone who was on the uprise, and he came to the Giants. He elevated his game, and he helped them win a championship. He doesn't have to be the guy, but he's one of the top three guys that are going to make it happen. So that's my thoughts on Brunson. I'll hang up and let you guys talk about it. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Scott. I know Dante DiVincenzo's no longer here, but there was a while where, the Villanova Knicks, like that was the whole talking point, getting those guys together. And when you do think about Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges, along with Jalen Brunson and how they complement each other and their history together, how long they've known each other, played together, they know where each other are on the floor. And that's part of their chemistry. It's just like a different level of chemistry that you can even think of in the NBA because these guys played in college, won in college, and are able to connect on a high level on a good team in the league here. Josh, from the Bronx, from the chat to the phone line, here he is.
You're awesome, baby. Anyway, what a year a difference can make between Thibodeau's coaching and what Brown can do for this team, going to a bench and lengthening it and playing it and everything, and maybe getting Jalen that rest that I was chatting about earlier. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Keith.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Josh. There's just no way that Mike Brown won't be compared to Tom Thibodeau. He also won't be criticized and talked about the same way because it's still not even year one, month one. And, there was a lot of talk about, hey, these injuries, right, with OG and with Jalen Brunson. Could you imagine if this was Tibbs? Could you imagine if this was Tibbs' team? Could you imagine if no, we don't have to imagine. We know that if this was still Tom Thibodeau coaching these guys, he would be blamed because Brunson got hurt in the last 2 minutes of the game. And OG, I remember when OG went down last week, I'm like, this is not his first hamstring issue. This is not the first time he's pulled a hammy. And like, we got to stop trying to blame coaches and be minute police. They're playing basketball. You're going to tweak an ankle. I think we all have. If you've played enough basketball, it happens. You're going to step on somebody's foot. Your foot's going to slip on the court. And then a hamstring could be from being tired, from being, dehydrated, from being not as well loose and stretched. And I don't know. These are little things. But see, this is the Knick fandom, right? Knick fans are so obsessed with this team, and that's good because they are a good team. They do have potential. They do have high expectations. You expect them to be a championship caliber team. You're expecting them to be the Thunder from game one. You're expecting them under a new coach with some new players and all the talent that they have to just already be a finished product. It's a long road, and I think so far, very good. 888-808-1019. Just kind of taking these Knicks calls to start because we're, coming up on the Knicks playing at 9:30 out in Dallas, Texas, seeking their 7th win in 9 games. And Brunson is coming back against a beat-up Mavs team, so you expect the Knicks to go out there and spar with these guys and have a pretty easy exhibition. Down in West Palm, Brian, back on the fan. How are you, Brian?
How you doing? I went to the Knicks game Monday night.
Yeah.
And you could see they missed Brunson. They totally missed Brunson.
Yeah.
No, 2 points. Excuse me. Towns should have been in the key the whole game because my friend was sitting next to me. I said they should low post it because Miami has nobody to guard there. I don't know why the Coach Brown didn't use Towns more in the key. Like jumpers. 5, 6, 7 foot. Number 2, the Knicks could have won the game if they played defense because Miami was taking all 3-pointers. And I said to my friend, they're not pushing. Miami's not putting the ball underneath the basket. They're just sitting on the 3-point, the 3-point ring. And the Knicks should be just playing defense with 3-pointers because they were shooting 9 out of 10 with 3-pointers in the game. So I don't understand why Brown didn't say, listen, just play them on the arc. You know what I'm saying? And Towns had easy shots. There's nobody on Miami's team to defend against him. I don't understand why.
Sometimes he forgets who he is. Sometimes he forgets what he can do. And I definitely feel like they missed Brunson. They forgot what to do without Brunson, and that's a huge hole on the team. And that's another reason why he's coming back tonight. Thanks for the call, Brian. 888-808-1019. Another storyline with the New York Knicks is that they haven't won on the road yet. So do they find a way to cough up this game? I don't think so. So maybe that's also why Brunson's like, I'm playing tonight. We got to get our first win on the road. Enough of this. I did see, shout to Mike Biseglia, and then Evan quote tweeted his tweet to Net fans that were able to peacock about something. Oh, the Nets have more road wins. I think the Nets have only won on the road. Like, that's the early part of this NBA season. It does not matter at all. And one has nothing to do with the other.
They had a 1-point lead on the Celtics with 9 minutes to go in the game last night. Lost by 20 somehow.
I'm just like, it was funny. I was getting dressed to come here, and I had on my blue Nets hoodie, and I took it off, and my wife's like, you're changing? I'm like, yeah, because they F that game up. I'm like, you can't even rep the Nets. You can't even be proud of them. I'm thinking they're going to beat the hated Boston Celtics in Brooklyn, and I could come here and be a little happy about something. Nope. Then they end up losing by like 14.
I think they scored 12 total points in the fourth quarter. I had the over in the game. I'm like, come on, guys.
See, I don't bet on them. I've been betting on the Knicks.
I only bet on them on the nights that I work the games because I need to have a rooting
something,
interest.
Something to do to keep you locked in. Understood. Rami behind the glass. What else was I going to say? Okay, Cooper Flagg is out with an illness. And then something I was thinking about Miami, and I always think this about Miami, the Heat culture, right? And going down there to Miami. And, everybody has said it for years about going to Miami and playing those games in Miami, all the distractions down there, and how the Heat have this, distinct advantage because they're there all the time. And, Pat Riley instills this culture of them locking in and grinding and all this other stuff. And I don't really think that came into play. It was a close game. And it was an eye for an eye. You lost to the Heat. They lost to you. When you play a team right back after that, they got their lick back. It is what it is. Now you get your captain back, and you're looking to get that first win on the road. Mike is in Morristown with us next on the Fan. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Keith. Long-time listener. Love listening to the podcast. I'm a big Yankees fan as well, but I want to talk about the Knicks and their away problems. I know they haven't gotten a win away yet. Is that more of an issue than the injuries?
No, I just think it's a technicality. It's just like I just was saying with the Nets winning 2 road games, and they're not going to win many games at all. And also, it gives props to their home court advantage and the Mecca and MSG and how comfortable they are there and like how different it is when they're playing in the Garden.
That could be the issue in the playoffs, though, if they're not able to win.
No, we're so far away. We're so far.
I know.
We're talking about April, May, and June. In November, it's so far. We got to go through Thanksgiving, Christmas, then the NBA is supposed to start. I wouldn't sweat it. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Couple to make you feel comfortable.
I think it starts tonight. I think they get that first road win tonight in a building that obviously Jalen Brunson is familiar with. They're all familiar with it. They've all played there.
Absolutely. Do you think they blow them out tonight?
Maybe. I think the spread was 6. I think I saw the spread was 5.5, 6.
I think it went up to about like 8.5 when I just looked before.
Yeah, Cooper Flag is sick, and there's some issues going on out there. I'm not betting the game. I'll have to take a look at it as we get closer to time. They should blow them out because they're able to score, 130 points. I know they didn't in that last game against the Heat. They're able to score it. They're able to run it up. And, I mean, they had this 7-game homestand where they put up like 130 a night.
Now, what's the issue with them and the Heat? They just never match up well with them?
No, I mean, they did the other night when OG went down and Landry Shamet had the game of his life. I don't know. It's just one game. And it's in this NBA Cup, the way they schedule the schedule where you play the team in your building, then play them. I don't really like that, but it is what it is with the Cup play. And, some of that factors into the scoring as well.
Yeah, I think the NBA Cup, I don't think it's not a huge fan of it, personally.
It doesn't do anything. I don't think it's doing what they thought it was going to do.
It's not like hockey.
No, not at all. It's not, and it's also not like soccer. Thanks for the call, Mike. I thought that the NBA Cup was supposed to like incentivize players to play early in the season, not load manage. There's a ton of hurt players. There's a ton of players sitting out. So that isn't working. Also, with the colorful courts, it was aimed at getting people to like stop scrolling through the channels and say, "Oh, what's this? Oh, I'm going to watch this game." The other night, I didn't even know they were in the Garden. And that's another thing. The other night, they were on Amazon Prime. I took a nap. I woke up. I didn't get to the Knicks game until the end of the first quarter. I'm like, I couldn't find, what? Oh, it's on Prime now. I'm like, I forgot that Prime even had the games. Later we'll talk about Major League Baseball and their new TV deals. We'll also talk about Vegas, as I was talking about the Heat culture in Miami and what goes on when teams go to Miami. Some news came out of the Dallas Cowboys visiting Vegas, and I already have calls for Trent Grisham, and we definitely got to unpack Tyrod Taylor and Jaxson Dart. It's a long night. We'll get through it. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Stay with us. I'm coming right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I just can't imagine that anybody that is on the air regularly here at the station thinks that Joe Shane should be back.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're counting down to Black Friday savings. It's the countdown to Black Friday at Nielsen Dodge. Hundreds of vehicles in stock with big savings off MSRP. Your countdown to the hottest deals is on now.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We all know it's the biggest sale of the year, and Nielsen's going bigger than ever. You can count on 0 down payment, plus up to $1,500 overbook value for your trade, and the credit help you need.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
The countdown is on. Don't miss out. At Nielsen, Friday's in the driver's seat.
Black Friday sales event. With approval term 24 months to its signed Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819 at tax tag 498 dock and DMV fees.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, this is Tiki Barber. Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency Carrier system. And there's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older heating systems waste gas. So get your system checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them now at edisonhvac.com. That's edisonhvac.com.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
The holidays will be here soon, and what you wear matters. So you guessed it, I've got recommendations from Flag and Anthem for the most comfortable and versatile pieces you can count on. My top three: first, their Hero Stretch Flannel Shirt. It looks like a traditional flannel, but feels like a sweatshirt. Their Journey Dress Shirt is made with maximum stretch to redefine the button-up. And last but not least, their best-selling Chapin Jacket is always a hit. It's my favorite for its looks and comfort. So check them out at flagandanthem.com today and use code WFAN for 25% off. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay. Your boy KM on the Fan. It's a little bit after 7:45. We're getting close to the 8 o'clock break and update. I've said enough. Let's go to the phone. I know what you guys want to talk about, man. I'm trying to do everything else. I did it last night. I did a live yesterday. I did the show last night. I've been going back and forth with y'all on Twitter. I get it. You guys are mad about Trent Grisham. I get it. Mike is in the Bronx on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, KM. I like your introduction there, but I just first want to tell you that I'm around New York City area. You sure get us through a lot of night shifts. No different from mine, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
The thing about Trent Grisham is I do understand the objections, but I want to flip this side of the coin, and that is that the Yankees have a lot of cornerstone pieces who literally are cornerstones and that they're all corner players. Like, Judge is not great in the middle, and Bellinger is always good in center field, and, Stan, they have a lot of good power guys, corner guys, and when you have a team like that, you're going to need good players, not stars, who are the opposite, and Trent Grisham is that. He's the opposite of their stars. You have to have supporting players
You got to be strong up the middle. That's an old baseball saying. You got to be strong up the middle. Catcher, pitcher, center fielder, shortstop. Count that too.
Yeah, and that's so true, and especially if your stars are not that. You know, they don't have any stars who could play in the top of their order. He literally fills in a hole, and that's so important in baseball. And I think a lot of people are commenting, you know, he's not worth that, but maybe for the Yankees they are, just because of the team they have. You know, they can't get worse defensively. If they do, it's disaster. He's their best defender, or one of their best defenders for sure. And he's a leadoff hitter where they barely have any. He's just worth the Yankees more than any other team. That's just my opinion of this.
I agree with the last thing you said. I don't agree with the things you said prior. He's worth more to the Yankees than other teams. Hell yeah, he is. Left-handed bat in Yankee Stadium, has patrolled center field in Yankee Stadium, and people have been leaving this out. I think he's more of a clubhouse glue guy than we realize. If you go back to last year and some of the content that the Yankee social team put out, they did a whole thing where they asked everybody, you know, one word about Trent Grisham. They're like poised, calm, nonchalant, laid back. Like, they like that style. They like that about him. In a place where it's really hard to be that. There's a ton of pressure here in New York with the New York Yankees. So to have a guy that they call the Big Sleep that does answer the bell in the regular season. We know he had a dud of a postseason, but maybe this year he doesn't. This upcoming year, maybe he doesn't. I root for the laundry. I'm over it, bro. I'm over fighting about it. I'm over dissecting all of it. I get it. You know what? Like, I wouldn't have done it, but I am not the GM of the New York Yankees. And I feel like Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner have to have a plan. When you talk about dominoes falling, this is the first domino to fall. I said last night, I think it was probably 60-40. 60% they wanted the draft pick and wanted him to go test the market and they get, you know, compensation. 40% they wanted him to come back. That's not a way to play it. It's a little bit of a risk. It's a huge risk, because what if he doesn't duplicate his production? I feel like there's no shot he duplicates that production. I talked about it last night, it being the outlier and them being so heavy on analytics. If you're so heavy to numbers and analytics, and Clint Frazier told us that they believe every player is a set of numbers, they don't believe in clutch, they don't believe in hot, then don't you believe that Trent Grisham is more like the back of the baseball card from 2021, 22, 23, 24? I don't know. And there's even some of you that want to blame Judge. Judge is always catching strays. GM Judge. Oh, this is Judge wanted him back. If Judge wanted him back like that, then they could have not sent him the qualifying offer, and they could have signed him in free agency. Before I take another call on it, and before we get to the break, do we have enough time to take another call here, Rami? I will say this. $22 million for 1 year should not stop the New York Yankees from doing anything. Moose is in Jamaica on the Fan next. Welcome back, Moose.
Then I'll make this quick. I really don't think Bellinger is necessarily going to...
What?
Yankees, what it do?
I don't know. Just slow your roll, because if you're going to say that we don't necessarily need him or he's not coming back, I saw some of those takes too.
They're necessarily going to swim in the waters.
He's the best player next to Judge. Next to Judge on this team, if you're running it back with Trent Grisham, the second best player on the team was Bellinger. That's supposed to be Judge's, Robin the Batman or Superman. No, you need Cody Bellinger.
I'll leave you with this. What did I tell you during the Juan Soto sweepstakes? The Yankees
that he was going to the highest bidder. That he was going to take the money.
Exactly. So,
that he's only loyal to the dollar bill.
Listen, money talks. You know what walks?
Okay, so coming off of what I just said about that $22 million, the Yankees shouldn't be outbid for Cody Bellinger. And I'll be damned if they're outbid by Steve Cohen and the Mets back-to-back years for a left-handed hitting outfielder that they need next to their superstar MVP back-to-back years, Aaron Judge. We'll never live that down. That would be a talking point on WFAN till the end of time if back-to-back years Steve Cohen takes away players that they traded for to help Judge. No way. I'm not even talking about it. It's not happening.
Cut and dry, Keith. It's cut and dry, Keith. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Moose. See, this is why I was trying to do Brunson and the Knicks. I was trying to talk about Josh Hart. I played a little bit of commercial. We even talked about Cooper Flagg. I already know where we're headed, man. I already know where we're headed. 888-808-1019. We still do need to talk about Jaxson Dart and Tyrod Taylor. I'm putting everything in front of Trent Grisham. I joked about help being on the way and guys coming back and the return of guys, and the first name I said was Trent Grisham. I shouldn't even have said Grisham at all. You're a mean one, Mr. Grish. You guys are acting like the Grish stole Christmas. Keith McPherson on the Fan. It's 8 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. We got 4 more hours to go. BRB.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is here for the holidays. Enjoy a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. It's got everything you need to keep your holiday season running. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead directly on the Dunkin' app. After all, the holidays run on Dunkin'. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Move and be moved in the Mazda CX-5, the smart choice for those who expect more. With standard iActive all-wheel drive and advanced safety, there's more to a Mazda. Celebrate the More to Move You winter sales event and lease the Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics, root score, report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
MSC Cruises Black Friday sale is here with the best deal of the year. Cruise from $199. Plus get up to $1,000 onboard credit and kids sail free. Experience MSC Cruises' signature blend of European style and American comfort. From global flavors to Broadway-style shows and more. Book your next holiday to must-see destinations like the Caribbean, Europe, and beyond. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, "How did you know?" Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Giants hope to have Jaxson Dart back this week. He went through a non-contact practice, the next stage of concussion protocol. And the final one, though the quarterback never gets hit in practice. Paulson Adebo and Kayvon Thibodeau both missed practice again today. Jet safety Chris Boyd has been upgraded to stable condition after being shot early Sunday morning. He said on social media today he is improving and now breathing on his own. The Knicks continue their road trip in Dallas tonight, looking for their first win away from the Garden. They're 0-4 and could get a boost with a potential return of Jalen Brunson, who is listed as questionable after missing the last 2 games with a sprained ankle. Top pick overall Cooper Flagg is out due to illness. College action and a good one right now in Stores, where Arizona leads UConn at the half 35-33. The Islanders placed Alexander Romanov on injured reserve after taking a hit from behind by Miro Heiskanen late in last night's win. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ack.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Right back at it on the Fan in New York for the fans of the sports. I'm not about to rap. I could, though. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'm in the chat on YouTube. I'm like, well, all right, what are we going to do here? I'm still going to push everybody else in front of Grisham. I know that's the conversation that everybody wants to have and comb through. I feel like we've done it. So let's do some New York football Giants. Jaxson Dart, Cam Skattaboo, Abdul Carter, and their matchup this week against the Detroit Lions. A team that comes up a lot around these parts because Aaron Glenn was with the Detroit Lions, and they were a team that was in the dumpster of the NFL for a long time, and now all of a sudden they find themselves at the top of the NFC. They've been very close over the last few years, and coming off that game against the Eagles on Sunday Night Football, I think they're going to be pissed off. I think they're going to be upset. I think they're going to be ready to play in their building in front of their fans. I think their fans are upset because they kind of got worked. They got jobbed with the way that game ended with the phantom pass interference call. They didn't get a shot to try and come back and win there. But that's no reason not to play Jaxson Dart. That's no reason to put this quarterback on the shelf for any longer. Let me say this, because I got it. Like, I've taken calls and I've read about it. Like, I get it. Jaxson Dart is a franchise QB. You got to protect him. The season's over. We're tanking now. He can't get hurt. It's football, man. I was saying that weeks ago. A couple things. He clears the concussion protocol. He's good to go. If he's not feeling the tooth injury, which I talked about the other night, it isn't just a concussion, right? I understood if they wanted to hold him out for 2 weeks because he's concussed and he lost a tooth and he had an ankle and he had a hamstring. He's beat up. But he's not beat up. He's back to practice. Last week in practice, he's practicing his dance moves. So you play him. Why do you play him? Because he's still developing. He's not all the way developed yet. The biggest part of his development you're about to see. Can he slide? We know he can slide, but can he slide and get down and get out of bounds and protect himself and not take as many hits? And instead of trying to be +2, which he told John Gruden, every play I want to be +2. If I get hit, fall forward 2 yards. You can't. That doesn't happen all the time. The whole part of the defense being out there, they're defenders. They're trying to stop you. They don't want you to get hit and fall. They're trying to put you 2 yards back. And I'd rather you slide and potentially be -2 and live to fight another day. Also, part of his development, your head coach, the guy that believed in you, the guy that went and got you, the guy that was calling you on the phone to say, hey, I'm trusting in you, like, we're picking you, you're the guy. That guy is gone. That guy lost his job. And coincidentally, they wanted to pile on him and say that he was running Jaxson Dart. He was running all these run plays to save his job and putting the kid in harm's way. Well, now the head coach is the guy that was calling those plays. Mike Kafka was calling the plays, was he not? So make it make sense, man. Let's see what version of Mike Kafka's offense and play calling we get with post-concussion Jaxson Dart. Because if you ask me, you still need his legs in this offense. I know Devin Singletary had a big game. I know Tyrone Tracy contributed as well. Against the Packers defense, you were able to run the ball in your building. There's still an element to Jaxson Dart's game that defenses can't account for. And that's him running the ball, design runs. Now, when he scrambles and he's looking for grass to make a throw, that's one thing. If he's scrambling and there's no one to throw to, and he doesn't want to get down and he's still reckless, that shows he hasn't learned. Part of his development here is, okay, let's see if you can come back and finish out the rest of this season healthy. Let's see if you can come back and help this team under Mike Kafka potentially win another couple games. Jaxson Dart doesn't care about tanking. Abdul Carter doesn't care about tanking. Right? Like these guys, Abdul Carter now, have to go out there and perform and play and continue to add to their first year stats. There can't be a rookie wall for Abdul Carter. You don't have a full sack. There can't be a rookie wall or him. Like I felt like in the last game he took a step back. Maybe it was because the world saw that he was benched for the first series and he's chasing the sacks. He's got to push forward. He's got to continue to apply pressure. He's got to continue to develop himself and become that guy that they did take third overall. I saw the Big Blue Film Room on Twitter, shout out to them, put out Abdul Carter's rookie season. 37 pressures, which is 19th best in the league. That's good. 22 quick pressures, 4th best in the league. That's even better. That's elite. 17% pass rush win rate. 15 best among edge rushers. It's pretty good too. But only a half sack. So Abdul Carter, if you want to quiet all your critics that had something to say about you being in recovery and missing a walkthrough and people, making lies about you as you tweeted about and saying you were sleeping, the way that you silence everybody is to go perform. And if you want to silence someone like me who said, you have no shame. You should have, stayed home and not gone to Raw on Monday night. You're a guy in the news for negative things. The team is losing. You're holding up a Giants belt. You look goofy. You could have said, actually, I'm going to sit this one out. Somebody else go. But instead, no, you're a rookie. You're a young guy. You're a kid. You want to go to see WWE. You're out there. You're in this viral video. And as we get back to the phones at 888-808-1019, if you didn't catch my take on the whole Cam Skattaboo WWE thing, it's perfectly fine. The only thing that's not perfectly fine about it is the Giants suck. So when you see them doing bits and you see them being in the storyline of WWE, I had a post or a reply on, I think, like ESPN or NFL on Twitter posted the video, or on Instagram posted the video, and I was one of the first people to reply. I said, the Giants will do anything but win. They'll do this whole side quest and go viral fighting against wrestlers. That has nothing to do with winning. That has nothing to do with helping you on Sunday. 888-808-1019. So Cam Skattaboo, love that kid. Loved him before he got drafted by the Giants. He's a football guy. He eats nails for breakfast. And I feel for him because he came out and told the world, hey, I can't do something I love, which is play football. So I'm doing other things to keep me happy. I don't think we talk enough about these guys and their mental health and like how he's living the dream 1 minute and then a nightmare the next, and how painful that injury had to be and how hard that rehab is. He can't sleep right. He can't shower right. He can't do anything regular. He has to leave the house on a scooter in a walking boot. Let the man go to UFC. Let the man be in the center of attention at WWE. He's a streamer now. He's getting money off of Twitch and people watching him play Madden and do live streams, popping out his shoulder and talking about dominating tacos and not letting the taco dominate you. It's okay. But what's not okay is the optics of the Giants are trash. If the Giants were winning, nobody would care. If the Giants were winning, it would be celebrated. It'd be like, wow, this is great. Look at the marketing. Look at the cross promo. It's New York. It's the Giants. It's WWE. Wow. Were the Jets there? Did they ask Tyrod Taylor to show up, or Justin Fields, or Mason Taylor? I don't know. Did they have the Jets involved? No. So that's just a couple words on that. We'll open it up to the Giants calls now. You know the number to dial. Richie is in Queens with us first. What's up, Richie?
Keith, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. The Christian thing real quick. Let me ask you this, and it's just food for thought. I wonder, because there's going to be a lockout, unfortunately. I think anyway. They're gonna argue over obviously the cap, and then they're going to come back to VA and they're going to say we got to go to 4 years under control. It's going to go back and forth. I wonder if that will hold up contracts. I'm just thinking because pay somebody that's going to be getting a big salary, go on strike. Obviously, they don't get paid, but it could be ugly. The Dart thing. Agree with you. He's got to play. I don't want another Tua. I think they're going to absolutely work with him as far as his ability to stay out of harm's way. Just like Jalen Hurt, I think is one of the best. He just knows. He has that feel of when to go down. He's got to. I don't know if he has that, but he has to get close to it. The thing that annoyed me this Sunday with the game, it was the same scenario. And they interviewed Kafka at the end of the game, and they asked him, and one of the guys said, "Is it just driving you crazy that you can't get a big stop at the end of the game?" It seems like that's the scenario. And he said something, Keith, that made no sense to me. He said, "Well, it's more than that." No, it's not. To me, I equate it this way. Tell me if you agree. You're down 4 runs. You get 5. You got your closer. That's where you want. Regardless of what happened, you got your closer in the game. Same scenario there. You work 4 minutes to score, to go ahead, and you give up the lead in 2 minutes with supposedly the elite defense that you don't have, what you were supposed to have.
Sure, and that can happen with the manager or the bench coach, and I think thanks for the call, Richie, and I think that's where we are with Kafka in that situation, right? Like, it's Shane Bowen. It's Shane Bowen's defense. It's not necessarily even the X's and O's. It's the Jimmies and the Joes. It's Deonte Banks. It's, guys that are out there like Corey Black and, guys that you're relying on that can't get it done. And going back to what you said about Tua and Jaxson Dart are completely different type of quarterbacks. Tua has gotten sacked. Tua has tried to run and get some extra yards and doesn't know how to run at all and ends up being, hit and concussed. But, I don't think we're going to end up with another Tua situation with Jaxson Dart. I think he's going to learn. And I think he's more athletic. And I think he has the ability. But John Gruden called him Evel Knievel. I think that was so not ironic, but fortuitous. We didn't know where Jaxson Dart would be drafted. We didn't know when he would be drafted in the draft, picked in the draft. But if you watch the Gruden QB camp with him, John Gruden says, what the hell you think? You're Evel Knievel, man? What do you do out there in Utah? Drive motorcycles over the Grand Canyon? You can't do this in this league. You can't take all these hits. He showed him the clip of him being knocked out cold at USC. He showed him clips at Ole Miss with him getting his helmet knocked off. I don't know. What's it going to take? I would hope going to the concussion tent 4 times, I would hope being in that Bears game where you could have won that game on the road and you get knocked out and the team loses again and your coach ends up getting fired. I would hope that that's enough of a lesson to avoid taking all those hits, to stay in the game, son. We need you. You're QB1. And now this entire Giants franchise and fan base is relying on you, not just for the rest of this year, but for years to come. Protect yourself. You're no good to us in street clothes. 888-808-1019. And then going back to the salary cap stuff, we'll get there. We'll cross that bridge. I really hope they don't lock out. But if I'm the Yankees or I'm the Dodgers or the Mets or whomever, I would be moving this offseason assuming that there's going to be a lockout because they're going to disagree. And the Dodgers did just win back-to-back World Series. And there's going to be some real conversations about the money in baseball, how it's spent, who can spend what, and what goes on. They really need a salary floor, if anything. But what I'm getting at here is, again, it goes back to the Yankees and Trent Grisham. $22 million to Trent Grisham is something that you put out there. You knew that he could accept that offer. Even though John Heyman reported that he was going to decline it, that has nothing to do with anything. You knew that he could take that offer. So you have to be prepared to move forward and accepting that you're giving Trent Grisham a $17 million raise when there are defensive metrics that says his performance in center field has declined. And when you saw every game that you let him off in the postseason that he couldn't get it done, swinging at the first pitch, not good enough, you decided that that player that you got that production out of, which was a great year, OPS, average up, career year for homer, 34 homers, what? Clutch homers for the lead to go ahead on the road. You decided that that player that you got that performance out of at $5 million, you would be okay with paying $22 million. You didn't do that for Gleyber Torres the year before because you didn't want Gleyber Torres. You didn't give Gleyber Torres the qualifying offer, which Gleyber just accepted the qualifying offer this year from Detroit. You didn't give that to Gleyber because you didn't want that. You didn't want to pay him that. You didn't want him back. Clearly, you wanted Trent Grisham back. Do not end up in any type of situation where, oh, yeah, well, you know, Cody Bellinger, the years were just too many years and we wanted, and, you know, the AAV went up. And so, you know, we do have Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez here, and that can complete our outfield. No, hell no. No. Mike is in New Rochelle on the Fan as we go back to the Giants, as we were talking about Jaxson Dart and whatnot. Go for it.
What's happening, Keith? How you doing, man? I love the show.
I'm good. Thank you for calling.
So here's my point. My point is, I want to get your opinion. I think you kind of alluded to it already, is that, you know, you had Dable, who was, like, really coaching, right, to try to win his job, doing anything he could to try to keep that job and get wins. And they fired him, rightly so. But then you get Kafka in. He's on an audition, right, a 6-week audition, whatever it is. It's almost the same thing, right? And if he's not going to win enough games to keep the job, I don't think. And they got to do something like to clean house and get rid of everybody. But you run the same risk. You bring Dart back. I'm not saying he should be sitting. I don't think so. But how do you trust, like, you know, it kind of like, what do they say, the inmates running the asylum? Like, it's the same guys that are responsible, right, for kind of calling the shots. And then I think in long term, they're trying to save their jobs. And same thing with Shane, you know, the whole thing. So I'm curious what you think. I think they need to clean house. I don't know if you wanted any of these guys kind of running the show, but I don't know what you're left with. There's still 6 weeks left or whatever it is. How do you do this, Keith? What's the answer?
Thanks for the call, Mike. Sounded like there were some horses galloping in the background. I don't know what that was. The British were coming or something. You know, I talked about this Monday coming off the weekend. I said, can't blame Dable now. He can't be we got to fire this coach. Like, okay, fire the next one. And I said there's an even bigger microscope on Joe Shane now. And the way that game played out, Brian Dable couldn't have wrote a better script. Deontay Banks was terrible again. You can't rely on him. And because Paulson Adebo wasn't able to go, you had to. You had no choice but to play him. And Paulson Adebo is a free agent corner that Joe Shane brought in, and he hasn't played in weeks since the Denver debacle. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, and I don't want to speak for that man, and I don't ever want to assume that somebody can't go. But maybe there are some business decisions being made here. The season's over. I'm going to put my body on the line and put myself at risk. Now, if they were a team competing for the playoffs and you go through warm-ups, maybe you gut it out and try and go, but it's a business decision potentially. I don't know. Someone call me up if you were at the game and you saw his warm-ups. He hasn't played in weeks. It's been over a month. That's a strike on Joe Shane. Oh, even Evan Neal before the game. Evan Neal goes to the IR. He had a hamstring injury. How the hell did he get hurt? How did he get hurt? He doesn't dress. He got hurt in practice, warming up, pulled a hammy, going through stretches. That's a pick that you could never miss on. And that's a pick that even if you missed in year one, you figure out everything to fix that guy. That goes on Joe Shane. So then we go into the game. I already mentioned Deontay Banks, but Abdul Carter. I'm watching the game, and I follow on Twitter, and everybody's kind of like, where's Abdul Carter? And then he plays on special teams. Abdul Carter was your pick at number 3. Brian Dable wanted to take Jaxson Dart with that number 3 pick. And then what is going on? You're the general manager. You're supposed to generally manage everything going on with the New York Giants. What's going on that we find out, okay, he got benched because he missed a meeting, he missed a walkthrough. I don't know what the hell goes on in that building. He's allowed to miss a meeting. How does nobody go get him or the trainers don't know the schedule of the team. They all know. They know it's got to be walkthrough right now. How do you have a player in recovery in a red light room or whatever where they don't, hey, knock, knock. Yo, you got 2 minutes. Go. 5 minutes. Go. 10 minutes. Get out there. Where are his teammates to be like, hey, bro, come on. Because it's laissez-faire. It's a country club. It's a tankathon. It's a losing streak. The coach is fired. Whatever, we can do whatever we want. And then we hear that, Brian Davis, this had happened before. Abdul Carter claims it wasn't a trend, but we had heard from some little birdies. There's a bunch of leaks going on, whatever. We find out stuff that, this had been going on. It goes under Joe Schoen now and his watch. So if we're grading him, right, he survived the firing of Brian Dable, and we're grading him after this first week, and obviously interim head coach Mike Kafka's tryout doesn't really matter. He's not going to be the coach. Week 1 of his tryout, no. And then Abdul Carter's allowed to go to WWE. It's a bigger punishment to tell Abdul Carter you can't go to the wrestling night at the Garden than to sit him for 3 plays or the first drive or however many plays it was. 888-808-1019. And then last but not least, Jameis. I'm watching the game, and I'm like, damn, I would have liked to see Jameis play with Malik Neighbors. Whose idea was it to sign Russell Wilson for $10 million and make him play? Was that you, Joe Schoen, or was that Brian Dable? Or a combination of both? I would have liked to see Russell Wilson operate, but there was never a competition. Or I would have liked to see Jameis operate and not Russell Wilson those first couple weeks. There was never a competition. They gave him the spot. I don't know, based off of his 10 Pro Bowls and his Super Bowl appearances and his Super Bowl ring, but he's cooked. We saw that last year. They lost every game down the stretch with the Steelers. They lost 5 games in a row. The players on the Steelers hated him by the end. And then in that game, Jameis is Jameis. We're expecting Jameis to turn the ball over. The dreaded Jameis interception. It happened when it happened, but it could have happened earlier. But of course it happens, and there's an interception assist. Jalen Hyatt, another Joe Schoen product, another apple of Joe Schoen's eye that he traded up to get, that he wanted to have, that they gave Odell Beckham Jr.'s number to. Him and Deonte Banks, I have a problem with numbers. I'm a former football player. I care about numbers. I think numbers matter. Deonte Banks should have never been allowed to go from 25 to 2. Somebody should have stopped that, vetoed that, and says we're drafting a first-round quarterback that wore number 2 at Ole Miss, wore number 2 in high school. He's number 2. We're going to sell a ton of his jerseys. Even if he's on the bench, he wears 2, not 6. Deonte Banks, get out of here. And that Odell Beckham Jr. jersey, that number 13, that jersey's heavy, bruh. You can't take that number and then not run your route, stop your feet, let that ball go into the end zone where the safety's just sitting there to pick it off, and that's how the game ends. So that's on Joe Schoen. And there's probably some more things that I forgot. I just did that off the top of my head. There's probably more things that I forgot this week that I'm like, there's no way they keep this GM. And Shane Bowen, he's another dead man walking. He's already terminated. He's just finishing out his term. There's a stat that popped up. Most consecutive games with 20-point losses since 1970. The 49ers have 6 in their 1999 to 2000 years. The Giants are tied with the Lions and Bengals at 5 this year. If they have another game this season where they score 20 points and lose, they'll tie the 49ers for that record. And that'll fall under Shane Bowen. And the reason that they can't fire Shane Bowen is it's too much. You fire Dable, Mike Kafka can easily assume that, appoint a guy, Tim Kelly to be the offensive coordinator. You fired Shane Bowen, and then that's another thing, because people thought changes were coming Monday. People thought they were going to fire him Monday. No, he's just going through the motions. I said Monday, Big G, the G-men, Big Blue, the G stands for going through the motions. That's what they're all doing. They are going through the motions. Clean house. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Brooklyn and talk to Scoop on the Fan next. What's up, Scoop?
Hey, what's happening, Keith? I'm calling up because I'm listening to you, and when you said that Mike Kafka's out of here, you said it with a lot of conviction, like you really believe he's going to be out of here. And you might be 100% right. But here's my point. I don't know nothing about Mike Kafka as a coach, right? But I do know he was on a few interviews, and we have a trend in the league where you got these young offensive guys taking over teams and doing a pretty good job. I think that the best logical conclusion for the Giants would be that Mike Kafka does enough to actually be given that position, and he keeps the continuity that they got going on with Jaxson Dart. What do you think?
Thanks for the call, Scoop, but I disagree. I think Jaxson Dart is a hooper. I think hoopers hoop. It doesn't matter what stadium you put Jaxson Dart in. It doesn't matter the weather. It doesn't matter if it's the legacy jerseys. It don't matter what plays you call. It doesn't matter if it's Bo Collins, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Darius Slayton, Wanda. He is going to ball out. So we can forget the conversation now because they already fired Dable. Dable's the guy that went and got him and worked with him and spent all those hours with him. You already fired Dable. So the whole continuity thing with Kafka is cool and all, but I think whoever comes in here, you have a quarterback, you have a baller, you have a real competitor, a player that is going to play and make plays, and he does that for the name on the back of the jersey as much as for the helmet he's wearing. And when you talk about the most logical solution, whatever, okay, are the Giants going to rip off 6 wins here? Because if the Giants win 6 games in a row here, yeah, you gotta bring Kafka back. If Kafka can go beat the Lions and Patriots, I'm considering bringing him back with Dart. If he goes and upsets the Lions and Patriots, then I'll change my tune on him. But what's the point in bringing him back? That's a Band-Aid. That's like, I don't get that. I just said clean house. You got to get a lot of these jokers up out of here. You need somebody new to come in to tighten up the entire ship. Mike Kafka, yes, he had some interest. He had, I think, the Seattle Seahawks, and I forget who else. And so that's why they bumped him up to make him assistant head coach. And then even, last year, they took the play calling duties away from Dable and gave them back to him. But I think you need more to inspire this fan base. I think you need more to really get a hold of these players in this team. I do not expect Kafka. Because, if they lose out and they're picking in the top of the draft, there's no shot you bring Mike Kafka back. And right now, what they're up against this weekend, and I don't think that you beat Aiden Hutchinson, Anzalone, Branch. Let's see if Terrion Arnold plays. Let's see if DJ Reed plays. I'm not sure their injury status. I'll look into it. I think the injury reports are starting to come out. I know they didn't play last week. That defense for the Lions is tough. And I know for a fact this Giants secondary will not stop Amon-Ra, the sun god, St. Brown. And they're definitely not stopping the big shot, Jameson Williams. I don't see it. I don't see it. So what you're up against this weekend is being eliminated from postseason contention. You're up against being the first team chopped, clipped. It is clipped. You're up against, all right, and I saw a Gridiron BR put out, first team eliminated from playoffs, and so now you got this what to watch for at home. With the Giants loss and a Seahawks win or tie, you're gone. Done. Actually mathematically out. With the Giants loss and a Vikings win, done. Season finito. Obviously, they're not making the playoffs, but the embarrassment of we're going to come in here on Monday and be well, tankathon.com, where are they picking at and who are they picking? And we'll do that tonight, too. I have the mock draft and thoughts about what the Giants should do in the draft coming up because you're not taking a quarterback finally, but you're going to get another top 5 pick. With a loss and a Cowboys win, you're also clipped. So the Giants could mathematically be eliminated from the playoffs this weekend, and there's 3 different scenarios that could happen, and they all include the Giants losing, and I just don't think that you're going into Ford Field against the Lions and beating them. But I think you could be competitive with Jaxson Dart back. He's been competitive in every game that he's played. There was another stat out there about how the Eagles and the Broncos have only given up 30 points in 1 game each, and that was when they faced Jaxson Dart. So he is the catalyst. He is the change. But I don't think he's enough of a change to change the fact that you need to hire an actual head coach. Mike Kafka, we appreciate you, bro, but you're part of this whole Dable and Shane regime. You got to go too. And good luck to you elsewhere. Maybe there's another team that is looking for a head coach, and you can get that head coaching spot. Maybe somewhere else, but not here, not in New York, not with the New York Football Giants. 888-808-1019. I don't see Mike Kafka showing us anything. All right, let's talk about Mike Kafka. And I just came back to something in my head from Monday. Mike Kafka failed the challenge system. He challenged Josh Jacobs stepping out of bounds from the other side of the field. I don't know who was in his headset telling him to challenge that. You wasted that. And then when we actually needed you to challenge the play with Wandale, you didn't do it because you were gun-shy. Trigger-happy to gun-shy in your first head coaching. No, you don't got it, bro. Brian Dable could have done that. That's a mark against you. You wasted time out with the quick trigger, and then when you actually need it, you're scared to do it. You're scared to do it. So there are little things like that. With Abdul Carter, okay, you discipline him, benching him for a series, bench him the whole game. You can't. Kayvon's out, and you need bodies, and you need a win in your building, in front of your fans. I'm trying to think what else against Mike Kafka. I don't know. I think Evan said he doesn't like his eyebrows. It's part of it. You got to look at the guy a lot. Got to look at the guy. All right, it's 8:30. We got to break it down, and I got to check on the YouTube chat. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Now it is open for the G-Men, the Giants fans, to call, but I see these Jets fans on the line too. So when we come back, I will sprinkle in some of the Tyrod Taylor stuff, Justin Fields, talk about the Jets as they're going down to Baltimore to face the Ravens, the team that drafted Tyrod Taylor, and then we'll be open for business on both sides of MetLife Stadium. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
At Audi Manhattan, experience best-in-class service in the heart of New York. Visit their Audi flagship store today, conveniently located on 55th and 11th. Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
Now's the time to enroll in quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Plus, 8 in 10 get financial help. Enroll by December 31st for January 1st coverage at getcovered.nj.gov.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Ray Cattina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Cattina Lexus of Monmouth. One legendary name, two exceptional destinations.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and onto your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah. Having a good time, man. I told you we would pass the time just fine tonight. McPherson on the fan. Let's get back into it. Jets, Jets. We got to talk about the Jets a little bit. Just did enough ranting on the Giants, and we'll get to you guys. Well, let's take one Giants call before we do hit the Jets. Anthony is in Brooklyn on the fan. What you thinking about, Anthony?
Hey, Keith. What I'm thinking about is that Josh Dart should not even attempt to run. They should not have a running play for him. You know, I like Dable. I've been a Bills fan since '78. I like them a lot. But one of the biggest criticism was the fact of how often they ran Josh Allen, especially early in his career. And the one thing I said is I hope he really learns from his mistake as far as just, you got to keep this kid healthy. The problem, as you know probably better than me, is that with head injuries, you keep getting them, they're going to come back a lot more easier. And, like you said, you want this kid for the next 10 years. Why he doesn't slide, I don't understand. Even as a coach, listen, you didn't slide that one time, bench him something. I just don't get it. I just hope he doesn't do any running plays. He hears footsteps, he should just slide.
Thanks for the call, Anthony. Dable is gone, so he'll have no input. That's in the past, and now they have to be in the future. If your running game is operating like it was last Sunday with Singletary and Tracy, then I don't think you really need to run Dart. Unless you're seeing something in the defense that you can exploit and it's there, do it. Do not take that out of his game. But don't overuse it. Don't abuse it. The kid has been concussed. He's been in a concussion tent. And you do want to protect him some, and there are ways to do that. He's not Josh Allen. Josh Allen is a big body beast, and sometimes he runs into linebackers and safeties looking for contact. The biggest thing I'm looking for with Jaxson Dart, whether he scrambles and improvises and runs on his own, or if it's a design run for him where when a design run is called, like, you're running back right away. When you scramble as a quarterback, They have a little bit more grace with you going towards the sideline. Like, those guys can't push you out. Like, they got to let up. And then they even have grace with you sliding, where if you start your slide, those guys have to let up. They can't come flying at you. There's a difference, though. When it's a design run, you're running back. And if you want to slide, you better get down. So the biggest thing I'm looking for, still call the plays. And I think they will, because that's their offense with him. And they can set it up. The biggest thing I'm looking for, if it's a design run or if it's improvised, does Jaxson Dart still just, be a wild man out there, or does he have the presence of mind to think it's not worth it, bro? Season is over. We're not going to the playoffs. Like, we're trying to compete and win the game, but, like, I want to play the rest of the games this season and not get knocked out. Now, speaking of the season being over and not going to the playoffs and being knocked out, the last time we saw Tyrod Taylor was when Justin Fields started to slide, and he got knocked out of the game. Coincidentally enough, it was against the Buffalo Bills, as the last caller is a Buffalo Bills fan. See how it all ties together? The Jets went down to Tampa. They played a hell of a game. That's when we got Aaron Glenn, hitting his dance moves. And for a minute, we thought maybe the Jets could win the game. I didn't. I remember I was at the American Dream. I was at the Savvy Seats tailgate. Shout out to them. I think I was doing the Tullamore Dew Bartenders Combine. I was hosting that. And it was on the big screen out there. And everybody was, the Jets, they just returned. They blocked the kick. They returned the kick. And I'm like, yeah, there's too much time left. Baker Mayfield. This is what they do down there. And they took that L. I think Tyrod threw an interception in that game. Maybe two. I think he had 2 touchdowns. I think he might have 1 interception. I'll pull up that box score. But where I'm getting at is, Tyrod is the clear and obvious option now. Justin Fields is healthy. He's benched. Aaron Glenn doesn't have to tell us, even though he did tell us who the quarterback was. And this is what he had to say today.
On Monday, talked to both of those guys, talked to the team on Monday, so Tyrod will be our starter.
Why did you decide to make that move?
Because I wanted to.
In past weeks, for strategic reasons, you waited until close to game time to decide which one. Why this week did you decide to go earlier in the week?
But I told you guys before that the players already knew. I just didn't tell you guys that. So there's nothing strategic about that. The guys already knew.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Diana Rossini told us on Monday, and it was obvious. It was obvious after you played the Patriots on Thursday Night Football that you cannot evaluate the new receivers that you got. You cannot evaluate this offensive line, your own play caller, with Justin Fields at quarterback. He struggled again, and there are simple throws that he cannot make. There are reads of the defense that he does not see, and it's just not working. So if you do want to compete at all, if you do want to have a semblance of an NFL offense, because I'm pretty sure I put in my notes today that the Jets have the lowest passing yard average per game in the league, and you don't even need to see those numbers. If you watch the games, you could just tell it's not an NFL offense. In a league where you can't touch the quarterback and you can't touch the receivers, and it's built for offenses to be able to throw the ball downfield and score points, the Jets cannot do that with Justin Fields. So Tyrod Taylor gets the nod, and I want you to hear what Tyrod Taylor had to say about Justin Fields, and then I'll add some more after that before we get back to the phone.
Me and Justin have an open line of communication, and the conversation will come at some point. We spend time together in the offseason as well as in season too. Right now, in my mind and my focus right now is just being able to get everyone on the same page at offense where we could go out and execute at a high level. But that conversation will come. All I can do is just share the things that I've been through, and hopefully that helps his experience and helps him in the long run. He's a tremendous player, and I think in this league he has a lot of good football ahead of him. Like I said, God has a timing for everything. I truly believe that.
Man, Tyrod is such a solid dude. And I'm sure he wants the best for Justin Fields. And I'm sure he didn't even have a problem in the beginning of the year when he had surgery. And Justin Fields was just given the spot and there was no open competition. I'm sure he didn't have a problem with that. And now he's stepping up as a pro to do what he's got to do. And what I hope is that they do still have some packages and plays for Justin Fields. You saw the Steelers do it a little bit last year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Short yardage, goal line, and design runs where Justin Fields comes in. And then also keep in mind, Tyrod is not a big body dude himself. He's one play away from you going back to Justin Fields where he could get hurt. So he's got to be careful. He's got to watch the hits that he's taking. He can't be running too much. He can't take too many sacks. He's got to get the ball out of his hands. But now that you have John Mechie III, now that you have A.D. Mitchell, I would want to see those guys run routes, get separation, and when they're open, the ball be there on time, and that's something that Justin Fields was not able to do. Let's get back to the phones. Robbie's in Brooklyn on the Fan as we switch to talk to the Jets fans. Robbie, what you thinking about?
Hi, Keith. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, I remember about 3 years ago when you took over for Steve Spellman. That was about 3 years ago, right?
We are coming up on 4, actually, but whatever. Yeah, same different 3-4 years. It's been a while now.
So I really enjoyed over the couple of years listening to you that you really know a lot about football and you really know a lot about baseball. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to get that out there.
Appreciate
and now
it.
I want to talk about the Jets. If you recall, you spoke to me a few times, and you know I like Zach Wilson.
Right.
So my point, up until now, my point is that in the past 10 quarterbacks, the only quarterback with at least 5 wins in a season was Zach Wilson. Now we're talking about Joe Flacco, we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, Teddy Bridgewater, really good quarterbacks.
Mike White.
And every single one of them ended up face first into the turf. And the only one that got back up and threw the ball again was Zach Wilson. I say make a trade with Miami, get Zach Wilson.
Thanks for the call, Robbie. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate the compliments. It took a while to get to the Zach Wilson trade.
That guy has to be a troll. There's no way.
We were going down this road.
Either that or that's Zach Wilson's father-in-law, who I know listens to the station.
And, what does that do for us now? The coach that was coaching Zach Wilson got fired. The offensive coordinator got fired. There's a lot of those guys that play with Zach Wilson are no longer here. Zach Wilson is not playing in the NFL. Let's keep it locked on where we are right now with Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields and these 2025 New York Jets going to Baltimore, the team that drafted Tyrod Taylor in 2011. I've been talking all week about Tyrod, man. I just got a ton of respect for him. And if you heard my story this week or not, I'll quickly tell it again. And I was able to dig up a picture of Tyrod Taylor and myself, not together, but wearing the same, shirt from the Combine. So shout out to Chris Melvin, who is a scout from the Jersey Shore area, but he covers the whole East Coast. He put together the Elite College Combine 20 years ago, and I met Tyrod there. And I'm sure Tyrod doesn't remember me, but he did like my post today that I put together of myself with a McPherson number 16 shirt, and he had a Taylor number 23 shirt, and he came all the way up here to New Jersey back-to-back years to throw and to compete in that combine. It was a showcase for college scouts. And when I met him back then, undersized quarterback, but a very smart, athletic competitor. And so competitive, I remember he wasn't getting as many reps as some of the other bigger, taller, stronger quarterbacks, and he was upset about it. He also is a year younger than me, and I remember saying, don't sweat it, bro. You'll be back next year, and, you're already on. He was a 3-year starter down there in Virginia, and he is a legend in Virginia and a legend in Virginia Tech football. My school that I first went to, JMU, I transferred out, and I just missed the year that JMU beat Virginia Tech. I think it was 2007, where I would have been on the field warming up with Tyrod. And so to see him all of these years later, 15 years in the NFL, he spoke on that. And I just think he's a legend. Against all odds, undersized, black quarterback that they didn't want to play quarterback in the league. He's been a journeyman. He's made a bunch of stops. And here he is about to start against the team that drafted him in Maryland, the Baltimore Ravens. I bet he's going to have friends and family at the game coming up from 757, Hampton Beach, Newport News area. And here's Tyrod talking about his journey in the NFL.
Very thankful. I've had a chance to just think about that a little bit last few days. Actually talked to one of my old Baltimore teammates last night, George Smith, very good friend of mine. From that draft class, 2011 draft class, like you said, there's only a couple of us left. Just thankful for the opportunity. I remember when I got drafted, there were some people that wanted to put me at wide receiver. I fought the notion down, and I stood firm that I was a quarterback. That was what I had played my whole life. I just knew that if given the opportunity, I could show that. And 15 years later, I'm still proving it. And I welcome those challenges, and like I said, just truly just thankful for the opportunity.
Go, Tyrod, go. Paul is in Brick, New Jersey on the Fan next. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Keith. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. Heard some good Giants ranting before I got on, but, enjoyed it as a Jets fan. But need you to talk me off a ledge here. I have the over-under for the Jets' next playoff appearance in 2032. Started at 2030 this season. Do you think they can make the playoffs before that?
Yeah. 2032? It's not going to take 7 years. It shouldn't take. It won't be. If it takes 7 years, it won't be Aaron Glenn and Darren Mushi getting you there. Like, it's got to be sooner.
I'm just staring at Drake May and Josh Allen in the division.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 to 4 losses a year. Knicks,
because look at the Patriots beating the Bills in this second year. The Bills weren't thinking that the Patriots were going to be able to rock with them right away. They got it right. They got the right head coach, right offensive coordinator, right pieces. It can change quickly. The NFL that's exactly what the NFL is. You're on top, not for long. Look at the Chiefs right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the Bills, and the Chiefs, they've been on top of the AFC. We've really seen 2 division winners in my lifetime, the Bills and the Pats. That's really it in the AFC East. So it's going to be an uphill climb, and that's why I kind of, the 5 first-round draft picks is nice and all.
They got to hit on them. They got to hit on them.
It's a big uphill climb, as you can understand.
Yeah, but they've been climbing this hill for a while. Thanks for the call, Paul. They've been climbing this hill for 16 years. I don't think the next playoff appearance is 7 years away. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be crazy. Like, for that, like, I'm thinking about the 23-year-old Jet fan that is like, fast forward, like, my whole life, the Jets haven't made the playoffs. Like, that's crazy. Like, okay, not even let's say if you are a 30-year-old Jet fan that started rooting for the team at 7, and then you go 23 years and you're 30, and the whole time that you can actually remember things, the Jets don't make the playoffs, I don't think that's going to happen.
Last time they made the playoffs, I was in middle school. So what does that tell you?
And how old are you now? You're speaking as the guy. Like, you're speaking as the guy who's
the guy you're talking about. And then guess what? I wouldn't bet on them making the playoffs in the next 7 years. I wouldn't.
All right, I guess I can't. I don't know. I'm not a Jet fan, so I'm looking at it as in NFL terms. I just talked about how the Lions were down forever.
There are some teams that defy all
look
the
at the
logic.
Patriots. The Patriots rebuild was overnight.
That's what good franchises do. That's why you look at the Browns, Carolina, the Jets,
Jaguars,
the Jags, and it never works out for
Giants.
them. Meanwhile, the Giants are different because that's new. Like, they were a winning franchise for my whole life until, I don't know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago at this point.
And they've had spots, 2016, 2022.
Right. And it's crazy, though. The Jets, it just goes to being, that's why people say it starts with ownership. It starts from the top, because it does. It starts with the franchise, and the franchise can't get it right. It doesn't matter who, and I know Joe Beningo likes to rant about it. You could bring in the coach, you could bring in it doesn't matter who you bring in. They'll find a way to mess it up.
He's been right for a long time.
Look at Sam Darnold. He's going and having success elsewhere. The guy talked about it's only been the Patriots and the Bills winning the division. Chad Pennington, the year the Jets gave up on him, he goes down to Miami and wins the division. So, yeah, this has been happening forever.
I'm trying to give you some hope, some optimism. Tyrod's coming back. You're not going to beat the Ravens, but, I mean, you got the head coach. You got the GM. I feel like they won the draft. I feel like they are building something. Big ships turn slow. It's not instant call. I don't know what to tell you guys. Let's get a call in before we break. Max is in Queens on the Fan. What's up, Max?
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I just thought that the Giants head coach position definitely needed to be talked about.
Yeah, I don't know who they're going to get, but they're saying they need a CEO type of guy, like a boss that can oversee the offense, defense, special teams, everything going on.
Like, I mean, some of my friends in school are telling me, like Belichick, like, I'm not sure either New York teams are into getting good deals for themselves, but sure, that would be great if they could get Belichick.
Yeah, Belichick put out a statement saying that he's staying at North Carolina and he's not interested in any NFL team, but I won't believe that until we get further into, like, the winter and the college season ends. I'll say this. I don't think it's going to be Mike Kafka. I think they're going to go out and hire a head coach with experience or someone that around the league people point to and say is the next guy that should get a head coach spot but has a lot of coordinator assistant experience.
I mean, primarily Brian Daboll's fault. He's never had one of these top 10 quarterbacks. I mean, Jaxson Dart has been good, but he could do better. There's some passes. There's some more passes he can complete.
Yeah.
There's some more runs he could take. There's
And
some more
take care of the
strides he could
football.
take to prevent that interception.
We always absolve Jaxson Dart, but he threw interceptions. He fumbled the ball too. And yeah, when you talk about Brian Daboll, you got to hit on the whole team. You're the head coach. It's one thing to hit on the quarterback and get production out of the quarterback, but that's not only your job. Like, you're not just the quarterback coach. You're the head coach. You got to oversee the whole franchise.
And like the wide receivers need to be more developed because like running to the inside instead of the outside when the outside has a clear pass.
And you lose Malik Neighbors, and it's like you don't have a receiver room. It's in flux. Isaiah Hodgins comes back, instant offense, and it's like, where was this guy the whole time? It hasn't been good enough. That's why you got to clean house. That's why the Giants got to get a whole new regime in here to tighten this thing up.
I don't know like that much about football and like coaching positions, but like get like Eli Manning or something, or like a former player or somebody who actually knows something about the game of football.
Thanks for the call, Max. I'm sure they have Eli's ear. I'm sure Eli was telling him, hey, Jaxson Dart coming out of my school, Ole Miss. He's the guy. 888-808-1019. We will continue with your calls on the Jets, on the Giants. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Over and over again, the Giants have leads in the fourth quarter. Whether it's a double-digit lead or a 2-point lead, the Giants have leads. It's on the defense to make plays, and I'm starting to hear the defensive players themselves get frustrated that Shane Bowen is not putting them in positions to have success.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you heard the news? Black Friday doorbuster deals are happening right now at Route 22 Toyota. That means huge savings on every new Toyota RAV4 in stock. They're packed with hundreds to choose from, so prices have been drastically reduced. Lease the all-wheel drive RAV4 for as low as $149 per month. Save more with available 0 down and financing as low as 0%. It's going on now at Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey. So don't wait. Visit Route22Toyota.com for all the details and even more amazing Black Friday savings going on now.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
We're counting down to Black Friday savings. It's the countdown to Black Friday at Nielsen Dodge. Hundreds of vehicles in stock with big savings off MSRP. Your countdown to the hottest deals is on now.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We all know it's the biggest sale of the year, and Nielsen's going bigger than ever. You can count on 0 down payment, plus up to $1,500 overbook value for your trade, and the credit help you need.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
The countdown is on. Don't miss out.
At Nielsen, Friday's in the driver's seat.
Black Friday sales event. With approval term 24 months through its signed Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819, add tax tag 498 dock and DMV fees.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We're always talking New York sports on the Fan.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think
Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, "How did you know?" Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, ChefIQ.com. Well, the Knicks getting their captain back. Jalen Brunson makes his return 1 week after he suffered the sprained ankle. As the Knicks once again look for their first road win of the year, currently 0-4, taking on the Mavericks, bottom of the hour. Aaron Glenn has hesitated to name a starting quarterback for weeks, but this week, Glenn changed his tune, announcing he's going Tyrod Taylor as Justin Fields goes to the bench.
But I told you guys before that the players already knew. I just didn't tell you guys that. So there's nothing strategic about that. The guys already knew.
For the Giants, Jaxson Dart seems to be on the right track to return against the Lions, but still hasn't cleared concussion protocol completely.
Right now, he's in a non-contact day. Sure, he's still in the protocol, like in that phasing of it, and so he'll continue to progress through it if he goes through the right form too.
42 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
You know it's the children's program. KM is for the kids. Inside the 9 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York.
That last one almost made me spit my drink out.
I mean, he was hilarious. Shout out to Max. And the kids will get to see their favorite Knick, Jalen Brunson, play tonight. Rami and I will have that game on. You'll have a little bit of a ride along. We'll keep you updated on that. But, I mean, we are in the conversation right now around the Jets and the switch to Tyrod Taylor. All the hard ball that Aaron Glenn played around not letting the media know who the quarterback was. He got 2 wins out of it. And I don't think there was any competitive disadvantage unless you put the disadvantage on the Jets. I'm interested to see how Tyrod operates. I'm interested to see how this team plays with Tyrod. And if they just put Justin Fields on the shelf completely, I don't think that's wise. You're paying him too much. I want to talk about lighting money on fire. I was talking about Steve Cohen lighting money on fire. Woody Johnson has done his fair share of that as well. Between Aaron Rodgers and Justin Fields, back-to-back years, it's millions. And it didn't have to be, but anyway, let's get back to you at 888-808-1019 as we keep it rolling. Jonah in Manhattan is up next.
Give us 3 more minutes. Hey, hello?
Hello, Jonah.
Hi, Keith. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Having a good time. Thanks for calling in.
Of course. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to talk about why I'd select Dante Moore for the Jets over Fernando Mendoza. It's a few reasons. Number one, Moore, when he's under pressure, he only gets sacked under around 4% of the time compared to Mendoza's 12.5%. I think that Moore, because he's a mobile quarterback, that's a better fit for the Jets because a pocket passer usually needs to have better receivers around him, but Moore can make a play happen while he escapes the pocket, and he's completed 68% of his passes while he escapes the pocket.
All right.
So I'd assume that just Moore's a better fit for the Jets than Mendoza.
Well, Tankathon.com right now has Dante Moore, quarterback from Oregon, going number 5 overall to the New York Jets. You might not be wrong with that future pick, but What I'll counter you with, and I don't completely disagree, what they say about Dante Moore is he doesn't have a lot of experience. He doesn't have enough starts. It's less than 20 college starts right now. And I feel like that's a pattern with the Jets. I don't remember how many starts Mark Sanchez had, but I vividly remember Pete Carroll saying that he came out too early. And then same thing with Sam Darnold. He came out early. And it seems like these quarterbacks get drafted by the Jets and they're not developed properly, and they're underdeveloped when they get there, and the Jets just throw them into the fire, and it's like, hey, this guy is not ready to go. New York is a tough market. The Meadowlands is a tough place to play, especially for these West Coast quarterbacks coming from a USC or coming from an Oregon. Fernando Mendoza is playing in Indiana. That's a cold place. Fernando Mendoza is also a bigger body. He's 6'5", 225 compared to Dante Moore is 6'2", 205, 6'3", I think they give him. And then also, I think this offensive line for the Jets is going to be pretty solid, pretty good, where you could have a pocket passer in Fernando Mendoza. You do have receivers now next year already in Garrett Wilson, John Mitchell III, A.D. Mitchell. And is Tanner Enstrand looking for more of a pocket passer, or is he looking for more of a mobile quarterback? I mean, he was working with Jared Goff in the Lions system, and there's a lot of times where I feel like he did not know what to do with Justin Fields, a mobile quarterback. That's why I didn't understand why they went and got Justin Fields, gave him so much money, and did not have a plan for him.
Yeah, that makes sense. But still, with the, like you said receivers.
You're a Jets fan?
Year, I don't. Yeah.
And you want Dante Moore. You want them to lose more for Dante Moore.
Correct.
I'm with you, Jonah.
Also, like you said that there's receivers next year, but personally, I don't. John Mechie and A.D. Mitchell, they're unproven receivers. So say that I don't really trust them yet.
Yeah, but they'll be a second and third receiver. Garrett Wilson will be back. He's signed, sealed, delivered. If he's healthy, he's the number one target. Those guys will complement him. I think those were good moves. I think those were the level of wide receivers that the Jets could go get, and they went and got them, and they need to prove themselves, in those green uniforms.
Oh, no, I understand that. I think Mechie and Mitchell, they could prove themselves, but I would go out. If we were going to draft a guy like Mendoza, I would go out. I think you'd have to get the proven number 2 receiver behind
Go out in free agency and spend some money, or use the draft capital, and maybe your second round pick, you draft a wide receiver where there's some good receivers to be had there.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Keith.
No, thank you, Jonah. Appreciate it. 888-808-1019. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. I think the Jets are going to lose a lot of games the rest of the way, but I think they can win. I know I circled that Falcons game, the return of Jeff Ulbrich, or I think the Jets play in Atlanta. Let me pull up their schedule. No, the Falcons come to MetLife, so it will be the return of Jeff Ulbrich. Michael Penix Jr. is done for the season. Another knee injury. And Kirk Cousins is cooked. If the Jets can get after Kirk Cousins and contain Drake London and Bijan Robinson, I know that's a lot to ask. Like, maybe that's a game the Jets can win in their building in the cold versus a team from the South that plays indoors. The Dolphins have kind of rallied. The Dolphins have, kind of figured some things out in these last couple of weeks after they fired their GM. I don't know. It's December 7th. Another warm weather team coming up here up north. I don't know if they're going to show up or not. Going down to Jacksonville December 14th, that's going to be tough. I'd love to go to that game. I wish I was thinking about that. I got a month to think about it. I have family in Jacksonville. I'd love to go see the Jets play in Jacksonville. The Jaguars are going to be tough down there in their building. Why can't they go beat the Saints, though? The Saints will probably be tough in their building the week after. And then you got the Patriots and Bills, and I think the only way you beat the Bills, you're not beating the Patriots. I think the only way you beat the Bills is if that last game they're playing their backups and you're facing Mitchell Trubisky and some second stringers. 888-808, you know the number to dial. Mike is in Westchester with us next. Go for it, Mike.
Hey, Keith, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, you were speaking about years, like ages, and how I've been a Jet fan since 1981, and I was born in 69. 1969. And it's been, how many times they made the playoffs.
Yes.
It's been hard, man. Jet fans are they're diehard fans, man. They're so loyal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like when we finally get this thing moving, it's going to be great. I don't think it's going to take 7 years. We just got to get that quarterback, man. We got, like you said, wide receivers. We got Brees, and everyone's forgetting about Mason Taylor. I think Mason Taylor is going to be like one of those tight ends that may end up in a Hall of Fame. This guy is really good.
He'll be solid, yeah.
From what I've seen.
He'll be solid. His dad's a Hall of Famer. He'll be solid.
Yeah, and he's like, he catches everything. He runs routes nice. He runs after. He gets a lot of yak after the ball.
They should pay Brees. They should try to really keep Brees Hall. They should try to keep him here. But, I mean, running backs are replaceable. They do have Braylon Allen coming back. They have Isaiah Davis, and they could draft a running back in the 4th round that could be just as productive. I don't think it'll take 7 years.
Why not keep Braylon and Brees together? Why not have 2 running backs that can ground and pound? Brees can catch the ball in the backfield, and then Braylon can smack you in the face.
Yeah.
It's just, why not keep them together? Why do we got to separate?
They had a tandem of Sonic and Knuckles that the Giants fans are about to see. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery in Detroit. You need 2 running backs. They should try to keep those guys together.
But they're saying now running backs are not needed anymore.
No, they're needed.
Low on the priority list.
2 of them. You need 2 running backs. Each team's got to have at least 2 running backs.
Exactly, man. So keep Braylon, keep Brees. Isaiah Davis is a great guy. He's a good player, but between the 3 running backs, I would keep those 2. But Mason Taylor, I don't know. If he gets a quarterback, he's going to dominate the NFL in the years to come. I think he's going to be so good.
Let's see if Tyrod can get him going this weekend. Let's see if Tyrod can get him the ball this weekend.
Exactly. I love Tyrod. I think he's a good dude. The only thing about Tyrod is he comes in for 2 games and he's hurt.
Yeah.
And now you're back to square one. And now we're back to Justin Fields. He did that with Buffalo, right? He did that with the Jets when he played earlier in the year. He's always hurt.
He got hurt with the Giants, and then you ended up with Tommy DeVito.
Against the Jets, out of all teams, right?
Yes, it was the Jet game in the rain, yeah.
So we just need that quarterback. And if the Jets do draft a quarterback, I don't want to do this whole thing with Darnold and everybody over again. Zach, let the guy sit for a little while. Half a year. Let him get the feel. We wreck quarterbacks. Keep them on the bench. Let them learn a little bit.
Yeah, they got to hit on it. They got to be absolutely right about it, Mike. Thanks for the call. I'll add this. Joe and Massapequa, we're coming to you next. The way they fumbled this Justin Fields situation. Well, let's go back. Let's take a step back. The way they fumbled this Aaron Rodgers situation, which I understood that maybe the new regime, Aaron Rodgers, personality, ego, too big for the new regime. I don't know. The quarterback's the most important position. I thought there was going to be some interest to get AG off the ground and running with Aaron Rodgers to try and get some wins. That's not what they wanted. So when they pivoted and they had the quarterback of their choosing, it was a fumble. It was a mistake. It was a waste of time and money to go get Justin Fields. And so the conversation that pops up around Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn and this Jets scouting department is, do you trust them to pick the next quarterback? They can't miss. Do you trust them to properly scout? Because they should be doing that right now. They should have scouts at every Indiana game, every Oregon game, and Alabama game for Mendoza, Moore, and Simpson, because they're going to be picking in the top of the draft where those are going to be the guys. Do you trust them to hit on this pick and know what they're doing? You know, we had the young guy, Max, who called and said for the Giants, like, they need to get somebody who knows what they're doing. Like, can they consult with Eli Manning? You heard Rami mention Chad Pennington. Like, can the Jets go to the Jets QBs of the past? Or I don't know. Darren Muji's a former quarterback. Like, they have to be sure that they are going to pick a quarterback that can handle New York and be successful here. Brian Dable was able to identify Jaxson Dart. And as the last caller talked about, you know, we ruin quarterbacks, got to give them some time. Man, we thought Jaxson Dart would need way more time than he actually needed. I remember saying 2 weeks at minimum because I wanted him to go on the road. I wanted him to have 2 weeks of NFL film. I wanted him to go to specifically teams in the division go to the Commanders building, go to the Cowboys building, see what that was like. And he burst on the scene against the undefeated Chargers and won that game, and he was ready to go. I give Dable a lot of credit for Jaxson Dart. One, he's a baller, he's a hooper, yeah. But Dable worked with him, man. And he worked with him from that, I forget what they call it, the 50 visit that you get as a college kid going into the NFL to meet with teams. Like, they started working early. And so Jaxson Dart was ready. And so what we saw in preseason wasn't as much of preseason as we thought it was. It was real because he did it in the NFL. He did it in the regular season. So the Jets are not going to be outside of the playoffs looking in for another 7 years on top of the 16, in my opinion. They hit on some picks and some players at the deadline, their first deadline. They've got to have a great offseason and a great draft. I think they had an okay draft first time around. Armand Membu is legit. He's had some weeks where he's one of the best offensive linemen in the league. Mason Taylor, who you just heard Mike talk about, I'm not as high on Mason Taylor, but I mean, he's got it in his bloodlines to be a Hall of Famer, and I think if he keeps putting in the work and, has consistent quarterback play, you'll be able to evaluate him better with Tyrod as well. And we'll see. A.Z. Thomas is back this week. We shall see. There's still a lot of football left in this Jets season. Joe is in Massapequa on the Fan. I said I'd get to you, Joe. You're on.
What's up, Keith? Good to hear from you, man. Long-time fan, long-time listener. Fun fact, I'm actually an Orioles fan. That's always rocking with you, man. Good to hear from you, man.
You say you're an Orioles fan?
Yep, big Orioles fan, surprisingly. Me and my brother.
They had to have Taylor Ward, huh? They had to get him.
Dude, I'm not kidding you, man. Just a side note on baseball talk. I was a little devastated with the Grayson Rodriguez trade, but you know what? I think, his history in the minors and, coming up not really doing too well. But we need the bat. And,
sure.
Tyler O'Neill declining. That's another right.
And you had Jorge Mateo playing in the outfield.
Yeah, but hey, it's going to be a restart. Been a lifelong Jets fan, lifelong Orioles fan. So you see how my life's and stuff. But I got my Knicks coming on a little bit, so that's my positive.
Yeah.
But love to talk to you about some Jets right now. So I have a little thing about the quarterback situation. I've been listening to Greeny a lot. I'm a big Mike Greenberg guy. And I like the fact that if we look into possibly getting a veteran quarterback while drafting a quarterback and getting that tandem started, I think the Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson kind of debacle there, because I think in my thoughts that Rodgers wanted to come back stronger and prove himself aside from just like being a mentor, being a leader to Zach Wilson. That's where that whole thing went in shambles. So I do think that project can work under Aaron Glenn, but now it's Aaron Rodgers, quarterback,
Yeah. That's why I said I understood it. But, they took on the dead cap money. It's just such a hit to not have the guy here. But I understood that, they wanted to get started without, and what he said, I don't want to be in the room addressing the team and people are looking at you. It was an ego thing, and I get it.
Exactly. And then, going to the pivot where I do believe that the two tandem running back is what we need, the Breece Hall and the, Braylon Allen Edwards of the world. Oh, my God, I'm fumbling the word, sorry. But Braylon Allen is a guy that I do believe that we can actually look into for the future with a good tandem. And the offense is going the right way. But coming into this draft with the first-round picks, we can't miss on defensive player as well as quarterback. The D is so needed, and now we just lose two strong defenders. We got to look in that D-line going again. I think in a D-line strong coming in with a nice secondary, we can look positive coming 2027. Not 26. We're going 2 years ahead.
You can get D linemen. They have to use their first round top 10, probably top 5 pick on a quarterback, in my opinion, without a doubt. Every mock draft, everybody is going to point to the Jets taking one of those top 3 quarterbacks. Thanks for the call, Joe. The Orioles, an Orioles-Jets Knicks fan. I'm trying to think what era of the Orioles maybe that would happen. Not Cal Ripken. You're too young to be a Cal Ripken guy.
Those Miguel Tejada.
No, is the Manny Machado, Adam Jones?
No, because he said he's 30, so he's a couple years older than me. So Melvin Mora, Miguel Tejada, George Sherrill was the closer. Jeremy Guthrie was one of their top starters. Aubrey Huff at first. Adam Jones in center.
Enough
Nick
to make
Markakis.
You not a Yankee fan, not a Met fan,
No, to me it's crazy. I mean, I grew up because I spent my summers down in Maryland. Do I know all that?
Yeah.
But those
you just said some names that I hadn't thought about.
Matt Wieters. I mean, I could go on.
Oh, yeah.
Brian Roberts for years at second, right?
Brian Roberts, who played with the Yankees briefly.
He played for the Yankees for a minute.
2014? Wasn't he on that farewell Captain Jeter team?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
he played second base on that farewell Captain Jeter team. But he's always an Oriole. Anyway, I'm blanking. I know how I was going to segue.
Delman Young in the playoffs, that big hit in the playoffs,
Young.
2012.
I don't want to talk about the Orioles.
Ray-In Chen. I can go all day with these names.
I'm trying to go from, we're talking about the Jets drafting and who they have to draft. And I think they can hit on a quarterback in the first round and a top defender in the second round and fill out their defense, whatever. Mock drafts have already popped up here in mid-November. And Matt Miller put out his mock draft. And in his mock draft, it popped up for the Jets and Giants fans because you know what? The Jets and Giants are thinking about mock drafts in November the last 5 years. And he has the Jets moving up to number 1 and taking Fernando Mendoza, assuming that the Titans don't need the number 1 pick back-to-back years and they're not picking a quarterback. They have Cam Ward. And obviously now the Jets have some draft capital, some stuff to play with. And it says general manager Darren Muji didn't load up on draft capital by trading away Gardner and Williams to watch teams pick quarterbacks ahead of him. So I have the Jets aggressively moving up for Mendoza, a pocket passer with great touch and timing who can carve up a defense with surgical accuracy while providing enough mobility to execute on the move. Mendoza might not be in Caleb Williams' class in terms of top QB prospects over the past 5 years, but he's the best QB in this class, and the Jets have to take a swing at the position. Justin Fields was benched. Tyrod Taylor isn't the long-term answer. Mendoza's 30 touchdown passes to 5 interceptions shows how careful he is with the football. But then, right after that, it projects the New York Football Giants to flip-flop with the Cleveland Browns. Projected trade, Browns flip spots with the Giants. Like the Titans, the Giants drafted their quarterback of the future in 2025 in Jaxson Dart, making them a prime candidate to move down. With the Browns in quarterback flux and multiple first-round picks in the 2026 draft, Cleveland would send their number 3 pick to the Giants to move up 1 spot. New York would also receive their third-round picks in 2026 and 2027 to move down to number 3, and the Browns would take Dante Moore. Now, time out. The other night I was ranting again about why you have to fire Joe Schoen. Why you have to bring somebody else in and how attractive this Giants job is for head coach and GM. Everybody in football that could potentially take the job, even if they have a job, would want to come to New York and get this job because you are going to have the ability in the draft to say, don't need a quarterback this high, don't need an edge rusher this high, don't need a receiver this high. Do you have to take a lineman that high? No. You can get a haul. You could trade back and get a haul for not just 2026, but also 2027, and the Giants could literally be off to the races. They have the talent. They need the coach. They need the GM to come in and do this right. Do you trust Joe Schoen to do this right? I don't. Steve is in Manhattan on a fan. Oh, we got a break. I'm sorry, Steve. We're up against it. Sorry, I was in one. And you know what? I do want to continue with this mock draft stuff. So, Steve, please hold. We got to pay some bills. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
This week on The Fan.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see Motley Crue at the PNC Bank Art Center, July 31st. Tickets go on sale Friday, 9 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Brought to you by Live Nation. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
No one sells more Lexus vehicles in New Jersey than Ray Catino Lexus. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Unwrap exceptional offers at all models, including the all-new GX and TX at Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold and Ray Catino Lexus of Monmouth.
This winter, move and be moved in the Mazda CX-5, the smart choice for those who expect more. With standard I-Active all-wheel drive and advanced safety features, the CX-5 delivers confidence and control in every condition. Inside, you'll find a redefined high-quality interior designed for comfort and connection, because there's more to a Mazda. Celebrate the season during the More to Move You winter sales event. Lease the Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month and make every drive feel like a gift. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
This winter's shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This holiday season, find excellence in every detail in a new Volvo from Volvo Cars Ramsey. Now find excellent offers with your first lease payment waived. Lease a new 2026 Volvo XC90 B5 Plus all-wheel drive, $638 per month for 36 months at Volvo Cars Ramsey, where it's all about you. Call 833-853-2975 for lease details. MSRP $66,845. VIN T1430393. Loaner vehicle 3,727 miles, $3,700 down payment. Tax title registration extra, 0 security deposit. Ends 11/30/25.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands. Over in college basketball, third-ranked UCLA is off to a 5-0 start. The Bruins beat 2 ranked teams by double digits last week, knocking off then number 6 Oklahoma and formerly 11th North Carolina. While defending champion UConn is still the top team in the latest AP poll, UCLA did get a first-place vote. The Bruins and head coach Corey Close reached the Final Four last season, and they've returned an experienced squad back to Westwood. That group is headlined by veteran center and reigning National Defensive Player of the Year, Lauren Betts.
I think we just have a lot of maturity. You have a lot of seniors on this team who are, hungry for a national championship, and I think that we have a really good attitude every single day. So I think if we just continue to grow and just try to be the best version of us every single day, we're going to get even better.
With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Erica Herskowitz on Westwood One.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 sold in Mississippi.
The Powerball jackpot is now $593 million. So don't miss out, Jersey. That's 593 million reasons why you should stop by a New Jersey Lottery retailer and get your ticket today.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, let's get back to it. I said we would. Thanks for holding during the break. You could have went anywhere else in the world, and you chose to stay right here with us on WFAN. I was talking about the Giants. I was talking about the mock draft. I was talking about this job. I just think it's going to be the most appealing job in the NFL in years. Way more appealing than like the Titans. Way more appealing than any of these openings that are, even the Patriots. They didn't get a new GM. They just got a new coach. But like, it's New York. You have the quarterback. You have a running back. You have a number one wide receiver. You have a defensive player of the year type player on your defense. A bunch of other little pieces here and there, like tight ends and Andrew Thomas on your line. I think you have to be insane to say, Joe Shane, you've been like 50-50 on drafts. We'll take a chance with you being 50. No way. No way. So let me continue this mock draft, and then we will get to Steve in Manhattan, where the mock draft goes on to say, at number 3, the New York Giants, after trading back, not needing a quarterback, the Giants can do the smart thing and trade down to acquire more draft capital. They have needs across the offensive line, and while the 2026 draft class doesn't align with their wish list perfectly, Magola, I'm not sure if it's Maui Gola. Not going to act like I know this kid from Miami's name. Francis Mauigola, Mauigoa, would be a plug-and-play starter at right tackle, opposite of Andrew Thomas. Some scouts see him as a guard at the next level because of his stocky 6'6", 315-pound frame, but his ability to create space in the run game with the proper game with power and people-moving skills would boost what the Giants could become with Dart and running back Cam Skattaboo. He's allowed just 1 sack all season, which is the same number of touchdowns he has scored. So what they're saying is that the Giants can trade back and still get the best offensive lineman in the draft. As I was just running through, you don't need a quarterback that high. You don't need a edge rusher that high. You don't need a receiver that high. Like, what other position do you take that high? I guess at 3, trading back, you could take the best offensive tackle off the board. You know, Joe Shane missed on Evan Neal. Would you let him take another swing again? It could be just obvious for whoever comes in who to take. I think a lot of people are saying that they should take Jordan Tyson. Tankathon had Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver out of Arizona State, for a while, but I think you just took Malik Neighbors, who was a surefire, can't-miss thing, that high. The wide receivers are found throughout the draft. You don't need to use that high of a draft pick on a wide receiver unless he just blows everybody away the rest of the season, the combine, and in interviews. But an interesting pick has come up. Arvell Reese, linebacker out of Ohio State. Tankathon now has the Giants taking him number 2 overall. That's high to take a linebacker, but he's a beast. I am familiar with him. And they're needy of linebacker help for sure. Steve is in Manhattan with us next. Thanks for holding, Steve.
Hey, Keith. It's a pleasure to talk to you again. Anyway, I agree with a lot of what you were saying, but a couple of questions I wanted to ask you and get your feel on was, a lot of time, like Tommy Blue guy was always talking about Tom McCarthy and how he can bring in a good staff behind him and everything else, and I agree with that. However,
Mike McCarthy, yes.
You're hitting
yes.
the nail. Yeah, Mike McCarthy. But you're hitting the nail on the head. We need a new GM. And my question to you is, who do you think would be the proper GM to bring in, and then not only to bring in the GM for the draft and everything else, but to bring in a strong candidate as a coach, but not just a coach, but somebody that's going to bring in a strong team behind him on both the offensive and defensive side, because we all know there is major change that has to happen with the culture of the New York Giants right now. With what's going on right now, I mean, this is not the Giants' way.
Thanks for the call, Steve. I'll say this. You know, last year, the 33rd team with the Jets interviewed a bunch of GM candidates, and I think the Giants view themselves as like the opposite of the Jets, even though they're pretty much one and the same. They're twins. They're twins. It's a sub-twin. They're the same. I just think the Giants go about their business differently. I think they won't cast as wide of a net. But I think if you're looking for a GM, there's 2 schools of thought. You can either go get a GM that has experience, that has done it before in the past, and that's why when people throw out, Thomas Dimitrov from the Falcons, Louis Riddick, I forget what other names are out there. They're not going to go get Rand Carthen, but like you can go get someone that has done the job before and failed, but hope that they have learned from that. Or, and this is what I think the Giants should do when they. The mic is open. You don't have to say it in the talkback.
Mike Borgonzi was my guy, but then he was hired by Tennessee.
Yes, and like now you're pulling up the 33rd team, and you can see they interviewed so many potential guys for the GM.
But I think Louis Riddick was interviewed actually by the Giants in 2018.
Louis Riddick would be fine.
I think he'd be a good GM.
I think he's very in the know. I think he's experienced, and I think he's somebody that people know from him being on camera at ESPN, and like there's another school of thought as far as going to get somebody, and this is what I think is smart, but the Giants just did it with Joe Shane, and it hasn't really worked out. You go and you poach an assistant GM from a team that's consistently winning. Can you steal someone from the Eagles? Can you steal someone from the Chiefs? Can you steal someone from the Patriots, the Steelers? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you poach somebody from a team, the Rams, that has like won a Super Bowl recently, is consistently winning, so that they can bring the formula over here, so that you can get like, okay, they were in the room and they did things that you didn't do, and they can be the contrast, because the Giants need to do something completely different.
Well, the Eagles win a lot, and Howie Roseman is considered one of the best GMs in the league, right?
And they took the Jets.
Their assistant, Joe Douglas. Just bring in Joe Douglas. He knows the market. He knows New York.
They took the Jets' former GM, Joe Douglas.
There now.
I'm sure he's got a place to stay. Nah, they won't go Joe Douglas, because the Giants don't view themselves as jet-like, even though they're very similar. They're not gonna do any jet type stuff. That's why people brought up Rob Saleh coaching the Giants. Hell no, there's no shot. And then as a coach, like Mike McCarthy, I think Mike McCarthy is just the easy guy to point to right now, because he is a program builder. He has won a Super Bowl. He does have a winning record as a head coach. And Jerry Jones did him dirty, and like he got left hanging, where Jerry Jones strung him along and then, left him out to dry. And then there were no spots for him to interview to get a job. And now he's kind of out there waiting for a spot to open up. But I don't know. I think that's it's just too easy of we'll go to him. Do more of a search to find the fit. And I think what the Giants said, I think it might have been an Ian O'Connor report that came out, or tweet that came out, I'll go back and find it, was that the Giants are going to find the coach and then ask the coach straight up, you want to work with Joe Schoen? What do you think of Joe Schoen? You want him to be your GM? And I just don't know any coach that's going to be like, oh, yeah, the guy that helped create this mess, that missed on all these players, that's got 1 year on his contract, yeah, I'll come in and work with him. And then if this goes terribly in my first year, we're screwed.
Or worse, they do want to work with him because that's the only way they think they'll get their foot in the door. It's like, yeah, I have to work with him. So, yeah, sure, I'll work with him.
If he's the first guy from the Giants reaching out to you and you think you got to be in his good graces and you just go that way, hopefully whoever they get is a strong enough minded NFL coach, assistant, former head coach, or whatever, that knows the game and knows that you don't have to latch on to a guy like Joe Schoen. I think they're going to – the last thing I'll say before we get back to the phones, I vividly remember with Gettleman going out of here, fans didn't even want Gettleman and his family to get to come on the field to get their send-off. They were so mad. And I remember there was a fan that yelled, we want football people, not family, like yelling at John Mara. The Giant fan is hella loud. Like, the Giant fan has the ability, because the fan base is so deep from it being in New York and winning those Super Bowls from the 80s to 2011, the Giant fan can make their voice loud and clear. They do it on this radio station. They do it online. There are a ton of content creators that do way too much Giants content, more content than the Giants deserve. If at the end of this season, Giants fans feel like Joe Schoen, and they do. If you've been listening to the fan the last 2 weeks, they do. And I don't think the Giants will upset their fan base in keeping Joe Schoen and hiring a head coach and going forward if it gets that loud. Ollie's in Connecticut with us next. What's up, Ollie?
Yo, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Getting ready to watch the Knicks and Jalen Brunson's return. We're talking sports, taking calls. Back. Yeah, thanks for calling in.
Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout-out to my wife. It's our 1 year wedding anniversary, so I just want to give her a shout-out to my wife, Gina.
And many more. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, listen, I want to talk about Cam Skattaboo and this whole thing with the WWE, and all that. Listen, the New York media is jumping all over this issue like it's the biggest deal in the world. Mm-hmm. Like, of course, the Giants are 2-9. We aren't playing well on the field, and I think the frustration from that is coming out on the Cam Skattaboo right now. He's rehabbing from an injury. His mental health right now, rehabbing is way more than physical. He wants to go out and have some fun. Obviously, it's scripted. You have a comedian there, Andrew Schultz.
Yep.
Right behind him there. He's a comedian. Obviously, Andrew Schultz gets pushed onto the chair. You think it's real? You think Andrew Schultz?
They're not going to hurt anybody.
Of course they know that Cam is rehabbing an injury. They know this. They know they're not going to mess with him. Cam's having fun. He's enjoying himself. He's a grown man. He can make decisions for himself. He's not playing right now. And the New York media, I can't believe how much they're jumping all over this. It's ridiculous.
Thanks for the call, Ollie. It's low-hanging fruit. I was one of the first people on because I was on Monday night after Monday Night Football. I didn't make a big deal of it at all. I didn't know it was going to blow up like it did. I was glad that like BT had a take the following morning and Cam Skattaboo replied to it because that's good for the station. I was happy to see that Big Mac came on after me as a Giants fan wearing a Giants hoodie saying he's got one good leg and like that picked up steam. It's great. I'm like, good, because as people come to WFAN Twitter and Instagram and TikTok for those takes and they scroll through, they'll find me. And they won't find me saying anything about it. All I said was like, I don't know, I just understand marketing. Before I did radio, I worked in marketing. I worked in social media. And I don't know how many times we sat in brainstorm meetings, and I would hate when people are like, how do we go viral? How do we cook up something that's going to go viral? You don't. Like, you can try your best, and I think it's easier now in these times. I worked social media marketing from 2015 to about 2018 in the city. Now it's definitely easier. That's a viral piece of content. The number of people that saw that clip with Cam Skattaboo in the WWE is way more than people that saw it live in the arena or live on Netflix. It's for branding. It's for business. It's cross promotion. It doesn't look great optic-wise because he's hurt and the Giants are terrible. And it's like, oh, the Giants run this madhouse where these guys can do anything. And Abdul Carter just missed a meeting and he's there. But the biggest thing I took from it, and shout out to Cam Skattaboo because I like that kid. He wrote a tweet. He said, hey, honestly, if you don't like that I'm having a good time while dealing with a tough time, then just go ahead and unfollow and casually move on. I'm not able to play football and have the fun I've been having my whole life. So I'm doing things outside the box, trying to find stuff to keep me happy. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week and just don't talk about me if you ain't got nothing nice to say. And that tweet did millions of views, and it kind of peeled back a layer. I know we look at him as this rough, tough running back that'll run through a wall, but he is a kid. And he is a kid that was living his dream of making it to the NFL and playing for the New York Giants and starting and scoring touchdowns, and that got taken away from him. And if you've ever been hurt, foot, ankle, leg, I was talking about this earlier. You know, he's not living a regular life right now. He can't sleep properly. He can't shower properly. He can't drive properly. When he goes out in public, he's got to be on a scooter with that leg elevated. He can't walk properly. That takes a toll on you. And people want to make all these jokes about, oh, CTE, you can donate his brain to science. CTE, like that's funny and all, but at the same time, there is a mental health aspect of like, think about how depressed you are as a rookie. You make it to the NFL, you only get to play a handful of games, you're hurt, you're done, you're watching the team lose, and you're like, I could have affected winning, and I can't do anything right now. That's why I like that he's showing his personality, he's live streaming, he's talking about tacos and how to turn the taco, not talk to, he's showing his shoulder, he's going to UFC, he's doing content, he's getting his grills, he's doing things to still be prominent, to have fun and show who he is, because he can't do the main thing that we know him for, which is play football.
He chugged a energy drink out of his cleat tonight. Did you see that?
No, I've been working.
I just saw this pop up on the timeline. He celebrated 1,000 subscribers. He poured a full energy drink into one of his cleats.
But you see the business? 1,000 subscribers. Those subscribers pay $5 a month to watch his streams. You do the math. It's business. And all this was WWE, which is huge business, giving his business and the Giants a little bit of bump. It's fine. But again, I go back to it being low-hanging fruit. And I also go back to how the Jets and Giants are terrible, but they're great for radio. I've been saying that all week. Since I've been on the fan, 4 years, my first show I came on, they fired Jason Garrett. And then soon to follow was Joe Judge. And it is so easy to talk about how bad they are. It's not fun. But like if it bleeds, it leads. The Jets and Giants have been bleeding out for years. 888-808-1019. It's easy for a radio host, for anybody that does sports talk online, on YouTube, on Twitter, on the radio, to talk about the Jets and Giants, because they just keep creating new ways to be laughed at. They just keep finding new lows, from Aaron Glenn shenanigans to Cam Skattaboo's shenanigans. Keith McPherson on FM, man. I'll take your calls. We got to take this break, though. I'll be right back.
It's Chris McMonigle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
This is what will be and should be a very enticing job for any head coaching candidate out there. Don't ruin it by keeping a GM who week to week proves he isn't fit.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is here for the holidays. Enjoy a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's got everything you need to keep your holiday season running. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead directly on the Dunkin' app. After all, the holidays run on Dunkin'. No substitutions. Participation times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Together, let's drive a Paramus Chevrolet. For $447 a month and $2164 due at delivery, lease a brand new Traverse 4D Wagon LT with front-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Calling all hoops fans, get off the bench and onto the court for another exciting basketball season with BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss a single highlight or buzzer-beating shot by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RedMetrics Root Score Report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And now, your New York Knicks. All right, we got the Knicks game on in here. Keith McPherson on the fan, Rami Lavi behind the glass. And we're going to watch the Knicks, and we'll keep you updated on that. But, of course, we're talking about the Jets and the Giants because it's easy. It's so easy. They give us so many good things to talk about but winning. You know, I was talking to one of my homies recently, and I've said this a couple times, and my boy was like, all right, you're coming up on 4 years on the fan. And he's like, all 4 years, like the Jets and Giants haven't been good. I'm like, 1 year the Giants made the playoffs. He's like, yeah, but that set them back. He's like, don't you wish like you could like be in a radio market or on the radio talking about like the Rams or the Patriots or the Chiefs or the Eagles, maybe be on WIP? I'm like, yes and no. Because what helps me out is I'm not a fan of either team. I'm a football fan, but like my heart is not in either one of the sufferings of the Jets or the Giants. I could just talk about them both objectively. And I guess I would like to be, you know, riding the bandwagon, right? Because like since I don't have a team, NFL free agent, you know, I root for the parlays. Since I don't have a team, I guess I would like to be, you know, because I'm on the team at WFAN at a radio station where, you know, if you're in LA, you're talking about the Rams and the Chargers every week, and it's fun because it's like, oh, you see Devontae Adams, you see Puka Nacua, you see Justin Herbert, but nah, you know, for the most part here, we're talking about, this whole week we've been talking about WWE and Cam Skattaboo. We're talking about Abdul Carter falling asleep. We're talking about, you know, Tyrod Taylor starting for the Jets and what quarterback they need to draft. And it's tankathon already. And that has been the same in the last few years.
If you were in LA, you'd be the only Charger or Rams fan.
Right. That's the thing, too. In LA, they're talking about the Dodgers or the Lakers, LeBron coming back. They don't really care about football like that. They're probably talking about USC. I don't know what market. I think I threw out Chicago. I'm like, I think in the Chicago market, they're having a good time with the Bears this year. Definitely in Philly, it's Eagles. The Phillies have let them down. The Sixers, maybe. But I don't care. I don't mind it. We have two football teams in this city. When can we have both of these football teams be on top? That would be glorious.
Are you buying the Bears?
No, not in this NFC. No.
That's what I'm saying. So in Chicago, they're probably bashing the Bears despite the record.
No, but they'll take it because they've been starved for so long. They will take it. They will take it. My boy's a Chicago fan. They ripped off like I think 4 or 5 wins in a row, and it was like it was up. Their tailgate. I've been to Soldier Field. I like their tailgate vibe. It's cold out there by the lake, but like they have an old school football fan base and culture out there. And I mean, they did a bunch of winning with the Bulls. They did a bunch of winning with the Blackhawks. The Cubs won the World Series. It took 100+ years. You know, it's been a while with the Bears. They're trying to get the Bears back right. I'm sure they're enjoying Caleb Williams and first-year head coach Ben Johnson and the success that they've had. But when will the Jets and the Giants, and if you actually look at it, it should time up, right? Get a new head coach for the Jets, or you have a new head coach for the Jets, new GM in year 1. Give them maybe the next 2-3 years. And then the Giants, it shouldn't take them. The Giants should be competitive next year. If they actually hit on the right GM and head coach, they should be competitive next year. So maybe in 2 years from now, 2027, you're listening to the fan and we're like, well, guess it's going to be Jets and Giants Super Bowl. No, it's not going to ever happen. Bobby is in Belmore on the fan. What's up, Bobby?
Well, before I say the Giants, but maybe it is related to the Giants. Maybe Jack, you should play for the Giants. He'll fit right in. I don't understand how the guy could fall on a piece of glass.
I've been trying to not do that.
I mean, we know. I mean, he must have had a few in him. I mean, come. I mean,
I've been blaming Frank the Tank because Frank the Tank brings just some weird cosmic negative energy into the building. They decided to have Frank the Tank's 50-year-old birthday with the Devils like he's a 13-year-old kid, like he's a Make-A-Wish kid. And of course, that night, the same night that Frank the Tank breaks bread with them at the, speaking of Chicago Cut Steakhouse, Jack Hughes leans on a glass.
It doesn't make sense. He said he fell on a glass and he leaned on.
Yeah, but he had to have surgery, and it was like to like put his finger back or something. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah. I thought he'd be out months. I thought 2 months. I thought it'd be longer than that. But cutting a tendon
might be. It's bad. Exactly.
It's sad. I think he had like Sanchez. I knew that thing wasn't kosher either, but who they won't tell you the story. But anyway, let me go to the Giants. Now, listen, I agree with you about that. The kid has a right to live his life, But, I mean, why can't you just it's just a bad look, Keith. I mean, why can't you just attend the event? I mean, his friend of his has a half a sack, and he's done nothing this year. And, forget about, misdemeanors and all that. I mean, why can't you just go to the event and sit in the front row?
And Roy Robertson Harris was there, and nobody has mentioned him. Roy Robertson Harris was the guy in the Yankees jersey. He looks like a security guard, and he's like not somebody that people are as familiar with. He's gone scot-free. But, this is what it is. They were always going to the event, and this was staged, and this was planned, and this was okayed by the Giants, and it's okay. Nobody was harmed in the act. It's okay.
How did he get into the ring? That's what I'd like to know. I didn't see it.
No,
how did he get
okay, you didn't see it. He didn't. It was the ring came to him. They came out of the ring to where he was sitting, and there was a barrier between them. So a lot has been.
He wasn't in the ring.
Yeah, no way. if they would have had to airlift him into the ring. They would have had to roll him. They would need a ramp to get him in the ring because he's on a scooter.
The bottom line is the last 5 years, the Jets and the Giants are the same. The Giants have become the Jets. And they have the two worst records in the league since 2017. And, then they're hiring coach and then a GM and the GM and the coach, just like the Jets are, the Giants. And it's just very sad. Both their seasons ended Halloween every year now. And, I know Dart, and we didn't see Jaxson Dart there, thank God. I mean, if I would have seen Jaxson Dart there, I would have really been upset. But
thanks for the call, Bobby. Jaxson was not going to go. And I know that I listened to Evan and Tiki that day, and Evan and Tommy are big WWE fans. They had the whole plot. They knew that something was going on and that they would be there. But Jaxson Dart, I think, made the choice to opt out. I think he knew better. I'm in concussion protocol. I'm the starting quarterback of the team. I'm trying to return this week. If I'm around this pushing and shoving, and somebody accidentally bumps into my head, no. And I did hear from somewhere that Cooper DeJean was there with Big Dom, and they weren't in the act at all. You know why?
They also won a Super Bowl.
Exactly. Because as we talk about Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, if they probably brought that to the table, hey, we want to do a little bit of tussling with them. No, we're trying to go back-to-back. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Actually, Dom, make sure you take care of him and make sure none of those New Yorkers get at him. No. We don't need to do any of that. But at the end of the day, folks, let's inhale, exhale over the whole Cam Skattaboo thing. He didn't get hurt. He didn't re-injure the ankle, and he's out. And they're going to lose anyway. What are we talking about? It'd be one thing if he was an active player. He's on the shelf. It'd be another, even if he did re-injure it, right? He's not coming back till next year. He has all the time in the world to heal. This is a kid. You don't remember being a kid? You did a lot of stupid stuff as a kid. I know I did. I still do stupid stuff as a grown man. This wasn't stupid. This was actually smart. He just celebrated 100,000 subscribers. He's making $5 a month off of each subscriber. He's got a whole new revenue stream off of being himself on webcam because he can't be himself on the field on Sundays. I love it. I'm all for it. 888-808-1019. We're running out of time. Time flies when you have fun. It's already 10 o'clock. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We got the Knicks on right now. I have hit on all of the Tyrod Taylor Jet stuff. I have hit on a lot of the Giants, Cam Skattaboo Dart stuff. All right, we'll start to do some of the Trent Grisham, Pete Alonso, Edwin Diaz, Devin Williams, Cody Bellinger, Alex Bregman. We'll start doing some of the hot stove conversation. I'm kind of not really trying to, but I know it's part of the job. We got to do it. You guys want to do it. You guys love to talk baseball. It's the Fan in New York. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Hey, everyone. This is Boomer Esiason, and I'm here to tell you all about United Healthcare and their Oxford products. They've served me well for 41 years, and I've been very happy with the coverage that I've received. In fact, they're not only my insurance carrier, United Healthcare also supports my foundation in our quest to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. So when you play pro football, you learn pretty fast that you can't win without teammates you can rely on. The same is true for your health plan. And that's why Oxford plans from United Healthcare include all kinds of benefits for your employees, like $0 deductible options, virtual care with $0 copays, and the ability to earn up to $700 a year just for taking healthy actions. Care for your employees and savings for you? You'll get that too. Check out Oxford, now with more ways to help your employees and bottom line stay healthier. Contact your broker or visit uhc.com/Oxford to learn more. Oxford Insurance products are underwritten by Oxford Health Insurance Incorporated.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Ray Cattina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Cattina Lexus of Monmouth. One legendary name, two exceptional destinations.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Jalen Brunson is back, the captain back for the Knicks after missing just a week with a sprained ankle. He's 1 of 3 from the floor in the first couple of minutes, just knocked down his first bucket. Knicks came out a little slow, just 3 of 10 from the floor, a 3 from Landry Shamet, and a 3 from Mikal Bridges as they trail the Mavericks 11-8, about 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Meanwhile, I was already out there, but Aaron Glenn made it official. Tyrod Taylor gets the nod over Justin Fields.
Yeah, I said that on Monday. Talked to both of those guys, talked to the team on Monday, so Tyrod will be our starter. Why did you decide to make that move? Because I wanted to.
Meanwhile, Jaxson Dart seems to be on track to return from concussion protocol, practiced on a limited basis, still not fully cleared. As for the other first-round pick, Mike Kafka, very supportive of Abdul Carter despite his one-series benching last week for missing a walkthrough.
I'd expect him to approach like he does every day. He practices his tail off. He plays his tail off. He's continuing to learn and grow as a young player, and I'm proud of him for how he's handled these things. It hasn't been an easy couple days, but I'm proud of him, and I think he's earned a lot of respect in the locker room. Will continue to grow and be a great teammate and learn from the things that he's done.
42 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
Check. Mic check. Mic check 1, 2. Let's get back to doing exactly what we do. Keith McPherson on the Fan, watching the Knicks now. Klay Thompson out there. Meg the Stallion's boyfriend out there. Josh Hart and these guys hooping. The Dallas Mavericks. It's 11-8 Dallas early on here. I need my glasses. Is that 6:10? But 6:10 to go in the first. The game started a little bit late, but that happens when you have a game on before it. We'll keep eyes on that. We were talking a lot about Cam Skattaboo. Let's take another call on the Scat Man. Billy in Red Bank. How you doing?
Hey, Keith. Doing good, man. I just want you to know I'm a big fan of yours. I'm a 64-year-old timer here, and I like the way you bring it. I don't want to say you're like a young Mike Francesa, but you have your own style, but you're knowledgeable, and you're knowledgeable in a lot of ways. And, I just enjoy you, man. So with that, being a Philly guy, I got to say, this Cam Skattaboo, to me, he's like a young John Riggins, and John Riggins had personality and flair.
44?
But after he ran over the Eagles on that Sunday night game, to see his parents be introduced after the game, if he caught the interview, I mean, you can see. I mean, the kid's got character.
I mean, he could play for my squad any day, man.
Me too. Big fan of the guy.
Everybody's putting down. How about how they put down the GM? But you're not the draft
I'm trying. I've been putting the GM down for a few years now.
Right? And you say you don't have a spot, but I've been listening to you. I know you're a Cowboys fan. Come on, you don't want to say it anymore? What was that?
No, I
You lost
quit.
me there.
Loyalty one way is stupidity. Thanks for the call and compliments, Billy. Short thing? It must be a short thing. He called from Red Bank. I got some motion down there. The motion from Ocean. You know, that's what it is. Monmouth County supports Monmouth County. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, Cam Skattaboo, and it's been well documented in my show, I've been a fan of since I saw him playing at Arizona State. You know, and he transferred from Sacramento State. He's from Sacktown. And yeah, shout out to his parents. You know, I see them pop up on social media. They just seem like real American people, and their son just loves to play some football. He's just, you know, a regular dude, man, that is crazy and has some talent and has worked to get to where he is. And people have all these opinions about him. And something I was saying the other night, it doesn't matter. No such publicity is bad publicity. He's not doing anything criminal. He's not doing anything wrong. It's his ankle that's hurt. He is hurt. He is affected. He doesn't want to just be outside or be inside, never go outside, sit there and sulk. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for the young man. You know what? I really feel like as well, his spirits being up, him connecting with people online, him having the success of his Twitch channel. I subscribed. That stuff lifts his spirits, and that's connected to the healing process. If you want this kid to come back and be cat. Hold on. They call foul on that? Was that and one? That was tough. See, Cat is here and there because he hears you say that he doesn't take it to the rack enough, he's not in the paint enough, and then sometimes he'll yam on somebody like that where you're like, whoa, hold on.
But that's why
Look out on your head top.
But that's why you have to take those threes if you're Cat, because otherwise they don't step out on you
Exactly.
like that. So he has to keep shooting those threes.
Exactly.
That's
The
whole
threat
benefit.
of the
He's not
three.
the quickest guy, but
And
if
then you
have
put
to
the
step
ball
out
down.
on him,
Exactly.
he drives right past you.
Good to see Cat and Brunson back. Josh
And that's
Hart on
another
the floor.
thing. The guy was helping to Brunson.
And Brunson
he
gave the ball up.
Ran out to Cat, and Cat gets right around. It's great offense.
But yeah,
Gotta
Cam
hit the free throw,
Skattaboo, knocked the free throw down. But he did take a little bit of a spill, so maybe he was rattled, whatever. Cam Skattaboo, a speedy recovery. We'll see you in 2026, toting the rock, and hopefully you don't lose a step. And there'll be more to come from Cam Skattaboo. There will be more media things. There will be more. I think I read that he's going to go back to Arizona State. Should he not get on a plane? Oh, no. Should he not fly? Enough already, man. Let's go to Brick. AC, you're on the fan.
What's going on, man?
You know, watching the Knicks now, taking calls.
I'm watching the Knicks, too. Hopefully they win. Get my mind off that Trent Grisham nonsense.
We're going to do it. Robert, I see you. We're going to talk Trent Grisham in a minute. I just been not trying to do it either because it is nonsense.
I mean, what the hell are we doing? I mean, you got to go get Tucker. We don't want Trent Grisham. That guy did nothing in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just I wish the qualifying offer thing was something that happened in January. It's just like that, for that to be the first thing in the offseason, it doesn't make you feel great about what's to come. But hey, it shouldn't stop the Yankees from getting Cody Bellinger or anyone else. They have a few other holes.
And look, Grisham can't hit leadoff next year. Not hit leadoff.
I don't want to see him lead off ever again for the Yankees. And
I would rather see Jazz lead off.
Yeah, I mean, they had Gleyber Torres. They didn't give him the qualifying offer. Gleyber Torres was a good leadoff hitter in the postseason anyway.
And I think that's the reason Judge's RBIs were low, too.
Sure. I don't know. It's Cashman, whatever. It's Cashman's team, and Cashman gave him the qualifying offer and said, we'd be happy to have him back. Be careful what you wish for.
You know what's going to be next? Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, traded. They're going to go to another team, all-star caliber player.
Well, they could do that if they lock up Belly for the next 6-7 years.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we're about to see. But I also have fear that the Dodgers are going to be players, and definitely the Mets are going to be players for Bellinger. And Scott Boras does not have any loyalty to Brian Cashman or the Yankee fan base. He's going to get top dollar for his client and urge his client to take the highest offer every single time.
They're clearly not after that scumbag Soto last year.
Well, deja vu. But Karl Anthony Towns, we were speaking on. You were going to add about Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, Karl Anthony Towns. Look, this guy is too much on and off. I can't take it.
Yeah, well, he's the bodega cat. He's a part of this Knicks team that's supposed to go on to the finals. You can't take it. Like, you need him. He has to play well. It might not be every night, but like, he's a very important part of this team. You traded for him. That's why you can't trade for Giannis. You traded for him. You traded for Mikal Bridges. He's yours.
I agree with that. I mean, I just can't. This guy, 40-foot threes. I mean, sometimes they go in, it's nice, but then when he misses, it's like, what the hell are you doing?
The best big man shooter of all time. He's going to chuck it up, and he's being told by Mike Brown to do so. We were just talking about it. It also creates some space for him. It's a threat. They got to guard him out there on the three. He puts the ball on the floor. He can get to the rack.
He needs to play some more bully ball.
I know, but that's not his priority. You know, that's not his first thing. That's not his first move. That's not his first thought. Like, that's why I said sometimes he forgets who he is. Thanks for the call, bro. 888-808-1019 as we pick up the pace. Keith McPherson on the Fan, talking everything. And now let's go to Robert in Brick as well. We're getting a lot of the Shore energy. We're getting a lot of the Jersey Shore energy.
Hey, Keith, how's it going?
It's going. I don't know.
So let's get started on the business, all right? Trent Grisham.
Mm-hmm.
I am bamboozled by this. Sincerely.
Flabbergasted, dude. It's unfortunate. I was not happy when the alert came through.
I mean, they thought he wasn't going to accept it coming off like 34 home runs. But, I mean, listen, Trent Grisham had a very good year last year, but I just can't imagine Trent Grisham being paid $22 million again, man. There's so much better stuff they could do with that money, you know?
Well, he was paid $5 million last year. He just got himself a $17 million raise, and the thing that I'm struggling with is I don't think there's any way he duplicates the year that he just had. Like, to pay him $22 million first, and then they can't have a self-imposed limit on what they're going to spend if that's what they're doing. And they didn't have to give him the qualifying offer. You could have if you wanted to bring him back, you could have let him test the market and bring him back.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I watched Spencer Jones through the minor leagues, through, Somerset and whatnot. I am not a fan of his. I mean,
I don't think he's ready, and I don't think that they believe in him either.
I mean, 40% strikeout. He either hits 6 home runs in like 6 games, or he's, goes in long cold streaks. I mean, his swing is simply not going to work, and they have lost all of his trade value. Keep him down into the minor leagues so he's 25 years old.
Thanks for the call, Robert. I will disagree some. He hit over 30 homers in the minors last year. I would argue that his trade value's never been higher. He hasn't cracked Major League Baseball yet. People might be more interested in him than Dominguez. We've seen enough games from Dominguez. He's ours, the Martian. But you go get Cody Bellinger, and Dominguez has another year of his development slowed down because he's going to be the 4th outfielder on the bench. But I don't think they care. I don't think they love Dominguez. And I also don't think that they believe Spencer Jones is MLB ready this year. So expect some trades. That's the other thing. Like, Cashman better wheel and deal. Maybe get some money off the books, but I don't know who you move. You can't trade Stanton. Rodon's hurt. Nobody's going to take Rodon's money. And you guys can miss me thinking that they're going to be able to just move Ryan McMahon. They traded for him and the control of Ryan McMahon. I don't know. He can't hit. So it's a big problem that you're going to have, right? I don't know. I don't want to create problems. I don't want to act like I know what the future holds. I don't want to be the Yankee fan that on November 19th is just like so down on the team. My hopes were not up. I had no expectations really anyway. But I just think we had the freaking okey doke because a week ago There was a report that Trent Grisham was going to decline the offer, so we didn't even think about it after that. And then 2 weeks ago, it was like the Yankees give him the offer. A week ago, he's going to decline the offer. Phew, all right, dodged one there with that, and then he takes it. Shout out to my guy, Jackson Brody. I was on a call with Jackson yesterday, and he, like, at 4 o'clock on the dot, we're wrapping up our call, and he breaks the news to me. And he's a Yankee fan, too, and he goes, oh, my God, bro. Trent Grisham took the qualifying offer, and we both got off the call. I got to go tend to this. I got to go talk to somebody. I got to see a therapist over this right now. Greg is in Belleville on the Fan. What's up, Greg?
Keith, what's going on, brother? How are you, man?
I'm all right. I don't want to act like it's the end of the world that we bring back a guy that just had a career year and did help us win games, and he's a clubhouse guy, and maybe he loves New York, and you never turned down your first fortune, so of course he took the qualifying offer, but it doesn't make you excited. It doesn't make you optimistic about what's going to come next for the Yankees to improve this team this offseason going into 2026.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disaster. I didn't know what to think when he kind of accepted it because I was looking at Heyman too, and then he said he was going to decline the offer, and then it's like, oh my God, this guy really accepted it. So, like, I mean, I'm kind of indifferent about it. I mean, it's a little annoying because I feel like it's kind of stopping the gap between the young guys. So, like, if we're gonna sign Trent Grisham, unless we're training him in the offseason, like, we need to I really feel like agreeing with, like, you know, what you guys were talking about before. Like, I think we need to get a leadoff hitter. So, like, if we're trying to get someone, like, I don't know how we can finesse a way to, like, maybe move Dominguez.
Cashman's supposed to know.
Or something like that.
Cashman's supposed to know. And I had a thought that Dominguez was their only option as the leadoff hitter going into next year. But, like, if you bring Bellinger back, Bellinger's playing left field, Dominguez is not playing. He's not going to DH unless Stan gets hurt opening presents on Christmas Eve. Like, I don't know, man. And even if that's the case, like, I don't know. I don't know. Cashman's got to know. Cashman's got to know.
Yeah, even like last year, like, I felt like, I feel like we just don't give these guys the runway. And, like, I get it. Like, bro, there's no excuse. Like, Trent Grisham went crazy last year. It was, like, ridiculous. But we all knew, like, he wasn't doing this again. And I think he kind of knew it a little bit. He's like, man, they're giving me $20 million? Like, maybe I should take this a little bit.
Yeah.
This is not a bad idea.
No, he said, hey. That's why I said never turn down your first fortune. You got $22 million staring at you, and you just played here in New York. You live here in New York. Like, the short porch is there. You just had your best year of your career. Run it back. But the Yankees shouldn't have given him that. Yeah. The Yankees shouldn't have given him that option. They didn't have to do that. That's why I'm like, to me, the pros and cons, the cons outweigh the pros. And it's hard for us as Yankee fans to feel like Hal Steinbrenner as well as Brian Cashman are going to go out there, get Cody Bellinger, get a starting pitcher, get some other arms for this bullpen, get us a right-handed hitting catcher. Who's going to play shortstop? Jose Caballero for 2 months? 3 months? And then,
dude, Volpe's clearly the guy, man. He's clearly the best shortstop, best shortstop prospect. The boys.
Like,
dude,
how is Volpe going to improve? We're talking about the team improving. How is Volpe going to improve when he has to heal first? And then he heals, he comes back the same player. He's going to go to the Somerset Patriots and play some games, and as soon as he's ready, they're going to pop him back in. Like, to me, that doesn't sound like a recipe for success. To me, that doesn't sound like a way to get better.
No, I agree. I think he's going to struggle coming back, but if we're going to sign this guy, man, unless we're trading him and make it some big move, like, we got to move these young guys and do something because
they can't trade him until June 15th, I think is what the word is out there. They're not trading him. They like him.
I heard that this morning,
They like Trent Grisham. They like Trent Grisham.
He's awesome, bro. Trent Grisham is a great guy, but we got to do something. Like, if we're going to sign this guy, bro, like, we got to make some moves, man, because clearly, like, we just need someone to move the needle a little bit. I feel like if we're going to talk about batting, like, I think just Stephen Kwan makes most sense because we get a leadoff hitter that we've been starving for, but
the Guardians don't rock with us, bro. The Guardians are not trading us Stephen Kwan because they're going to want Cam Schlittler. They're going to want,
And you know what? That's why you should have let Jason Dominguez rock, bro, because, you don't give the guy a little bit of runway. I know, he has his battles. Like, he's sometimes a little rough to watch in left field. I get it, but maybe
the more at bats that he gets, the more pitches he sees, the better he'll be. He's a ball player. He's an athlete.
And athletic. He's athletic. Like, dude, that guy's going to figure it out. Like, that guy can hit the ball and he can run. So it's just annoying, man. These guys, I mean, baseball's the only thing I kind of watch all year. So I'm just, dude, beginning of the offseason, signing off with Trent Grisham, I'm not about it.
Thanks for the call, Greg. Yeah, it doesn't. The first thing I tweeted out was, I don't think the Yankee universe is celebrating this. I was on a call with a Yankee fan. I had multiple people text me, WTF. I think most of us thought there's no way he's accepting this qualifying offer, and that's a lot of money.
The way I find out is I'm in the elevator here coming up for my shift yesterday, and I got a text from my cousin who's a Red Sox fan. And he's like,
and they're celebrating it.
Yeah, he's like, ha ha ha,
Yeah.
you guys, he actually took it. What the hell? I'm like, oh my, and that's a Red Sox fan.
Yeah, because
we were at the games together against the Red Sox, the wild card games.
Because the Red Sox can go out there and spend.
He saw him strike out in every big spot in that series.
What's stopping the Red Sox from bringing back Alex Bregman and also offering Pete Alonso? What's stopping them from adding another pitcher? What's stopping them from trading for? All right, revisit the trade for Joe Ryan. You were close. Like I don't know. We don't know. I keep saying I don't know because I don't know the future. I don't have a crystal ball, and I love the Yankees and all, but I'm not pumped, bro. I'm not excited. I'm not optimistic for next season. I think they're going to be mid, and like.
Now the floor, the base level, people are like, well, now they have to bring Bellinger back.
Have to.
Even if they bring him back, that's just running it back.
Exactly. That's not improving. He was here last year, and it's not a guarantee that he has the year that he had last year. And now you're playing the dangerous game with Scott Boras and the rest of the league where, okay, if you have a self-imposed limit on your spending, if it's $308 million, you don't feel like you have to spend $300 million to field a championship caliber team, which is cap. Because if you look at the Dodgers, like back-to-back seasons, they spent the most money. Back-to-back seasons, they won. And I know they have the deferrals loophole, but still, they spent money. They brought in a lot of players. They brought in a lot of talent. It helped them out. Look at their pitchers. Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Yamamoto. It was worth it. They're back-to-back champions. It's historic. They had two parades. I have friends that are Dodgers fans. They love the Dodgers. The Dodgers can do no wrong. Take all of my money. Yes, my whole family needs season tickets. There's a waiting list for season tickets. You can't get into place because they did what it takes. And because of the Dodgers ruining baseball, when we end up locking out, where are the Yankees going to be? Oh, the Yankees will be staring their longest drought in their history in the face. The Yankees will be looking at one championship in 27 years. The Yankees will be looking at Garrett Cole being a year older, Aaron Judge being a year older, maybe the window closing for two of the best players in their generations. I'm getting mad.
How much do you think the impending lockout is contributing to guys taking deals now and taking their qualifying offers? And we've seen a couple early contracts.
Yeah, it's happening now. Look at Trent Grisham.
100%. That's what I'm saying. You think that's a big factor, right?
Get
the
paid.
Fact that there's going to be a lockout.
Get paid this year because we don't know what's going to happen next year. There could be a work stoppage.
Live baseball.
And a salary cap. And what baseball? Live baseball.
That's what's coming next. Oh, I promise you, if there's a lockout, somebody will swoop right in. They'll be like, hey,
somebody with some money,
baseball league.
Yeah, is going to try and cook up. And there's baseball players over. Oh, the Savannah Bananas are already on it. You see how the Savannah Bananas are building? You might not. I'm such a Savannah Bananas fan. The Savannah Bananas started off as one team, like a Harlem Globetrotters team, and now they are building out a whole league for the Savannah Bananas to play against. And they're drafting players, and they're finding those players from every crevice of the United States that didn't make it. And the qualifications are, you got to be able to ball and bop. You got to be able to play baseball and dance. Come on down. And I watched them sell out Yankee Stadium back-to-back nights. I watched them fill up Yankee Stadium with yellow jerseys.
If the Yankees played 2 games a year, they'd also sell out Yankee Stadium.
This is
not apples to apples.
This is banana ball.
I know, but
you
still,
can't
it's like the
name
circus
these
coming
players.
to town.
There is no Aaron Judge in banana ball. It is like the circus coming to town. It's also like a concert coming to town.
Exactly. It's you do a couple nights in each place. The Dodgers should do that, honestly. They're that good. They should come play, they should pay the rest of the teams when there's a lockout. The Dodgers should make their own. Come watch us.
Dodger ball, yeah.
Yeah. We'll come to every city, play a couple nights, and book.
Man, I just don't know. If I'm running the Yankees right now and I see the Dodgers win back-to-back World Series, there's a thought in my head that they're the first team to do it since the Yankees did it. And I don't want them to erase our history and become the next team to three-peat. I'm also looking at the Dodgers and the Blue Jays and the 7 games that they played and how epic that World Series was and how close, just as close as the Blue Jays were to winning the World Series, the Yankees were just that close to winning the division. And I'm looking at those two teams that ended my 2025 and 2024 season, and I'm saying I'm close, but I think the Yankees look at it and they say, we're close, we're good. And I'm looking at it, I'm saying we're close, and I'm mad, and I'm fired up to get ahead of them and do what's necessary. And if there is a lockout, F it, I'm spending. I'm blowing the budget. I'm going all out this year to win in 2026. Then you can lock it down. You know? 888-808-1009. I don't know. I guess I'm the only one that feels that way. Bruce is in Brooklyn on the Fan next. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Keith. Nice to talk to you.
You as well. Thanks for calling.
The first time I heard your show, I was a little skeptical, but I got to say you're a very, very good listen to.
Same.
Really, you've come a long way.
Took a little while. I was scared. I was nervous. I hated the sound of my own voice. I would go back and listen to my show afterwards, and I would dread the next day. I got over it, though.
Oh, yeah, well, you're doing a great job. I really, you're a good listen to on the way home from work, like tonight.
Thank you.
So I wanted to talk. I blame upper management. I mean, I blame Cashman and I blame Hal because they don't seem to care that they don't win, and I know George used to spend like crazy, and that always wasn't a great thing, but Cashman's ego seems to be in the way. Everybody could see that Volpe was having a hard time down the stretch last year, and they should have played Caballero, but they won't get rid of Volpe, and they re-signed Grisham because Cashman, just does not want to come off as if he doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, they don't want to have egg on their face. They have a ton of pride involved with and I say it all the time, they die hard on their own trades, their own contracts, and their own roster decisions. So much so they'll literally die on them. They'll bat Trent Grisham lead off the entire postseason knowing that it's not working. They won't change the lineup. They won't drop anybody in the lineup. They have Caballero. They won't sit Volpe down. Like, it's frustrating. The Dodgers made changes in the World Series to win. Mookie Betts, who's got the most rings of any active player, they dropped him in the lineup.
There was no reason why Caballero shouldn't have been playing shortstop last year because Volpe, and that's another thing, the Yankees hype up their prospects so much, and then when they bring him up to the majors, they abandon him. They don't give them playing time. They don't believe in them, and it's just I would trade Jones, I would trade Dominguez, I would trade Volpe. Because they're never going to live up to the hype that the Yankees PR machine put out for them.
Right, and hype them up and go actually get somebody of value. Like they hyped up Caleb Durbin and they got Devin Williams and they let Devin Williams blow 13 games and that cost you the division. Thanks for the call, Bruce. I'm getting upset, man. I am getting upset.
And the perfect example.
I was having a good time, but now you guys are bringing me back. This is why we banned
the Trent Grisham talk tonight.
Well, that's exactly why I was trying to push the Trent Grisham conversation. Like, not even. I talked about Brunson and Tyrod and Jaxson Dart and Cam Scott. I'm like, I knew this was going to get me to a place where I was just uncomfortable and not feeling well.
But Trent Grisham is the perfect example of that with the Yankees because he doesn't get a lick the entire 2024 season because they need to play Alex Verdugo over him. Then 2025, they play him to the point they fall so in love with him that they won't even sit him or move him down in the lineup in the playoffs when he's clearly costing them. Meanwhile, how about Miguel Vargas for the Dodgers? If he's not in the lineup there, they don't win the World Series. He hits the biggest home run.
Yeah, Miguel Rojas. I know who you
bad.
mean. That's what I know who you're talking about. I watched. And the most unlikeliest of heroes.
But it always is that, right?
That's
Rajai
baseball.
Davis moment.
And exactly, and that's their manager. Their manager told a story about how his wife was saying he was going to hit a home run in the World Series. Going to hit a home run in the World Series. Him, the 9-hitter,
could barely get a hit.
He was dumpster juice until they needed him. Boy. Like, the Yankees have too much pride to change their lineup. The Yankees will die on it. They'll let Volpe strike out the entire time and just say, well, Tom. Oh, man. Let's talk about something else, bro. Oh, we got a break here. It's 10:30. And I'm sending Rami something to queue up. everything is on the table. Open mic time starts now. I usually wait till 11 o'clock. Everything is on the table now because the Yankees grind my gears, and this Yankees offseason started with Ryan Yarbrough as your bridge starter until Cole and Rodon come back, and Trent Grisham locked in as your 2026 center fielder. And now it's up in the air whether we bring Cody Bellinger back, and we'll see what happens with Dominguez and Jones and the rest of the holes in the roster. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Beat the rush and get great deals at the Jeep Black Friday sales event. For well-qualified current FCA lessees, get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $379 a month for 42 months with $2,039 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 26,250. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 12/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24, and ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
rinse it out.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Ho, ho, ho. Quality is very important here at the North Pole. You see, I checked my list once, twice, all done.
Well, Santa, quality's important to us at Nissan, too. We actually test every model thousands of times. There's the frame twist test, shaker test, corrosion test, drive load test, tug-of-war test, towing test, off-roading test, practical strength test, splash test, corrugated road test, chassis dynamics test, water intrusion test, extreme heat test, extreme cold test, rough road test, jump test, curb impact test, and physical parts tests.
Save on J.D. Power's #1 mainstream brand and new vehicle quality at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Rogue Platinum, 2025 Murano, or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, open mic time. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're talking sports. Open mic time means you can bring anything to the table, and I'll bring some things to the table as well. 888-808-1019. Preferably something that you haven't heard about yet, something that maybe we haven't hit on. I'm going to go away from the baseball now because I know we're going to go back there. I did enough ranting and crying about, state of the Yankees and the offseason and Brian Cashman and the Yankees being stuck in their ways and the Dodgers win again. But, Monday Night Football was on, and I was on after. And I talked about how Keon Coleman missed a meeting. And Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from the Bills, first-round pick out of Florida State, he was benched. He's a second-year player with the Buffalo Bills. He was benched, flat-out benched, didn't even dress. The Bills disciplined him, didn't need him. They went on to win, scored some 40 points in the win. Abdul Carter, he misses a walkthrough. He gets benched for a series. Okay, he missed a walkthrough. Then Monday night comes, and I'm watching the game. And the Dallas Cowboys go out there with Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, and Ryan Flournoy in a 3-wide receiver set. And since I used to rock with them, I'm like, what the hell are they doing? And it doesn't take anybody to rock with them or be a fan of them. If you're playing fantasy, if you're betting on anything, if you're watching the game, they called it out too. The camera pans to CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. They're benched. And I'm like, yo, what is going on in the league? Everybody's acting out. Everybody's just doing their own thing now. Come to find out, these guys were spotted in Vegas out until 7:30 in the morning on Monday. Now, follow me here. You put a team in Vegas, like Viva Las Vegas. I've never been, on purpose. I grew up going to Atlantic City from 16 on to now. I was there, I think, Labor Day weekend. I was always fearful of Vegas, like fearful that I might not make it back. So you put a team in Vegas, and these NFL players don't play until Monday night. They travel there over the weekend, like Friday, maybe Saturday because it's a Monday. Either way, they had plenty of time to go get into some shenanigans, and that's exactly what they did. CeeDee Lamb was spotted at the Red Rock Casino throwing up at 7:30 in the morning on Monday morning. George Pickens was also with him, seen gambling. And that story popped up today, and I'm like, okay, that explains it. But both of them played pretty well, scored touchdowns. Pickens played better than CeeDee Lamb. And, no harm, no foul.
You've never been to Vegas?
No, on purpose. I had 2 weddings that I dodged. Family, friends, and people. I used to be broke, bro. I used to be like, go to Vegas with my last $500. No, that sounds like a recipe for not making it back. And I used to be wild. I'm not proud of it, but I used to be like, we're going to get blacked out. We're going to do some stuff. The Hangover movie, I would have made my own Hangover movie. I wasn't going. I wasn't going for it, bro. I knew the 2 times that I really had an opportunity to go to Vegas, and I still have opportunity. Even as I'm older, I've had opportunities to go. If I wanted to book a flight to Vegas tomorrow, I could go. I'm older now. I'm different now. I don't want to go until I'm like I've been telling Giants fans, you know what game you go see? Giants versus Raiders coming up. Go to Vegas. You could beat the Raiders. Jaxson Dart back. That's a fun trip. But
Take your son for his 21st birthday.
Nah, hell no. My son's 21st birthday? Yikes. I don't even want to think about that. That's too long from now. But yeah, you put a team in Vegas. You don't expect these players. CeeDee Lamb just got paid last year. You don't expect these players with all of this money to go out there and do a little something. They can't. They're not going to sit in the hotel. And even after they have curfew, where they let's say the coach checks on them. You guys in your room? Yeah, we're in the room, coach. It's Vegas. They're on the prowl. They're going out on the street. They're going to do their thing. So yeah, I thought that was funny. Out of all of the reports, that was probably the worst one. That wasn't missing a meeting. Let's see. According to multiple team sources, both players showed up unfocused and tired for the matchup. Dallas made the decision to bench both starters, the opening drive, yada, yada, yada. The message came with consequences. Without their top players on the field, the Cowboys promptly went 3 and out. But then they went they smoked the Raiders. And that's another thing, too. It's not like you put the Patriots. It's not like you put the Bills. It's not like you put the Rams. You put the Raiders in Vegas. They're bums. You could beat them drunk. Let's go to Baruch in Brooklyn. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
Hey, Keith. How are you?
I'm watching the Knicks hoop a little bit. They're down, but that's not a problem. Talking sports. Thank you for calling. What you thinking about?
I want the Jets to take Fernando Mendoza.
Okay, tell us why.
I think he's the only quarterback that's fit right now.
Yeah, because of the reps, the experience. I think he was at Cal. Where did he come from before? Kirk Cignetti used to be at JMU, so I've, kind of taken a little bit of an eye on Indiana, rooting for them. And yeah, Fernando Mendoza was at University of Cal Berkeley before transferring to IU. He's 6'5", 225, and he has already put together a great highlight reel of plays this year where he's looking like the top pick at quarterback.
Yeah, the reason why I don't want Manning is because I think
Manning
he could be a bust if he comes out this year.
He won't come out this year, and even if he did, he's not going to be higher than the top guys. He's just got a good name, but young Arch has some more developing to do and much more to do there at Texas. I think he's going to stay and maybe next year be the guy. But you would hope that the Jets aren't picking another quarterback in the 2027 draft.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, young man. 888-808-1019. I mean, there could be some competition, but I don't expect the Jets to win. I don't expect the Jets to win out here. I think Tyrod will make them look more like an NFL offense. They still got to stop the other team. I don't think they have any shot against the Ravens this week. I do think they have a shot against the Falcons at home. I do think they have a shot against the Falcons at home, but the Falcons still have some good players, and Jeff Ulbricht's defense, Jeff Ulbricht might come back with a chip on his shoulder and be like, nah, we're smacking them. The Dolphins, I don't think they'll beat the Dolphins, Devin Achane, and they're not beating the Jags. Maybe they can beat the Saints. I don't think they're beating the Saints, though. By then, Tyler Shuck will have a lot of games under his belt, and that's in their building, and that's the week. That's the Sunday going into Christmas. They got a good fan base down there. They're not beating the Patriots. Maybe they win 2 more games. And that should have them picking in the top 5. Speaking of how bad the Raiders are, something else I haven't brought to the table. They told me, bust down my AP. Perfect time, man. Shedeur Sanders will get his first NFL start against the Raiders, a team that he was trying to lobby to get picked by. I remember him posting a video riding by there. There was some type of awards that went on when Antonio Pierce was still the coach. There was some type of acceptance speech where Deion got up there and said, yeah, now I just need y'all to draft my 2 sons. Oh, hey, ha, 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 ha. Sure. And Tom Brady was not going for it. But why can't the Browns beat the Raiders this week? Shedeur get the full first team reps this week? I think I saw they were plus 170. I should go check on that bet now before the odds change. The Raiders are not good. The Raiders are not good. Why can't the Browns beat them? Who do they have to block Myles Garrett? Nobody. They couldn't stop the rush of the Dallas Cowboys last week. So, yeah, man, NFL coming up soon. Was it week 12 now? Week 12. I got to write a week 12 rap. I don't have anything yet. I got to first come up with a beat, but we'll get there. We'll figure it out. Speaking of Viva Las Vegas, Will is out in Vegas. Will, how's the weather?
Dude. First, I'm on KM to AM. I can't believe I'm on KM to AM right now. What's up, Steve? How are you today? Great
What's up?
show. I listen to you all the time.
Thanks.
I can't believe I'm on this right now. That's sick. But it's hot. I'm not gonna lie. It's like 80-something degrees. It's dry. It's hot.
It's a desert. It's always. They're still going to the
But
pool
you know
out there.
what? It gets cold at night, Keith. You wouldn't believe that.
Okay. Yeah. I've been to Arizona.
It gets, like,
I've been to
real cold
Arizona.
at night, like New York City cold. I'm from Brooklyn. I grew up here in Brooklyn. Like,
So you got to have a hoodie. You got to keep the hoodie in the car.
no, like full-on cold.
Oh, you need a jacket. You need to have the coat.
And, like, it's like really cold. Like in December, it gets down to like 30 degrees.
I got to go. I got to figure out a trip. I never had a bachelor party. I dodged all my friends' bachelor party. Yeah, I got to go. Yeah, because I'm
into union. We unionize for bartenders. It's thick, local 165.
one day when I'm rich, I'm gonna go. One day I'm gonna go. When I'm rich, I'm gonna go by myself, and I'm gonna be off the grid for a week. I'm gonna be a menace.
For sure. What happened to your Caesar? You know what's up?
Rami goes, a week? Is a week too long to go to Vegas?
Dude, like a night or
Way
two
too
max.
long. You need like 3 days. 3 days, and then you'll sweat it out the other 4 days back home, you know?
See, I don't know. One day.
One day. We'll talk. We'll be in touch.
Okay.
But listen, I called you. I wanted to talk about my Giants, man. Like, I'm really, really, really stressed out. I'm not having a good time. I think we're making foolish decisions. I think we're telling people too many things. I think our guys are not locked in. What's going on? I hate that we fired Daboll. I hate it every single day. I curse it. It's not a great decision. If Jaxson Dart takes a step back, I know you said if Hooper's going to hoop, he's a hooper. I agree, Jaxson Dart's a hooper. But, like, if our rookie quarterback has a sophomore slump, we have to blame it on firing our head coach that had so much momentum.
Oh, I don't even want to speak that into existence, and that's something I really didn't think about because I'm so sure of Jaxson Dart. But if he regresses and he doesn't look good and he's turning the ball over and he's not himself, that's going to be a real talking point coming up this next week or weeks to follow. Hey, you got rid of Daboll. Like,
we got rid of, bro, they had a connection there. He ran into the blue tent with bro. He ran into the blue tent.
Cost the organization $200,000.
He got him out the blue tent. They had a connection. It was special. And we did not capitalize on that. And that's why we're going through the motions. And we are not going to be a great team because we didn't capitalize. We had something special. We ruined it for no reason.
Will, thanks for the call, man. Make sure you go out there December 28th when the Giants face the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium. 888-808-1019. Yeah, I know I was talking about it, and then I went on vacation. I think when I went on vacation, it was going into the Niners game, and then the Bears game happened the Sunday before I left, and then the Sunday after, I was gone that week. And my thought prior to that was maybe Daboll could save his job if they could beat Mac Jones, if they could beat Caleb Williams and the Bears. They got smoked by the Niners at home. They should have beat the Bears. But that's why he got fired. Because you can't blow another game that you have a 90+% win probability in the fourth quarter with minutes to go. Heads have to roll. And then also, I talk about this a lot, the Giants care about their building. They care about their fans and how their fans are going to react during their home games. And like, you've heard the reports the last 2 home games. Oh, yeah, we got to use the silent count. Yeah, because go Pack, go. The Packers have taken over your building. Bang, bang, Niner gang. The Niners fans have taken over your building. So I feel like the Giants fired the head coach and put Kafka there and then also sat Russell Wilson in an attempt to fire up the fan base. It did until you got to the end of the game and lost the game again. But this is a plot twist that I don't want to speak into existence, but since Will brought it to the table, what if, this is what we do on Sports Talk Radio, like, what if Jaxson Dart is not the same post-concussion? What if he's a different player? What if Jaxson Dart is not the same after firing Brian Daboll? His week of prep changes without the head coach that believed in him, that drafted him, that started him. That would be terrible. I really don't believe that, though, just because, like, what I've said about Jaxson Dart, you could put him in any uniform, you could put him in any stadium, You can put any receivers out there against any defense. He's going to find a way. He's going to find a way with his arm or his leg. And the Giants have let him down. There's a reel on Twitter of all the passes that have been dropped. His stats and numbers would be even better if he didn't have all the drops. His stats and numbers would be better if he didn't have the fumbles, interceptions too. But at the same time, Hooper's going to hoop. You miss every shot that you don't take. Speaking of, I thought Brunson was about to hit that 3. It's 47-47. About a minute 15 till half. See if the Knicks can find a way to take the lead here. Brunson,
honestly, should be a lot worse. They haven't played any defense, and they can't hit a shot.
Well,
It should be
Brunson's
down
back
20.
in. They're figuring some things out. Brunson back in. Still no OG. On the floor right now. Good steal, Mikal Bridges. Yam. Dunks it home. So there's the lead for the Knicks. But yeah.
There's the defense.
Yeah. Let's take another call before we get closer to the break. John in Long Beach, talk to us. You're live.
Hey, what's up, Keith?
What's up?
I just wanted to touch base about the Knicks and Cat. I think the hiring of this head coach has really changed things for him. I think he's going to be an absolute beast come playoff time, barring any type of health issue. He seems like he's playing like a different man. And as far as the Giants coach, what about somebody like Doug Peterson? I think he would work really good with somebody like Dart. And
I mentioned Doug.
I appreciate
I'll talk
all
about
his
it.
questions. I'm sure you probably brought it up before, the Peterson hire. But, and dude, just before I leave, top 5 MC, got to put him on the list.
Who?
MF Doom.
MF Doom.
Good night, Keith.
You're a Knicks fan. Did you see the MF Doom Knicks jerseys?
Yeah, sick.
Fire. Thanks for the call, John. I mentioned Doug Peterson the first night. I was on Monday night after Monday Night Football when Dable got fired. And it got clipped by our social digital team. Good job. Appreciate it. But I can't tell you how many people were like, this guy's an idiot. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Did he really mention Doug Peterson? Come on, Keith. You don't know anything about football. We hate Doug Peterson. And what I said, and you can't win in the replies, I try to interact and engage with people online. And every time I do, I regret it because it's stupid. I'm talking to walls, talking to anonymous nobodies that know everything. You can't win. But I'm like, the first night that we learned that Brian Dable was fired, we went through 20 to 30 possibles. Shout out to the guy that called me and said, you know what, Keith, they should hire one of the head coaches from Army, Navy, or Air Force colleges, their college football teams, to instill some discipline. Like we got to that point. But I mentioned Doug Peterson, it gets clipped and it hits the internet. Of course, people helicopter in that didn't listen to the show. And all I said was, Doug Peterson's another name that came to mind. He's out there as a former head coach. He doesn't get the credit he deserved for what he did in Philly because they were able to quickly pivot to Nick Sirianni and go to 2 Super Bowls, win 1. He doesn't even get the credit for what he did in Jacksonville because they're always a mess down there. It didn't work out. But he's a Super Bowl winning coach, an offensive-minded coach, a former head coach with experience, a take-no-nonsense guy that fits a lot of the things you're looking for, crosses off a lot of the boxes. He's not going to ever be hired by the Giants because the Giants remember 2021 when he took Jalen Hurts out and he put Nate Sudfeld in, and they basically threw that game to make sure that the Giants didn't get any help to get into the playoffs. People don't forget. People don't forget. I know.
I heard a really interesting interview from him, though, from Doug Peterson, talking about what he learned like from his mistakes in the last 2 jobs. And one of the questions that was so interesting, I never heard any head coach answers or offensive play caller. And it's a question I think every single football fan has. And I've never heard it answered before this interview from earlier this year. They asked him, they said, why sometimes, and you see this with the Giants every week, the first 15 always works. They come out, they score a touchdown every opening drive. And like, why do you go away from that? Why does it look like teams never go back to that? And he said what he would start doing if he got another job, he'd start reverse engineering some of the first 15. Go with the same looks that they did, and sometimes use the same plays, sometimes play stuff off of it, plays off of those same looks. And he's like,
play
I
action
don't know.
now.
Yep,
reverse now.
Exactly. He's like, I don't know why more teams don't do that, but that was something that sitting at home on his couch watching that, he thought about in his head, and he's like, I'm learning from my mistakes by being away from the game.
Because it's a pressure cooker.
For sure.
I mean, just like anything. if you're on stage and you're reading off a teleprompter, you can knock down that first read on the teleprompter because it's scripted. If they tell you, okay, now you got to improv the rest of the way, it's not as easy.
But it's also, I think he went straight from, if I'm not mistaken, he went straight from Philly to the job in Jacksonville, and he didn't have time to sit back and like take a step back and look from a higher view.
And Philly is not Jacksonville at all.
Of course. And now he has a chance to sit back and he's like, I'm actually learning things more. He said he's watching what's happening now in Jacksonville. He's like, damn, Liam Cohen's doing this or that or different things. He's like, I should have done that. I have the same personnel. I'm learning so much about the roster and how I could have deployed them better just from watching the Jags game. It's just an interesting perspective.
Hindsight is 20/20. I think Mike McCarthy's doing that right now. And I remember they did the special on Mike McCarthy. Hey, Mike, what'd you do at home for a year? And they went to his house and he had all these computers and papers and things set up. And he talked about how he was working on getting back in the NFL. He sold Jerry Jones.
A different angle on that is Cliff Kingsbury, right? Where he was a head coach. Now he's an offensive play caller, but he has a different perspective on game calling.
Oh, I said him and Brian Dable should swap positions.
That would be interesting.
Him and Brian Dable should switch because we saw Hard Knocks. Dable clearly liked Jaden Daniels. And when they asked, should we trade up for Jaden Daniels, he didn't hesitate to say yes. Go down there, be an offensive coordinator for Jaden Daniels with Dan Quinn. And then Cliff Kingsbury, you come up over here, be the head coach, and take over with Dart.
My favorite name for the Giants, and I don't know if he's self-sabotaging or if he's just actually wants out. I don't know what the deal is, but Kevin Stefanski. I think he wants to be done with that mess.
If they fire him, you absolutely interview him, and he's at the top. Yes. He's already won Coach of the Year.
And another name from that division is Tomlin, right? If they decide they're done with him, Mike Tomlin would be perfect here.
Yeah, but it's a little different because I think Stefanski is younger, and most people look at Tomlin as like Tomlin's going to want some time off before he just jumps into the New York. Like,
I feel like Stefanski's ready to be part of a stable organization.
Stefanski would love to get out of Cleveland, go from Cleveland to New York,
do the
opposite of Odell Beckham,
go from the mess of Deshaun Watson and whatever other guys they have there to Jaxson Dart.
God. He had to watch Bailey Zappi play quarterback for him.
Oh my God,
they went through a bunch of quarterbacks. They had, damn, why am I blanking on his name? Dorian Thompson-Robinson playing quarterback under him.
I think the Jets had him on the practice squad at one point this year when Tyrod was hurt.
They had DTR over here?
I think so.
I thought he was going to be something coming out of LSU.
Either that or they worked him out.
He balled at LSU. I saw a couple, or LSU, UCLA.
Well, Rodgers loved him.
Yeah.
Remember that preseason game, the Hall of Fame game, Rodgers' first year? They talked about, they were, talking, and it was
Rodgers loves a lot of guys. Rodgers has good things. He had good things to say. I just saw a clip of him in 2023 building up Shedeur Sanders and
J.K.
Travis
Dobbins,
Hunter.
Obviously, when Dobbins popped his Achilles.
Yes. Okay, if you're on YouTube, the poll is up. Will there be baseball in 2027? 70. I'll tell you what the results are when we come back, and we'll hit a little bit more of the baseball hot stove stuff in the 11 o'clock hour. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on The Fan. Don't go anywhere because I'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
It was somewhat of an entertaining game.
Yeah, sure, but it was the Giants go down, they score first, right, which we've seen a million times.
Yes.
They have a lead late against a team that has a better record than they do, and then they don't win the game.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This winter, move and be moved in the Mazda CX-5, the smart choice for those who expect more. With standard i-Active all-wheel drive and advanced safety features, the CX-5 delivers confidence and control in every condition. Inside, you'll find a redefined high-quality interior designed for comfort and connection, because there's more to a Mazda. Celebrate the season during the More to Move You winter sales event. Lease the Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month and make every drive feel like a gift. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $247 a month and $51.50 to a delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 40 Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Now would be a great time to clean out your garage and donate that old car to Cars for Kids. See how easy it is. Call today, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or online at carsforkids.com.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and the sport is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. They're at the half. The Knicks with a 52-50 advantage on the Mavericks. Been a tough shooting night, just 40% overall, 14% from deep. That is 3 of 21. Jalen Brunson is back despite the sprained ankle. He's 6 of 14. He's leading the way with 15 points. Mikal Bridges got 11. Those are the only two Knicks in double figures. They got a 52-50 lead on the Mavericks. We're at the half. Karl Anthony Towns just 2 of 7. He's got 5 points. Jets now in the hands of Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Ravens as he gets the start over Justin Fields.
There's an emotional side to it, but at the same time, I'm also I'm a firm believer that God has a plan for all of us, and trust it. He's called me for this moment, and just like I said, excited for the opportunity.
Meanwhile, Giants rookie Abdul Carter dealing with the fallout of missing a walkthrough last week. Mike Kafka, though, just looking to move forward.
Yeah, well, I'd say the first thing is, Abdul, he's got my full support, and we're all here for him. Our coaches, the players, the leadership group, and it's really not. It's not really necessarily about Abdul, but about everybody in our unit and our team. They got our support, and we're here. We got their backs.
As for Jaxson Dart, limited in practice, continues to work his way back from concussion protocol. Seems to be on track to return Sunday against the Lions. 41 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It's me. I got 1 hour left. Let's bring it home. Another KM to AM, the last hour of 5 hours on the Fan in New York. Appreciate everybody listening, even if you don't call. Appreciate everybody that called and waited on hold. And we got a last call coming up for this hour of calls. And shout out to everybody in the chat. and I said I would talk baseball in this hour. And the poll in the chat, will there be a baseball season in 2027? 36% say yes. Now 64% say no. So we're not too optimistic that after the 2026 season, there won't be a work stoppage. I think we just know that it's going to get there. And I think we're going off of, 2021, 2022, the last CBA negotiations and what happened then. Like, these guys are going to butt heads. They're going to disagree. These are billionaires meeting. Rob Manfred, the Players Association. And I don't know. Baseball's in such a good place. I hope they don't do that. Speaking of baseball being in such a good place, if you are a baseball fan, you probably heard the news that MLB is set to announce its new TV deals with NBC, Netflix, and ESPN. I thought ESPN was out. Well, after the success of this season, ESPN said, wait a minute. Maybe we're not all the way out. So the article on MLB reads, on the heels of 2025, a season that saw huge viewership increases, including the most watched postseason in 8 years, a World Series Game 7 that was the most watched Major League Baseball game in 34 years. The most watched baseball game of a lot of your lives. MLB announced Wednesday that it has formed a new 3-year media rights agreement with Netflix, NBC Universal, and ESPN. As part of the rights agreements, which cover the 2026 through 2028 MLB seasons, right? They're not going to lock out if they got this big deal coming. The league's long-standing relationship with ESPN will reach 39 consecutive seasons. NBC will return to regularly airing games on its broadcast network for the first time in a quarter century, and Netflix engagement with MLB will expand from documentaries to live baseball events for the first time. Sunday Night Baseball will shift from ESPN, where it aired since 1990, to NBC Universal, which also secured the rights to Sunday Leadoff and the Wild Card series in the postseason for NBC and Peacock. And all of this, is tied to streaming. Netflix will now air the T-Mobile Home Run Derby and opening night exclusive, which will feature your New York Yankees, right? Because the Yankees will open up the 2026 season out there in San Francisco against the Giants on March 25th.
Can't wait for those calls when the callers find out that they have to watch Netflix for the first game of the season.
But, honestly, bro, there's some people that don't have Netflix accounts.
I know it.
The price has gone up, and, some people don't even have smart TVs still.
For opening day, that's the bigger problem. Because for opening day, they'll probably want people to watch it for free to get them into the baseball season.
Sure. They'll have some type of promo.
The problem is for the people who might be a little bit older and maybe don't have a smart TV. They can't even access that. They don't know how to get that free trial. It's going to be, I promise you, people aren't going to realize, but mid-March, that's going to be the entire radio station for 24 hours. Is going to be people calling up, say, I can't watch the Yankees.
And 24 hours is correct, because there's going to be people listening to the game right here on the Fan, the Yankees radio network.
I'll be locked in. More listeners for us.
So, what else? Oh, the Field of Dreams game, the 2026 MLB Field of Dreams game, which is
Twins
between
and the Phillies.
Yes, August 13th, 2026. And, folks, we're never going back. Stream the dream. I worked at Fubo TV in 2017, and that was when I learned of the term cord cutting. And I learned a lot about where we were heading. Fast forward to now, we're all the way there. So it's never going back. Get with the times. For Christmas, Black Friday's coming up next Friday. If you don't have a smart TV, have the person in your life order you one, or go to Best Buy, or go to Target or Walmart and get you a smart TV where Netflix is built in, where it's you turn the TV
can get
on.
One for so cheap now, for $200 less.
Yeah.
If you get a small one that's not the highest quality of HD, you could probably get it in the $100 range.
Yeah, I want to get a new TV. I just no
Mine
point.
Are old.
I have all Samsung UHD TVs.
I have two. That's what I have. I have two of those, and then I have a smaller one, and I wheel them all out for football because I have one main one that I wheel the other two out for football on Sundays.
Yeah, I just do. Shout out to Fubo, lifetime Fubo account. They have picture-in-picture. So every
They
Sunday
gave
I
you
have.
a lifetime account for working for
I was the first ever social media manager there.
I could say this
I revolutionized their social media presence.
I could say this as of today because it's over now. I had a blackout-free MLB account from the year that I worked for them for 3 years.
Wow.
I had a blackout.
You stole that? They greenlight that?
They never took it away from me. My credentials worked all the way through this year's postseason. So I never asked for it, but they gave it to me day one.
You know it was dope, which I actually I got finessed.
But that meant I could watch Fox games, I could watch local games,
I know.
Yankee games, Mets, everything.
I know exactly what it
MLB
is. We had it in the fan cave because in the fan cave we had to watch all 2,430 Major League Baseball games. When we turned the games on upstairs, it was through MLB. You could watch literally every home broadcast of every game, and we had to have those TVs on the games. When I worked at Rock Nation, I had a free Tidal account, and then I stayed with Tidal till literally this year, and Tidal's expensive. And I think the real reason I stayed with Tidal is because they had Serato built in, which is a DJ software where you could take your playlist from Serato and use them on the DJ deck. But then I look back now, I paid them hundreds of dollars. And Spotify I have now, it's way better than Tidal. No offense to them, whatever. But hey, we're talking about streaming. We are in the future. You stream your music, you stream your television, and if you're a baseball fan, you need to have Peacock, you need to have ESPN. ESPN just sorted out their deal with YouTube.
The Peacock games will probably be on Channel 4 also, right?
NBC, Peacock. But the Sunday leadoff is going to be on Peacock, I believe.
Oh, right. That was a thing a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, no, it's that early game that
11 a.m. game that they had.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I loved it when I worked for MLB because I would get out of work so much earlier than everyone else. I think
didn't we face the Orioles this year in the Sunday leadoff?
Yeah.
So
because that was here. That was the day of Fanatics Fest. That Sunday of Fanatics Fest.
After everybody was talking about.
So my cousin was texting me. He's like, "Yo, come to the game." I'm like, "Dude, no way. I'm getting up that early and then having to go straight to Fanatics Fest afterwards. No way."
Did he go to Fanatics Fest? Some people don't know what Fanatics Fest is.
He just wanted to go.
Is insane. Like you need to rest before you enter the Javits Center. But Clark Schmidt, right? That Saturday, Clark Schmidt had pitched like 7 no-hit innings.
Oh, that's when he got pulled, and then he comes back the next week, and then that's when he injures his elbow. Yep.
And I remember doing my show from Fanatics Fest where I'm like, Clark Schmidt is not like that, bro. He's been hurt, and like he did what he had to do, and like no, they weren't gonna push him. You weren't robbed of seeing perfection or a no-hitter at Yankee Stadium. You're good. It wasn't going to happen.
We're putting my recall to the test. The 2000 and early 2000s Orioles rosters and now remembering random Sundays.
I'm terrible
of
at
this
that.
Past summer.
I'm terrible at that. That's why I give
That's my favorite thing. Are you good at the Immaculate Grid?
No, I've never
That's
played.
That's like my favorite thing. I've
never played.
You know, just listening.
I can't do it on call. I can do it randomly. There are random sports things that come back to me, but I feel like I'm terrible at remembering. Like there are Yankee games that I sat through all 9 innings in Yankee Stadium. I don't remember them.
We just went in my group chat. We were just going through like old Madden covers, like who was on every year, like from Sean Alexander.
But I remember the Madden curse
in 2000 and whatever he was, and
like if we work backwards. Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Lamar was on it.
Yeah, I don't even know the later ones. I'm talking about the ones from when I was a kid, right?
Vic
obviously was a big one. Sean Alexander was the ultimate Madden curse.
That was and that was a long time ago now.
Well, that's 2007.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Bro. It's almost 20 years ago.
Yep. That was my first Madden game that I had.
I never was much of a video game guy. I've told this story on the fan. I stopped playing video games when I was 12. Thank God, because why? I didn't have time to waste. I had to get busy. I had work to do.
I'll go months without playing video games, but I'll still play them because there is nothing that can settle my mind better than that. Like if you just
I don't knock anybody.
Asleep, like I just want to like calm down and settle my brain.
It's a huge enterprise now. There are kids that they're not good at sports, but they're video game. They're what do they call the video game athletes? The gamers. And now look at the streaming industry. How many of those kids started off just streaming themselves playing video games? Now they're having full on productions. I don't knock anyone. I just we were popped. We didn't have the bread. My mom gave me an ultimatum. You want clothes? You want video games? And my logic was the video games don't go to school with me. My boy Sonny that lived next door. My boy Eric that lived next door. They had the same video game consoles, and I could go over there and play at their house. And I kept my old PlayStation, and I think I had a PlayStation, a GameCube, and I just never upgraded to PlayStation 2 Xbox. I'm showing my age. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Jake in Rockaway on the Fan. Jake, you there?
Yeah. Hey, Keith, love your show.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling.
Okay, wait, before I tell you what I want to get to, do you ever talk about hockey or?
I do, but I do it more so on the nights that it's like 1 a.m. Nobody cares about hockey, Boomer. But I've talked about the Devils. I go to Devils games. I'm down on Jack Hughes. They got smacked by the Lightning the other night. The Icelanders, I was trying to give them some love because they're playing well. They're pretty good. So far, this rookie Schaefer is looking like the real deal. You already know about Barzell. You already know. So I try, but what I say is I don't act like I'm Keithy hockey. Like I just started watching hockey, rooting for hockey when I started on the Fan. So this is like my 4th season watching the Devils. I'm still learning a ton every hockey season.
Okay, man.
What team do you like? Rangers?
Yeah.
Well, they'll be all right.
Oh yeah, whatever. Okay. To get to Trent Grisham.
Yeah,
why?
Trent Grisham.
Why? Just why? Dude, he's not. Okay, I don't understand. He's so bad. He's not like he had one good season for the last.
He's not worth $22 million. It's kind of crazy. Like when you think about what players in Major League Baseball are making over $20 million, Trent Grisham making over $20 million.
Okay, this is my thing. How about you sign Bellinger? Just I don't know, shoot Grisham, get him off this earth, okay? And then you sign Bellinger, and then get Kyle Schwarber for left field, and get him for hundreds of billions of dollars for each year. Just get
for what? For the Mets? The Mets could afford
for the
it.
Yankees. The Yankees.
The Yankees aren't moving like that, Jake. The Mets could pay for that, but the Yankees aren't going to pay for all that. They're not going to do that.
You sign him for like a 3-year deal.
Like that's the whole reason we're mad, Jake, because we know the Yankees aren't going to spend like that, and they just spent $22 million on Trent Grisham. We're like, come on, you just blew half the budget on Trent Grisham.
Also, Ben Wright. Why all these players? They bring them up, and they bring up Uber drivers. Dude, this is out of control. Like,
how old are you, Jake? How long you been in this Yankees drought?
well, I'm 15.
Your whole life. Thanks for the call, kid. I'm sorry, man. It's tough, bro. It's tough. By the time I was 15, I had 4 rings. I had 4 chips. I was wearing my Yankee hat in the hallway. Miss Baxter Ripley was trying to write me up. Take that hat off. Hell no, I'm out.
I had 4 by the time I was 15, too. Only difference is I'd only remembered one of them.
Nah, I remembered it. I was watching Yankeeography. Hi, I'm John Sterling, and this is Yankee. I was watching Yes Network. I was once YouTube started popping. That's all we got now, man, is YouTube. Go back and sometimes the Yankees will have a Yankees Classics on, and you can go back and watch those games, and it's just it hurts because it's like it seems so long ago. It's ancient. Like I think about my son, and when I try to teach my son about the Yankees, and like. He's going to be like, he's not even going to want to watch it.
There was a great DVD that I used to have growing up. It was like a Yankees 2008 final season Yankee Stadium. Went through the whole history of Yankee Stadium from the beginning through 2008. It ends with the Jeter speech, Yeah,
they played that on Yes Network a ton.
Yeah, so I used to watch
History
it all
of the
the time.
Yankees.
So that's the connection that I had. Of course, I love the 09 team because that's the only championship I remember.
Oh, I bought that DVD. The 2009 World Series DVD. I bought a new one that I have that's in the plastic because I ruined the other one how much I used to play that.
I still have the newspapers, the headlines from 2 Yankee things that I have. I have from 3 actually. I have when they won the World Series, when Jeter hit his 3,000th hit, and Jeter's last game. Those I still have the papers.
I have those papers too. I'm blessed. That's what I always say. Blessed Yankee fan. Like I was in the fan cave for it. I couldn't go to the stadium, but the fan cave year that I was in the MLB fan cave, 8 fans have been chosen out of 25,000 applicants to represent the fans of Major League Baseball at the MLB fan cave. I was a Yankee fan in 2014. I cried watching Jeter hit that single, win that game, like storybook ending. Like,
yeah, I think that's one of the most overrated baseball moments ever.
I mean, for Jeets,
I love Jeter. I love the Yankees.
He would probably tell you that didn't really mean anything because he was all about winning championships.
Yeah,
but it still had a storybook.
Of course, he would end it like that, obviously, but it's not the same. If that was a World Series,
he was cooked. We all knew he was cooked. I went to that All-Star game that year on behalf of Major League Baseball in the fan cave, and I was teary-eyed then.
That's like Kobe getting like 50 points in his last game on 97 shots.
but like
I know
again,
they took him 97
I watched that entire Kobe game
where they didn't make the playoffs.
So what? That's the Black Mamba.
You know what's crazy?
So last time for Kobe.
If you remember that night, they're playing Utah in a relatively meaningless game. Meanwhile, Golden State is on ESPN at the same time playing to go win their 73rd game.
Nobody cares.
And nobody cared about the Golden State
and
game.
And then they got clipped by Bron. So nobody really cared. Nobody cared.
Crazy.
It is crazy. Sports is crazy. And we're crazy as fans. And like people that don't watch sports and don't like grow up in this, they don't understand. They don't, we're like, I know there's definitely some girls that see us, especially as young men growing up, like, why do you guys so locked into you care so well, don't say that on air.
I didn't.
Yo, sometimes I'm wearing these different headphones right now because my headphones broke. And so these are like soundproof. Shout out to the good folks at Techniques. But sometimes I will listen to Big Mac's show and I'll hear Fleegs through Big Mac's headphones in the mic.
Well,
so you
that's
gotta be careful.
You, the host, how high you have
your volume's got to be down on
that's
your.
That's why I usually, even when I talk to you, I try and like whisper if I'm talking.
No one can hear. No one can hear what you say.
Sometimes I get DMs.
888-808-1019. We're just having fun, man. We're bringing this thing home. I am going through my notes for open mic time. What we haven't brought to the table. Evan Drellick. Shout out to Evan Drellick. Evan Drellick, who wrote the book on the Astros cheating scandal. What else did he write about? I got to meet him. I've had him on my show. And I actually saw him and met him for the first time. See, it comes back around at the World Series. And shout out to David Hochman at MLB, who, shameless plug and slight flex. David Hochman, when we all connected at the World Series, of course, Game 5, and I met Evan Drellick for the first time, David introduced me to him. He said he's the GOAT of the MLB Fan Cave. Out of the 4 years that we did the MLB Fan Cave, he's the most successful. Who would have thought? I didn't even think I was going to make it, honestly. You want to talk about like why I didn't go to Vegas? We had the auditions in Arizona, and I got faded. I almost didn't make the flight out, and I was almost down to stay in Arizona because I was like, I'm about to go to Arizona State. I'm about to go to Arizona. I'm going to party. I'm just stay out here. I'll get another flight. I didn't think I was making that. It was 18. I think it was 18 different fans, and there was also another girl that represented the Yankees. And I'm just, some of these other people that were auditioning were like really baseball nerds. And like, I'm not a baseball nerd. I love the game. I'm a Yankee fan and all that. But like, some of these people were baseball almanacs. So there were points and times where we did icebreaker stuff, where we did different things, where I'm like, these people know way more about baseball history and baseball than me. But come to find out, that wasn't what they were looking for. So I was blessed. I got lucky. But Evan Drellick writes, MLB and PitchCom, the maker of the signal system pitchers and catchers adopted in the wake of the electronic sign stealing scandals, agreed to a 6-year extension, Rob Manfred said today. So we're in the future, folks. PitchCom is here to stay. I think a lot of times when we talk about the changes in the game, we leave that out. We forget about PitchCom. Like, we're always talking about the pitch clock and the bigger bases and how many times you can throw over and facing the 3-batter minimum. And now, PitchCom, also with the automatic balls and strike system coming up in 2026, we're in a way different atmosphere for Major League Baseball. It was needed, but it is a way different space than it was, back when we were watching the 2009 Yankees win the World Series. That's another reason. It's another reason why the Yankees need to be for real. They're changing the game so much. We're getting further and further away from when you dominated the league. Judge is not going to be in his prime forever. Cole is not going to be in his prime forever. You gotta go. You gotta push the chips in and spend. I don't care if you got to spend $350 million. Steve Cohen lit $350 million on fire for the Cincinnati Reds to take his team's spot in the postseason. 888-808-1019. Call me up. We'll be right back.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I go on and on. I ripped this beat a couple weeks ago. I forget which week. I think maybe week 10 of the NFL or week 9. I rapped over this one. Oh, it was when the 49ers played the Giants, because I was like, what beat do I pick? Oh, Too Short, the Bay, Oakland. Obviously, the Raiders are out of Oakland, but Bay Area, 49ers, you know.
Well, this became like the Eagles hype song last year.
It did, and I actually thought about that after I used it, because I'm like,
I love that guy.
Gilly made this an Eagles song. And he's actually cool with Too Short, where they did an interview together, and Too Short thanked him, like,
there was
my streams went up.
Yeah, there was a video of them, like, dancing together, like, in the Eagles hat. Yeah.
I can't stand the Eagles and Gilly, though. Like, I hate that they win so much.
Yeah, but it's fun content.
The Eagles are my least favorite team in the entire NFL. Their fans, their colors, their songs.
Speaking of, they're wearing the Kelly Greens this week.
Who do they have this week? I haven't. Oh, they play. I don't know. I feel like they play somebody they're going to easily beat. The Eagles face the Dallas Cowboys. So yeah,
that's a fun game. Sunday 4:25 game in Dallas.
I think Dallas will be ready. Like, you know what? Because Dak has a chip on his shoulder. Because Dak has had a good record against the Eagles, and the Eagles have got an opportunity to beat Cooper Rush.
You know what's interesting about that, though, with the Eagles? Like, they haven't looked great. Dallas at times has looked, and their defensive line finally looks like it took a step up with Quinnen
Williams.
Well, Quinnen off of 2 bye weeks.
Clowney.
Right? Yeah, I mean, but also against a terrible offensive line and Geno Smith, who just couldn't make decisions. But whatever, that's besides the point. Point is, like, if you're the Eagles, they keep finding ways to win, but they don't look great doing it. So do you think, like, that ends up catching up to them?
Yeah, because I think what's going to happen is, how long can that Eagles defense hold? Because they've been winning these low-scoring games. How long can the Eagles win these games that they're keeping the score under? You know, like, if you're betting over-under on those games, you're betting the under.
I know, but then in a game when they need their offense, all of a sudden they score enough points to win. They always score just enough to win.
And the last 2 games against good teams, they beat the Packers 10-7. That game was boring as hell. And then I literally fell asleep on Sunday Night Football watching them beat the Lions 16-9. I mean, they smacked the Giants, but we all knew that was coming. And then once Skattaboo went down, like, you knew that was a wrap. They beat the Vikings, and the Vikings aren't good, 28-22. I don't know. They might actually.
They had one win that was a higher scoring game.
Earlier in the season, they put 31 up on the Buccaneers, and then they had that miracle against the Rams with the kick that was returned. Jordan Davis ended up returning the kick the distance of the field. But the Eagles, man, I think, and like the Cowboys, this might be the week that the Cowboys are able to score some points in their building, with Brandon Aubrey kicking field goals on every possession as well, where if it's back and forth and the Cowboys defense wakes up and can actually hold, like,
yeah, but there's such
force Jalen Hurts to throw the ball.
But no, there's such a different element that you have Jalen being able to run. I think that's going to open it up for Saquon. Ashton had, I think, 6 yards on 8 carries. That's not going to happen again.
Jalen Hurts threw for 135 yards last game. The game before that, he threw for 183. If that was Justin Fields, people would be freaking out.
Not if the Jets were 9-2.
Not if they're winning. Not if they're winning. Keith McPherson on the Fan.
You want an interesting nugget from the Knicks game?
Rami Lavi behind the glass. Yeah, I'm watching now. I see D'Lo, ice in his veins.
Stefan Bondi, who covers the Knicks, he put out there before the game, Jason Kidd joked that Jalen Brunson is using his right hand more, something he tried to get him to do in Dallas but was unsuccessful. Jalen just converted a layup with his right hand and looked at his right hand, then showed it to Jason Kidd.
I was saying before the game, it's personal, like, because he doesn't have to rush back to play against his game, or play against his team. I talked about the Dallas Mavericks and Jason Kidd, former New York Knick, but also New Jersey Net. There's something there where it's like, I'm good. I'm ready to go. Yeah, like, they're down a couple players. I got an agenda here. There's a message to be sent here. I'm sure that'll make its rounds on Twitter if it already hasn't. But, we're talking baseball. We're talking about how the game has changed. We're talking about how the Yankees need to go all in this offseason. And they just made it even more so by Trent Grisham taking the qualifying offer. And so you start your offseason down $22 million for a player that nobody in baseball would pay $22 million a year. Straight up. And he knew that. His agent, they went and checked. I'm sure they knocked on some doors. I'm sure they checked on some things, and they're like, hey, bro, you want to make the most money right away? Take this $22 million. You believe in yourself? Go do it again. And there'll be a lockout, so we won't even have to explore anything. You'll be good. You'll be chilling. You'll be rich. Like I've been saying, you never turn down your first fortune. Like when you see that money on a dotted line, that you got to take it. And he did. But like the Yankees cannot look at that now and be like, well, you got us. We can't go do what we got to do now. The Yankees got to look at that as like, okay, this is the hand that we played. Like, we did this. We gave him the QO. And even if there was a 60-40 thought that 60% of it was that he was going to go, and a 40% thought that he might take it, or it was probably higher. They probably thought it was 70% that he was going to go, because this is the best year of his career by a lot. And, like, who else is out there? I hear people talking about, like, Harrison Bader. You know, who else is out there? And in MLB, like, talking about, like, you know, center fielders and center field money and what these guys get paid. The Yankees definitely misplayed their hand. I think they thought that somebody was going to jump at him, right? Oh, he did it in New York. He did it with the Yankees. Got to be worth it. The other center fielders out there, Cedric Mullins, crushed it for the Mets. Leody Taveras, Michael A. Taylor, Garrett Hampson, Manuel Margot, Harrison Bader. It's really Harrison Bader, Cody Bellinger. And everybody else is like, we're good. We're good where we are. So where I'm at with the Yankees, man, they grind my gears, bro. I want to win. We're going to play something, too. Before we get out of here, we're going to play something. It's that ether that make you burn slow. Like, it's ether for Cashman. And it ain't coming from me. It's a young lady that ethered Cashman. If you follow me on Instagram, it's on my story. I saw it today. I was like, oh, my. I'm like, I got to play this on the radio. Like, I got to play this on the radio. She cooked Cashman. And she cooked him in such an eloquent, nice way. Like, direct, to the point, not screaming and yelling like John from Mazda. She just cooked Cashman on her Instagram. And I was like, well, damn. I'm like, this needs to be heard by more people than she can reach on a social media platform. 888-808-1019. Jack is in C Caucus on the Fan next.
Hey, Keith. How are you tonight?
Great.
Well, I know that you're not so happy about Trent Grisham rejoining the Yankees, but I think it's a good thing, and I have a few reasons why.
All right.
One, I think in the beginning of the season, everyone was really excited by Trent's production, and there was a point in time where we were saying that, it was the Trent Grisham trade, and,
Yeah, we won the Trent Grisham trade until we gave him $22 million. I'm sorry, go on.
Well, just kind of to that point, I think at the end of the day, like one of the two players that came from San Diego possibly fell in love with the pinstripes. I think Trent Grisham loves being a Yankee, and he wants to be on the ride for 2026. I think the Yankees could go all in, and this is just step one. And when we were going into last season, Trent Grisham wasn't really necessarily in the plans with the season starting. So now he's in the plans for next year, and I think there's there's two plan Bs. It could be Spencer Jones or J-Dom, who are still prospect hugging. So until we go out and make a trade for those guys, why not have Trent Grisham as an assurance in the lineup? If we're going to hold on to Spencer Jones and J-Dom for this much longer, but if we go in and we make that trade, then, the whole lineup is now shifted in a different direction. So I think at the end of the day, Trent's not a bad player, and there might be a possibility that he wants to be a Yankee, other than obviously securing a nice contract for one single season. But
no, you're right. He definitely wants to be a Yankee. He could have went out there and tested free agency and came back to the Yankees, but that's a huge if the Yankees would give him a deal if he goes out and looks and doesn't find the money that he wants. There's also a thought, and I mentioned this, that he's more of a clubhouse guy than we realize because he's quiet as kept. I think he has some relationships on this team. I think guys on this team do like him and want him around, and I think the front office clearly likes him. Now, you spoke on something yesterday, or something I spoke on yesterday, as far as we went into last year thinking he was a fourth outfielder. Jason Dominguez was starting in left field, Cody Bellinger in center field, Judge and right. He was not really part of the plans. I remember going as far as saying if Dominguez is struggling in left, throw him in left, but they will not throw him in left. He is your starting center fielder, and I do feel like the Yankees look at it as some type of insurance because Judge played center field the whole season. The year they went to the World Series, he bumped over for Soto. Judge can't play center field. Judge has to stay in right field. And there's no guarantee that you bring back Cody Bellinger. You have your center fielder locked down in Trent Grisham. And you don't have to play him every day there if you do get Cody Bellinger, because Cody Bellinger can play some. But there is some insurance in having Trent Grisham there. I don't think that they look at it the way that the fans are all looking at it. And so that's what also gives me some hope that they're going to spend and do more, and they're not going to throw their hands up and say, well, we weren't expecting him. No, they had to be. I just think they were expecting more, that he would test the market and that somebody would go get him because he did it and had a big prove-it year with the New York Yankees.
And to that point, I think, he had a big prove-it year, and I don't really think Trent Grisham was the reason why the Yankees fell short of their goals this year. In my opinion, where it really comes down to is that they played around and they messed around with third base and shortstop for so long in the middle of the regular season. They could have had the 1 seed going into the playoffs, put themselves in a home field advantage, not have to go through a grueling Boston series. And, obviously you could play shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I think the Yankees could have positioned themselves in the regular season. And if they'd addressed third base shortstop, it wasn't Trent Grisham. Obviously, he wasn't a strong leadoff for the playoffs. He didn't do well, and he struggled there. But also, Max Fried didn't do well in Game 1, and he could have been rested going into that game. It could have been at home. You could have got the Cam Schlittler game in Game 3 of the Yankees when you get the Aaron Judge heroic performance.
And Jack, they are thinking about all of that stuff. Thanks for the call. That's why they're running it back as well. They're thinking about all of the stupid things that they did that they hopefully won't do this year. I went through this last night as well. And I know you guys don't listen to every hour of my show. I know a lot of you guys go to bed. I know a lot of you guys prioritize your sleep, and I urge you to do so. All of this is available on the free Odyssey app. You can rewind. You can also listen to it on podcast. And now they're on YouTube. It is available the next day. But I talked about how they feel like they are as close as they've ever been because the last 2 seasons, they've been eliminated by the champs. And they have committed their own, errors and mistakes that damn them. Volpe was hurt with a bad shoulder, and you ran him out there every single day. DJ LeMahieu was cooked, but you just had to see if you could get some more out of DJ LeMahieu, and you moved Jazz to third base. That cost you. Devin Williams you had to have, and you had to make him the closer, but then he couldn't close, and then Luke Weaver got hurt, and he had to be the closer again, and you let that man blow like 10 games plus. I remember being on the fan counting them, furious, saying it was malpractice, it was sacrilegious. What the hell is going on? David Bednar will be your closer next year. Oh, Garrett Cole will be back next year. We're not going to be playing those games. Ryan McMahon is at third base unless they're able to trade him, which I doubt. But Ryan McMahon will be at third base. Maybe they have somebody platoon with him. Oswaldo Cabrera, Ahmed Rosario, they bring him into camp. I don't know. But I think they're looking at their own mistakes and their own issues and saying, we're not going to repeat those same mistakes. And then that will make us at least a game better. We won the same amount of games as we did when we went to the World Series. If we're not so stubborn and stuck on stupid with what we do, like we're going to play Pablo Reyes, we're going to play Oswald Peraza, we're going to play Yorbit Vivas. Like, why would you go into a season coming off the World Series and not have a third baseman? Because you're arrogant. You're arrogant. Yeah, we're going to queue up this ether, this young lady from Fox, absolutely cooking Brian Cashman. But I'm going to take your calls. John in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, John?
Yo, what's up, Key? How you doing, man? So I'm glad that I motivated you.
Oh, you heard me. You heard me.
Yeah, Key. I hear you all the time, man. You're the man, Key. I just can't call because you know when you charge your phone. So it broke, man. I gotta get it fixed. So I haven't been calling.
Copy.
Today. I gotta keep my phone. But as far as the Grissom stuff, makes me feel like they're not gonna sign Bellinger, man. If they gave him that money, that's how I feel.
I feel like other teams are gonna go further to sign Bellinger, and they're not going to sign him. Thanks for the call, John. We're up against it. We got a break, and I want Rami to play this ether when we come back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
It's best to clean house and start over with new blood with a new head coach and a new general manager. We already know new head coach. Well, we assume that's not going to be Kafka, at least at this point. Well, I don't see the counter to that. How can you fight for Joe Shea?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them. And you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yo, shout out to Pharoah Monch. I know you listening. Like, for real, the actual Pharoah Monch. He's a Mets fan, and he listens to the Fan. He was in our comments. I think he's a Giants fan, too. He was commenting on something that Tiki Barber said, and I hit him up, and I was like, yo, I just rapped over your beat. And he followed me back. I followed him. I was like, man, this is the power of the Fan. New York City. Keith McPherson wrapping things up. Another 5-hour KM to AM. Now, I got to give credit to someone that is about to get the next probably 2 minutes on the Fan. Not a caller. A young woman named Tanya Ray. She works for Fox. She makes content at TanyaRay_Fox on Instagram. Somebody sent me her post. The post was going crazy. I put it on my story. I said, I got to play this on the radio. I don't know where she's based. It says Los Angeles, Boston, but I guess somebody was saying to her that Nico Harrison is the worst GM actively in sports. And she had a counter. Please listen to this.
The worst GM in sports is Brian Cashman of the New York Yankees. And no, this is not a hot take I cooked up for clicks on the internet. Let's have a conversation about this. Hear me out. Brian Cashman has 5 titles. 1 as the assistant general manager in 1996, and then 4 as the general manager for 98, 99, 2000, and 2009. Brian Cashman took over the team in 1998 as general manager after this season. They lost the AL Division Series. They were a 96-win team. The team he inherited had these 4 players, known as the Core Four: Andy Pettitte, Jorge Posada, Mariano Rivera, and Derek Jeter. They all came up from the Yankees minor leagues in 1995 at the same time. They are one of the most impressive cores of any dynasty in the history of sports, not only because they came into the system at the same time, but because they stayed together for so long. They all were on every single team that won a title from 1996 to 2009. Also part of the core 90s teams that won 4 titles was Bernie Williams, Paul O'Neill, and David Cohn, all of whom Brian Cashman inherited. The real architect of the 1990s Yankees dynasty was Gene Michael, who took over in 1990 and took advantage of the fact that George Steinbrenner was suspended to rebuild the Yankees farm system, develop young talent rather than trading it away. When the Yankees finally won again in 1996, it had been their longest championship drought since they won their first championship in 1923. It had been 18 years. In 2026, it will have been 17 years since their last title in 2009, closing in on that longest stretch we just talked about. Meanwhile, we must remember that there is no salary cap in Major League Baseball, which means the Yankees were able to outspend every single team in the MLB for most of the last 2.5 decades. From 2001 to 2014, they were number 1 in payroll every single year. And since then, the only team that has consistently outspent them marginally, not by much, is the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Yankees can spend as much money as they want to get as many good players as they want to build the team, the roster that they want. As of 2024, the 2025 list has not come out yet. The Yankees were worth $7.55 billion, which makes them the 4th most valuable sports team in the world. Just for comparison's sake, the only other MLB team on that list is the Boston Red Sox, who were valued at $4.5 billion. This is also a perfect time to remind you that the second worst GM in all of American sports is Jerry Jones. But again,
okay, you cut it
the
right
NFL
there.
at the
And y'all wondering why I had to ditch one. I couldn't be loyal to Jerry Jones and Brian Cashman. Loyalty one way is stupidity. Jeter said that. Like, she just cooked. I don't even think she said or stuttered. She cooked. C-Mac, I hope you were taking notes. I want to hear your rebuttal tonight. How can you defend Brian Cashman after that?
Here's 8 seconds that summed the whole thing up.
But nobody has had more to work with than Brian Cashman, and the majority of his rings came from a core of players that existed on the team when he inherited it.
That ether, that make your soul burn slow. Like, bro.
I will push back on the didn't stutter, didn't say because she kept cutting the video.
Yeah,
like
she edited it, but it was clean, bro. When somebody sent me this and they're like, "Have you seen this?" I'm like, at a time like this, coming off of Trent Grisham, bro, do I really want to hear this? And after I heard it, I was like, it's facts. And I know we talk around it, and we talk about Cashman and the Yankees all the time. She's not a Yankee fan. She's more of a reporter. And she just hit you with cold, hard facts, bro. You inherited the world. And we deserve more than this. And we see all the pitfalls. We see all the corners cut. We see all the skimping. We see all the players passed on. We see all the prospects hyped that don't pan out. We see why it doesn't work. And then we get mad when we know that the franchise is valued at what it's valued at, and you give Trent Grisham $22 million, and you better go out there and spend, or we're gonna riot. On G. Timber Tony in Montreal, my last call of the night. I got you in there, Tony. You're back on the fan.
You're amazing. Listen, you talk about Gene Michael being a genius. Well, look at this. That young kid that called said he only had a couple of championships, 0 champ. You had 4. This is what I had when I grew up. So the Canadians had Scotty Bowman and Sam Pollock. Sam Pollock is a genius, okay? 1965, I was 6 years old. So 65, 66, 68, 69, 71, 73, 76, 77, 78, 79, 86, and 93 to cap it off the year my daughter was born. So I got a Stanley Cup the year my daughter was born. So imagine, that's 12 Stanley Cups that I saw. I also saw 4 Grey Cups and I saw division championships with the Expos. And every one of these teams had a genius like Gene Michaels. We had Sam Pollock, and we had an amazing coach, a generational coach, Scotty Bowman, that won 12 Stanley Cups.
And
hey, New York, the Yankees, the Mets, you cannot buy this. You got to get genius people that love the sport. Like,
thanks for the call, Tony. I'm running out of time, but I'd like to interject and end it with, like, you don't get to keep the seat. You don't get to stay because of the past or because of you came close. Like, you there are other geniuses in waiting. You got to move out the way for the next person to come in and cook. Maybe they know something you don't. Maybe they see something differently than you. Maybe they can crack the code. After a while, it's like, come on. Think about how many players have come through, how many talented players have come through and have not been able to get to the, parade. It's tough, man. It's frustrating. And I feel like that's where we are right now. We have enough talent to compete with anybody in Major League Baseball. Will they do what's necessary this offseason to put the Yankees back where they need to be? I don't know. And I don't feel great about the prospects of it after Trent Grisham cashed out. But what do I know? It's November 19th. Prove me wrong. I'm not setting myself up for failure. I'm not setting myself up for disappointment. My expectations are low because, like, what else do you need to hear about what they do? And if you're a Yankee fan and you've lived it and you've watched these other teams win, like the Dodgers we're watching right now, or the Blue Jays who popped champagne and played Frank in the clubhouse and celebrated, Yankees lose and mocked you, like, how many times we got to see the Astros, the Dodgers, the Blue Jays end our season in the Bronx and celebrate on our field until somebody gets pissed off and does something about it? You have all of the resources. You have everything that you need to actually field a star-studded, talented team to go toe-to-toe with Los Angeles, with Toronto, with Boston, with whomever. But there's always something holding you back. There's always something stopping you from finishing the race, running through the tape. Well, I finished my race. I always run through the tape. It's a 5-hour sprint, not a marathon. I appreciate everybody that called, listened, everybody in the chat. Like, I can't thank you guys enough. I come in here prepared. I tell stories. I give you my heart and soul. I put energy into it because I want to entertain. I want to connect. I want to help somebody that might be having a tough time. I want to help somebody that might be at work. I want to help somebody that's in the car driving. Somebody that might just not want to think about their own life or their own struggles or their own mission or what's going on in the world. And you guys allow me to do that. So I thank you for that. The Knicks, they're trailing 99-96. They're down 4 points here. Hopefully they pull it off. Don't really have time to hit on the Knicks, but C-Mac is coming up next. I'm sure he'll be able to take your calls as the Knicks fans react, whether it's a win or a lose or a loss here. If they lose again on the road, and hopefully there's no traffic for me. I got to run home and go to sleep before my son starts yelling in the morning and everybody got to get up. So again, thank you. I appreciate you for giving me an ear, whether it was for 5 hours or 5 minutes. I've been working on this for 4 years, and I hope you see the work and the progress and you understand that I'm trying, and it ain't just about me. It's about all of us, the fans of the fan in New York. That's all I've got. Stay tuned. C-Max coming up next. Thank you, Rami. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
We're counting down to Black Friday savings. It's the countdown to Black Friday at Nielsen Dodge. Hundreds of vehicles in stock with big savings off MSRP. Your countdown to the hottest deals is on now.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We all know it's the biggest sale of the year, and Nielsen's going bigger than ever. You can count on 0 down payment, plus up to $1,500 overbook value for your trade, and the credit help you need.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
The countdown is on. Don't miss out.
At Nielsen, Friday's in the driver's seat.
Black Black Friday sales event. With approval term 24 months through its signed Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819 at tax tag 498 dock and DMV fees.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RedMetrics root score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Help elevate your company's pride with workplace tips from Cintas. The right workwear helps your team look and perform their best. Cintas has work apparel for almost any job imaginable. Your team gets garments that are breathable, comfortable, and hold up to any job. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week with no upfront investment. It's all part of Apparel Plus from Cintas. Learn more at Cintas.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Elevate Hydrogen-Infused Water, available at Walgreens and Duane Reade. Knicks in a dogfight against the 4-11 Mavericks as Dallas has a 106-103 advantage, 4:39 remaining in the fourth quarter. Knicks just 9 of 34 from deep. That is 26%. Jalen Brunson is back, and the captain is leading the way. He's got 27 points. He's 11 of 21 from the field. Karl Anthony Towns with 18. He's got 12 rebounds, 6 assists. Josh Hart, 16 off the bench. Deuce McBride's got 11. But again, the Knicks trailing the Mavericks 106-103, 4:39 remaining fourth quarter. Tyrod Taylor's the Jets starting quarterback against the Ravens Sunday. Aaron Glenn sent Justin Fields to the bench, but doesn't mean that he's given up on him.
Still developing. He's still developing. And listen, there's been a plan for him from the very beginning, and I wanted to make sure we do what's right for him. And who knows? We'll see what happens as the season progresses. I'm not promising anything, but he knows exactly what his role is when it comes to this team. But I'll say right now, Tyrod is our starter.
For the Giants, Mike Kafka still unsure who's going to be his quarterback Sunday. Jaxson Dart returned to practice limited basis, but he's still not fully cleared from the concussion protocol.
If he's healthy and clear to go, then I'd like Jaxson Dart to play. It's only if he's healthy and ready to go, and that's based on what the doctor has to say.
40 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Got to run to keep growing, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. Not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. Chris McMonigle. Yeah. Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 12:02 on The Fan. McMonigle here with you. I got you for 5 hours on our 5-hour midnight ride. As we take it to 5 a.m. in the warm-up show.
We got Rami Lavi still hanging out on the other side. Fleegs coming in. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. As we're watching the end of the Knicks game, 106-103. Once that ends, we will get into instant reaction on that because not a great game from the New York Knicks against a team down their two stars in the Dallas Mavericks. At a game that they have shot poorly, a game in which the bench has played poorly, a game in which this coach has thrown out a bunch of different variations of this team. Defensively, there's been some letdowns. Obviously, Brunson back for his first game, so we'll get into the Knicks. Well, this is one of those hodgepodge kind of 5-hour shows. We got a little bit of everything. Obviously, just heard in the updates, the starting quarterbacks. And, I do want to just start there because you want to try to still salvage a football season here. You still want to feel like there's a reason to watch on Sunday. And we'll get into whether or not Lamar Jackson, who didn't practice again today or yesterday now, Wednesday, if he's going to play for the Ravens and if the Jets have a chance to win the football game. But you just heard in the update from both coaches on their quarterback situation. And obviously, we've had a couple of days to talk about this. It's nice to hear the actual coach give us the information as opposed to leaks and everything else. And he was actually I thought he handled it fairly well. He came on, the press conference, he gives you the injuries. He even joked about why you're laughing because he knew what the first question was. It was a much more tame Aaron Glenn, who knew what was coming and the situation had already been leaked. We heard from, players on the Jets already. So he told the team on Monday, he announced, and that Tyrod Taylor is going to be the quarterback moving forward. And it's 100% the right decision. It's 100% the right decision for a bunch of different reasons. And we just heard, this is not the end of Justin Fields either. We just heard him mention that. Tyrod Taylor has not been able to stay healthy for how long? Forever. The reason we all know Tommy DeVito's name is because Tyrod Taylor can't stay healthy. But this Jet team, whether they're better off losing or not, and you know how I feel, they're better off losing the football game. I get nothing from beating the Ravens. Nothing. Absolutely nothing from the third win of the season this late in the game. A week before Thanksgiving, the third win of the year means absolutely nothing to me. This is about the better draft pick. This is about what they've done since the trade deadline. Since they've acquired all those picks to the trade deadline, this is setting up towards the draft. And as much as I think the quarterback that gives them the best chance to lose is Justin Fields, you also have to evaluate this team. And that is without question the main reason they're doing this. Not because of Justin Fields. It shouldn't even be about the best chance to win. This is about this is a new wide receiver core that you just brought in. You just acquired and have now, started to develop a wide receiving core full of young, talented kids who either didn't fit in Philadelphia or didn't fit in Indianapolis. And you're trying to find out what you have as a football team. You're trying to find out who's going to fight for you. You're trying to find out who can battle when the game is close. And right now, the only way to see what an offense could actually look like in the NFL is to go to Tyrod Taylor. It is the only thing to do. It is the only thing to allow this football team to put on tape an actual offense and not have, all the numbers we go through every week, whether it's the limited amount of passing yards in the first half or the just overall offense in the first half. You have to evaluate this team by actually giving them a quarterback who can throw the football and function inside an NFL offense. You have to. And then you get to the New York Giants, and somehow there is a conversation, and I still hear it. I still hear it from my Giant fan friends that he shouldn't play, that Jaxson Dart shouldn't play, that Jaxson Dart should take the rest of the season off. We know what he is. Why risk it? I still don't trust that this team, obviously, with everything else going on, right? With everything else going on. You don't trust this coaching staff now with Kafka, who has still led to the same issues. Right, the game went exactly the same as it did with Brian Dable. You have the same issues of, leaks in the media, the two reports that came out, whether it was defining what happened with Carter through leaks or the idea that the team is trying to, justify how they've handled the young quarterback through the leak, the story that broke Sunday morning with Adam Schefter. You've got leaks, you've got losing, You've got players taking to Twitter. You got the thing with, I don't want to get into the Cam Skattaboo thing again. I'm tired of that conversation. I think it was stupid, okay? I'm sorry. If I get another person saying, I guess he can't walk out of his house. Like, walking out of his house is the same thing as shoving professional wrestlers on one foot. You people drive me nuts. Oh, I guess he can't cross the street. I guess he can't drive a car. No, he can't drive a car. He's got one leg. If you can't drive a car, you can't push a WWE star. It's that simple. But you have all that circling this team. But here's the thing. And I know Jaxson Dart is the saving grace of everything. And we talk so much about this coaching job. And we'll continue to take your calls on who should be the next coach of the New York Giants at 888-808-1019. And we'll get into some of the different names and everything that's gone on with this team and how he is what makes this a promising job. What makes, for me, and I don't know how you feel, but I would rather have Jaxson Dart than all the first-round picks in the land. Like, so for me, going forward, yeah, the Giants are in a better position. As ugly as it's been, as much as I've talked about how they've morphed into being the New York Jets, and one just, I think I used the term yesterday, amalgamation of disaster, or whatever I used. Like, they've all kind of just become one terrible New York football scene. Because of Jaxson Dart, the New York Giants have a bright future, at least what we potentially view as a bright future. And it feels like so many people are afraid of something happening, right? Cam Skattaboo's allowed to do anything, I get it. But God forbid you actually he's allowed to go on Raw and push guys around with a half a foot. But the quarterback can't play football. And I know he's the shining star, and I know he's what is the only thing that we're looking forward to. I get it. But we don't know about Jaxson Dart yet. I can yell about it. You can yell about it. We can make our assumptions. We can watch the game. It's been terrific. He's played extremely well. There is no doubt about it. But when you're a rookie, like, every single snap is so important. And it's not just the evaluation process, because we know he's the starting quarterback next year. We know that they're going to bank on it. Now, what happens next year with the new coach, to the point I've been trying to make all freaking season long since he took over, whatever happens with the coach next year, well, that will happen next year. But you can't be afraid, and you can't sit this kid. As Kafka told you, he's healthy, he plays. You still have to evaluate him. You still have to work on him with things. You still want to see him now with hopefully Isaiah Hodgins and an offensive line that probably played its best game. We have seen in I don't know how long, a decade, 12 years. I thought the offensive line was imposing their will last week against the Green Bay Packers. That running attack and the ferocity at which they were able to push the pile 9 yards on a quarterback sneak from Jameis Winston, that's as well as the offensive line has played all year and possibly all decade, and certainly probably since Tom Coughlin. So as the season goes along, you're going to have to coach him to get down, no doubt. But you're putting him in front of what is probably the best offensive line we've seen. Now you've added Hodgins, who I think, honestly, is their best wide receiver weapon they've had since Neighbors went down inside this offense where he obviously feels comfortable. You've got a run game that was really working. Go build something. Because as much as I tell you it's about the draft pick and it's about acquiring that young quarterback, they don't have to. It's still about the draft pick. And I told you last week, I didn't mind that they lost to Green Bay because to me, it's not about building with the team. It's not about building with this coach because he's probably not the coach. It's not about building with the quarterback because he's not going to be the starting quarterback. As long as Jaxson Dart's not on the field, it's not about winning. It's about losing. It's about tanking. It's about getting the pick. But with Jaxson Dart on the field, I do believe you can build something. You can build something. You can have this team believe in him. And I know that they already feel that way. And we've heard Illuminor talk about him as soon as he took over pretty much. And the coach, Brian Dable, before he was fired, talked about him being the leader of the team already as soon as he stepped foot on the field. And we all saw it, him and Skattaboo in particular, just completely changing the feel of the team. But that can't just end now with a concussion and all these weeks of not playing him. So I don't think the Giants are even considering it. I don't think anybody inside football would even suggest this, but I continue to hear the idea that because he got hurt, and here's the other thing on it. Like, I am very concerned about concussions. I don't want to belittle the injury at all. Concussions are scary. We know how it affects you long-term as well as short-term. Like, I'm not saying throw caution to the wind. Who cares he had a concussion? If he is having any sort of side effects or any ramifications still, then absolutely do not play him. But it feels like he's trending towards playing, and I understand he runs a lot, but I know it's been so long since Giant fans have been able to hold on to anything. But the instant reaction to try and put this kid in bubble wrap because he had a concussion, I don't ever remember anyone, like, they had a neck injury with Daniel Jones, and I don't ever remember, oh my God, you can't play him. Like, it was like, as soon as he's healthy, get out there. But with Jaxson Dart, it feels like there's some sort of narrative that you have to put him in bubble wrap. You have to save him from the Giants. You have to save him from himself. He's got to go play football. He's got to go be a rookie. He's got to go make rookie mistakes and get it out of his system. He's got to go build something with this team, a belief in who he is and what this offense can be. And I cannot believe the narrative that anybody would not want to see him on the field as soon as he is humanly possible, as soon as he is absolutely ready. Now, he can't be diving headfirst for the extra yard. He can't be taking on contact on the sidelines. He can't be doing things. I still think you run him. That's his game. All right, you limit it a little bit, and certainly if a game gets out of reach one way or another, and we doubt it's going to be by the Giants being up by a ton, but if the game gets out of reach, if there's garbage time or all right, yeah. But if they're in a game against the Lions, which, let's be honest, even the Lions, they have been in a lot of these games for the most part. I expect them to keep it somewhat competitive. That's what they've been able to do. You've got to have him out there. He has not figured out anything. He is not guaranteed to be anything. Like, you need to see Jaxson Dart play football. You need to build something with him. You need to go out there and trust him, trust in his ability, trust that he's getting the message that he's got to treat this game differently and treat his ability to run the football differently and allow him to go out there and continue to prove why we think he's as special as he is. He's got to be out there for building purposes, and Tyrod Taylor's got to be out there for the same reason. The Jets need to evaluate what they have, and you can't do that with Justin Fields. And that leads into the conversation about this regime trusting Justin Fields and paying him the money and for it to take this long and all that. And we'll get to it at 888-808-1019. The Knicks have now a 3-point lead, 112-109 with 31 seconds left. A huge three from Landry Shamet as Dallas will take the ball. A game that shouldn't be this close, a game that has a lot of different things to it, and a game that hopefully the Knicks can find a way to polish off here in the last 30 seconds. And as soon as it does, Knicks fans, turn right here. If you're listening, that means you already have turned right here. So don't leave. Don't leave, because we're talking Knicks. Tell your friends. Tell your friends. Tell your buddies we're talking Knicks as soon as this game ends. We're also getting into the football conversation. And, of course, we got to talk about Brian Cashman. I was in the newsroom, listening to some things and doing some things, and apparently, I don't know, did I get called out or I have to defend my Brian Cashman love? I will. You know I will. I got 5 hours tonight. I'll do anything you want. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls, get into this Knicks game. Hopefully it's a W. We'll find out in the next 31.4 seconds. We'll come back, have a fun Thursday morning as we take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on the Fan.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
You have to be able to stop the run in the Northeast when you're outdoors. And if you can't do that, you're going to get steamrolled.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic at UBS Arena on July 11th or at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 12th. From our friends at Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, we're going to get to your football calls. We're going to talk a little Knicks, as it has got way too dicey here. After back-to-back huge three-pointers to give the Knicks a 3-point lead with 30 seconds left, the Knicks get a stop. Landry Shamet gets fouled pretty much once they cross half court, and he missed both foul shots. Both. The New York Knicks have missed. Let me just double-check it because I saw it. The New York Knicks have missed. They're shooting 55% from the free throw line. They're 18 of 33. How is that? That is just atrocious. 55%. Now, I know Mitchell Robinson again, so then they get Mitchell Robinson, they get another stop. Mitchell Robinson gets fouled. He misses both. They foul right off the rebound with 5.9 seconds left. Dallas hits both free throws. Not sure if he was trying to miss that second one or not, but he makes both. So now the Knicks have the ball, side out of bounds play at the half court line, 112-111, a 1-point lead with 5.9. So they have to inbound the ball and hopefully hit some foul shots. But even then, it's still a one-possession game, assuming they hit both. So we'll ride along with that. We'll talk about the quarterback situation right now. As the Knicks are looking to inbound the ball, I can't do play-by-play, and the Knicks call a timeout. They can't inbound the ball. This has not been a beautiful. It's just. Yeah, no. This has not been a great end of game management here from Brown. I mean, listen. If Shamet hits either one of the two free throws, we're not having this discussion. So I get that he's got to miss it, but. They foul. Hart fouls right off the last Robinson miss, right underneath the rim with 5.9 seconds left. Instead of allowing them to get the rebound, dribble up the court a little bit, try and waste 2-3 seconds, and they have no timeouts. Dallas has no timeouts, so they can't call the timeout to move the ball up to half court. They've got to dribble it up the entire way. You can let a couple of seconds off the clock here and foul. Instead, he fouls as soon as the rebound is made. It takes off literally 0.1 seconds off the clock, off the Robinson two free throw misses. And so right now, the Knicks are trying to inbound the ball. They can't. They're missing free throws down the stretch. The bench has been dramatically outscored by a team that is just decimated by injuries. I mean, Kyrie and Anthony Davis both out of the game, obviously, with ankle and knee injuries, respectively. Cooper Flagg missing his first game of the year. And they've allowed Najee Marshall to score 23. D'Angelo Russell, who went on a 3-point tirade in the second half and 4 of 7 from three, has 23 points as well. And the Knicks right now have not shot the ball well. It's Jalen Brunson's first game back, 27 points. Karl Anthony Towns with 18, 1 of 6 from three-point land. Bridges, 1 of 5 from three-point land. The Knicks are able to inbound the ball to Brunson. He is fouled, 3.8 going to the foul line. All right, so let's take your calls here on the football. We'll ride along with the last 3 seconds, assuming they can hit some foul shots. The Knicks should be able to finish off this game, 888-808-1019. And then the other thing is we'll get into Mitchell Robinson, man. He has got to find a way to shoot foul shots a little bit better because he's in a situation like this, you want him on the floor because you think Dallas is going to intentionally miss that second foul shot. You need a rebound there. But if he gets the rebound, it's an instant foul, and he can't hit a foul shot. He's 2 for 9 on the season from the foul line. And Brunson misses the first one. You've got to be kidding me. Are you serious? They've missed 6 in a row? Oh, my God. The Knicks
We saw 5 of them. We saw the 2 Shamet, 2 Mitch, and now Brunson.
No, you're right. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, my God. 6 in a row. Oh, my God. The ESPN ticker's ahead of me. We got bad news, Mike. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I'm letting ESPN. Don't do that. He makes the second one. Knicks are up by 2, 3.8 seconds. Dallas with no timeouts inbounds the ball, drives to the basket. Offensive foul! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dallas gets the inbound pass, goes the length of the floor, goes to the basket and lays it in, and is called for an offensive foul.
I don't know if I've ever seen a call exactly like that.
Is that Brandon Williams? Is that who that was? Williams. And yeah, they called an offensive foul, and the Knicks are inbounding with a 2-point lead and 0.7 seconds left. I have never seen that. He inbounds the ball, touched by Dallas. All right, they're shaking hands. Game over. Knicks win 113-111. I have never seen that. I got to watch that play again. That didn't look like – it's not like Shamet took a charge, was standing there and got run right into. That's got to be a call where he threw his arm at him or something. Yeah. Yeah, he wraps his arm around Shamet, but still. As he's driving past Shamet on his right to clear space, he kind of gives him a forearm and then wraps his arm around Shamet's waist.
And he probably didn't have to. He was already around him.
Absolutely. And I thought Shamet gave him a bump a little bit, too. That is one of the weirder offensive foul calls to end a game I have ever seen. Williams goes right to the basket and lays it in and gets called for, a hooking foul, kind of, where he's wrapping his arm around Landry Shamet's waist on the final play of the game. Unbelievable.
Knicks got lucky. Williams did not have to do that to hit that shot.
No, he did not. That is a bad play by Williams to try and hook it. And let's be honest, the Knicks escape with their this is the way they get their first road win of the season. They are now 1-4 on the road in look, this is a game. The Mavericks are now 4-12 on the season. They're without their two best players, and Cooper Flagg missed the game. They're in disarray. They've already fired their general manager, who made the worst trade in possibly all of sports history. And they're fighting for their life to come out with a 2-point win. They missed the last 6 foul shots they took. They shot 54% from the foul line, 29% from 3. I mean, they got outscored by the bench, just 23 from Russell, 23 from Marshall alone is 46. 57, 64 to probably 30. They got doubled up with bench points.
The Mavs had 64 bench points, only 47 from their starters.
Yeah. Brunson's first game back. You want to give him a break? He does score 28 points. He has 5 assists, 28 points. Shoots 2 of 7 from three-point land, 11 of 23 from the floor. So you give Brunson a break coming back from the ankle injury first game back. But this was kind of an ugly game. An ugly game. No, not kind of. An ugly game. We'll get into it. 888-808-1019. Knicks fans, you escape with your first road victory of the season. A win is a win. It was ugly. They didn't play well. They didn't shoot well. The end of the game, when you take into consideration the foul shots, the bad timing of the foul, the inability to close out a lousy Mavericks team right now without their 3 best players, the inability to shoot 54% from the foul line. That's got to be the worst performance of the year from the foul line. That's terrible.
Those are bad college numbers.
No,
Forget the NBA.
That's bad high school numbers. I'd be pissed if my high school team shot 54% from the free throw line. They got out rebound 50-49. They got out. The bench outplayed them badly. This was not a great game. This is a game you just thank your lucky stars. You got the victory. You got your first road victory, and you walked the hell out of that building somehow with a win. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Dominic in Mineola. What's up, Dom?
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Fellow Long Islander. like you, ex-Long Island. I heard you talk about Valley Caterers on the radio.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you know they're closed.
I did. I didn't know I knew they were closing. I wasn't sure if they officially closed yet, but I heard they were, which is a shame. I was I was at Valley Caterers all the time. It was the spot to go to if you needed just a quick lunch or something. It was it was Valley Caterers was a staple on Franklin Avenue in Franklin Square.
Yep. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, the New York Jets,
Yes.
do you think there's a chance that they could play that third-string quarterback if Taylor either gets hurt or is not good? I'd like to see him.
Yeah, Brady Cook.
Brady Cook, yeah.
I doubt it. I don't know. I mean, he was asked about him in the press conference. I think, look, anything is possible. I wouldn't think so at this point. They're still announcing Justin Fields as the second stringer. I would think if Tyrod Taylor goes down, that's the only reason why it could be possible at all, is I don't trust Tyrod Taylor to stay healthy. And if they don't trust Tyrod Taylor to stay healthy and he gets injured and you go back to Fields, because I think they would go back to Fields if he gets hurt. But if he gets hurt and you go back to Fields and it's just unplayable again, I mean, maybe you give it a try, but I doubt it. I don't think he's an undrafted free agent. Like, he's not. They have nothing in on him, and they know it's not like there's nothing he can do. That's the other thing about it. They're going to draft a quarterback this year. It's not like they have it's not like they know they're going with Tyrod Taylor next year, or they're in a position where they're going to have a veteran quarterback that they don't know, or don't know how long the future is, and you want to see what you can have with this kid. You're going to a young quarterback next year. You're going to a drafted quarterback next year. You don't need to find out about Brady Cook. And from what I've gathered, what I can hear and see from the Jets, they're not overly all that impressed with him necessarily. So I don't think so. And I don't know why you'd care. Like, again, you're drafting there's nothing he could do. I heard them talking a little bit about this in the afternoon. There's nothing he could do. If he goes out there and plays fairly well, all right, maybe you view him as maybe a possible cheap backup quarterback, but you're drafting your franchise future this April. There is no doubt about it. So I don't really pay too much attention to whether or not Brady Cook's going to get a chance. The only thing I'm looking for is a Tyrod Taylor-led offense that can actually throw the football, and I can judge whether or not wide receivers get space. I can judge whether or not they can make plays. I can judge whether or not this team can actually function offensively and what these players do around a quarterback who actually throws the football. Justin Fields on any given day can run the football, make enough plays, be explosive enough in the run game where he could give you a win or give you a big-time performance, but it's not the kind of football that's going to it's a style of football that's really unsustainable and not one that you're most likely going to draft and try and build around next year. You're looking for an NFL passing offense. And Tyrod Taylor isn't a great player, but he at least gives you that. Brian in Brooklyn. What's up, Brian?
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Great. First of all, as a Bills and a Giants fan, there are two things that make me really happy. One is seeing the Chiefs lose like they did in the Super Bowl, and the second is just seeing the Jets and their dysfunction of quarterback and coach every other year. There's nothing like it. Nothing compares to the dysfunction of the Jets. Maybe the Browns come close. But just the Jets are
Giants,
so bad.
The Giants aren't far off, brother.
At least the Giants have a rookie quarterback and a team that has a future. I mean, the Jets have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with you on the quarterback, but it's been pretty bad for a long day. I think the Jets have more wins than the Giants over the last 5-6 years. So, I mean, it's pretty bad with the Giants.
It could be. Also, I wanted to get your thoughts. I'm also a Bills fan. It's not Giants or Jets. But what do you think of the Bills? Who do you think wins the division in the end, the AFC East, the Bills or the Patriots?
I think the Patriots right now are playing really good football. May is playing like an MVP. That defense has been better than the Bills' defense. And, like, I still think, I hear what you're saying, just the idea that the Bills have owned that division. The Bills have a track record where the Patriots have been a bad team and Vrabel has kind of just changed things quickly. But you're looking at a team right now with a 2-game lead, right? They're 9-2. The Bills are 7-3. They are undefeated on the road at 5-0. They're undefeated in the division at 3-0, New England. They've won 8 games in a row. I would think that, I mean, look, it's not impossible that the Bills catch them. But New England right now seems to be just, and I want to fade them, too. You know, as you know, someone who looks at this every week, and we'll do picks tomorrow. You know, you're trying to find your spot to fade the Patriots because, I mean, how could Vrabel come in and change this so dramatically? But he has. And right now, they're the best team. I think they're better than the Broncos. So you're looking at right now, to me, they're playing the best football in all of the AFC, possibly in the entire NFL. So scary. And I can tell you this, like as a Jet fan too, that's the other thing. Like we talk about how dysfunctional the Jets are, and they are. Don't discount the Giants, though. They are right there. They are the same thing. They are the same thing. Yes, I agree. Because the Giants have the quarterback, their future is brighter, and I would rather be the Giants right now than the Jets. I don't think there's any question. Give me all. I don't care about all the first-round picks. I would not trade Jaxson Dart for all of their first-round picks. They have 5 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts. I would not trade Jaxson Dart for all 5 of them. I wouldn't trade him for all 5. So, believe me, I do think I'd much rather be the New York Giants right now than the Jets. But like today and what's happened over the last 10 years, despite the 1 playoff appearance and the 1 playoff win on the road, and that's significant. But outside of that, they are exactly the same. It's a new coach every couple of years. Everybody fails. There's stories that you can mock them for, dating back to the boat trip. Like, I mean, it's just as bad. It's just as bad. The one saving grace was the playoff year in Dable's first year. That's it. But the thing for the Jets is, forget whether or not their competition with their building mates about who's more dysfunctional and who belongs at the bottom of the NFL. You had, it was like 2 weeks that the Patriots were bad. Like, I mean, the Patriots were lousy for a year and a half. And then right back to the top of the division with a quarterback who looks to be a budding young superstar. Like, not just an average quarterback. This isn't put together by duct tape and spit and Vrabel magic. Like, he's obviously made a huge impact. He's upgraded the defense that right now is, you know, playing as well as anyone in football. Their run defense has been as good as any team in football. But they legitimately have a leader and a quarterback in May who there's no reason to think this Patriots thing is slowing down anytime soon. They have a great head coach, and they have a great young quarterback. The Patriots are right back on top. Now, they won't, the idea they'll become a dynasty again, I doubt that very much. I don't think they're going to win, 6 Super Bowls in the next 12 years, but like, they're legitimately good, and there is no reason why that is not going to continue year in and year out. And it took a year and a half. And you want to talk about just franchises that work, franchises that know what they're doing, right? He hired Mayo. He knew it was a mistake. He knew he had Vrabel waiting. Didn't mess around. Went and got the great head coach. They sucked just long enough to be in a position to draft May. The Giants offered heaven and earth to get him. They said, no, we're good. We're going to take Drake May. Then we're going to go hire one of the better NFL head coaches. We're going to give him the same offensive coordinator that won us a handful of Super Bowls and one of the best offensive coordinators in the history of the game. And we're going to be okay. And immediately they're 9-2. While the Jets and Giants couldn't figure it out and, couldn't find their way out of a paper bag with a map and a flashlight. It's crazy. It's crazy. Mike in Clifton Park. What's up, Mike?
Hey. So I want Mike McCarthy as the next Giant head coach. Mm-hmm. I think he'll be a good teacher for Jaxson Dart. I think he'll bring some high-end coaches with him. Abdul Carter deserves some good coaching. And maybe he brings a good GM too. So, and McCarthy is a winner, and we need to win games now. So thanks a lot, Chris.
Yeah, you got it. Look, I don't love Mike McCarthy. I talked about Mike McCarthy the day the Monday, after Jay Glazer's report, because he was the best name on that list. And so, everybody thinks I'm this Mike McCarthy guy because I put out a comment saying that, Mike McCarthy of the names is the best. And I don't love Mike McCarthy as the next head coach, but I definitely think he is as good a candidate as I've heard so far, and certainly the Jay Glazer list that he gave out in the Sunday pregame show. But you said something about Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter deserves a good head coach. Abdul Carter needs to take some personal responsibility. Before you worry about who's coaching Abdul Carter, and I understand they put him in a position to drop back, and they didn't, you didn't use him right, blah blah. Like, he came out of this draft and he immediately thought he was going to be the greatest thing this team's ever seen. He's looking for Lawrence Taylor's number. He's looking for Phil Simms' number. And is that overblown a little bit? Sure. Do kids today not recognize what that means to people and the significance of these numbers? And the idea that asking for it is some sort of real, it was just, hey, it'd be cool. So I think that's probably part of it, but still, it took balls to do it. And he's come out, and now he's missed a meeting, whether it's because he was in the red room bed or whatever the case may be. That's his responsibility to be out there. That now Monday he's at WWE making it, putting himself out there. He needs to take some personal responsibility and go out there and play the game. And not do what he did last week where he played awful and he was chasing tackles and chasing sacks and neglecting his responsibility in his rush lanes, just hoping that he guessed right so he can get a sack off the board and not have that half a sack staring at him in the face every week and something that everybody can try and hit him with all week. So, yeah, he deserves better coaching. He also deserves a little bit of self-pride here and a little bit of recognizing he needs to grow up. Now, I think the term bust is being thrown around about him, and that's completely unfair. If you look at his win rate, you look at his rush rate, he's in the top half of the league of pass rushers. He is. He wins. He beats the guy in front of him more than he loses to the guy in front of him. That doesn't make a great player necessarily. It certainly doesn't make a third overall pick, but it doesn't make a bust either. He's a rookie. He's got to figure some things out. He could use some better coaching, absolutely. But Abdul Carter has to take it upon himself to have a real year of maturation, have a real year of growing up and maturing, and showing up next year for year 2 with a completely different mindset, a more humbled player and a hungry player, and someone out there looking to go dominate for this Giant team that should be in better standing. Should be in better standing. Year 2 of Jaxson Dart, another top 5 pick. Skattaboo and Neighbors healthy. A better defensive coordinator. You can't do worse. I think you could do worse as a head coach. I'm still going to be on that train. Let's see who they are. I still think you could do worse than Dable as a head coach. I know you don't think so. I still think you could do worse than Brian Dable as a head coach. And hopefully they don't do that. But you can't do worse as a defensive coordinator. So, yeah, they'll have a better defensive coordinator. They'll have more offensive weapons. They'll have year 2 of Jaxson Dart. You'll have a pretty good offensive line. You'll have a top 5 pick to add to either the line or the weapons for the young quarterback. And you'll have a coach that you would think is going to have a track record because this is going to be a very desirable job. Next year is a big year for the New York Giants, obviously. And it should be a big year for Abdul Carter. So, yeah, he deserves better coaching, but the fan base, the team, his teammates deserve a better version of him. The Chief in Cherry Hill. What's up, Chief?
I'm doing wonderful tonight. How are you?
I'm doing well, brother. How are you?
Well, terrific. I love listening to you. I'll be honest with you. I love your takes. From all the people on WFAN, you're definitely from my favorite. You really have good takes, and you speak it the way it is, so I appreciate that.
Oh,
that's number one.
I appreciate that.
Number 2, you just hit on it with Abdul Carter, with people throwing around the word bust.
Yeah.
I think it's totally ridiculous. Yes, are there people that we could tell right away, let's say Kayvon Thibodeau hasn't lived up to the hype? Yeah, of course, we know that. But a guy like Abdul Carter, it's totally different. Like you just mentioned, he's winning. He's winning in his, you said he's in the upper half. You see him rush. He's rushing well. I think what it comes down to is really Shane Bowen. You see their scheme. I think the scheme is pretty predictable, where the offensive coordinators and the head coaches of other teams, they're just picking after the Giants' weaknesses, and the Giants are just rushing with playing with the scheme of, hey, we have great pass rushers, let them bull rush, let's see if they could win against whoever they're going against, and we'll win that way. It's really hard. So I think he's not being coached in the proper way, where he's just being told, hey, just try to beat your man and try to get a sack, and that's why he's running. He's not in the proper pass lanes, in the proper rush lanes. He's just going all over the field. And if he had a proper defensive coordinator, I think this guy really has a potential. Not just a Kayvon Thibodeau, who you hope as number 5. Obviously, he should be better.
Correct.
But just you hope as number 5. You look at this guy.
No, this is a different level.
He is the real deal.
And thank you for the call, Chief. This is a different level of prospect. There's no doubt. Thibodeau was a top. He ended up being a top 5 pick. Was a premier pass rusher and was thought to be someone probably better than he's been. But Abdul Carter was, the next Micah Parsons. Abdul Carter was the best defensive prospect in the last handful of years. Abdul Carter was supposed to be and was considered, the quarterbacks always go, but he was the best player in the draft by many people's expectations, like the best. And he has not been that. And to me, sometimes when we talk about that, I don't disagree with you that Shane Bowen has not done him any favors. I do agree with that. And for a rookie, that can be more impactful than others. And sometimes it just takes time in general. Like Dexter Lawrence, this year has been really disappointing, but the last couple of years has been one of, if not the best interior defensive lineman in the game. And it took a couple years. Andrew Thomas, one of the best left tackles in the game. It took a couple years. So I get that. And I'm fully on board with Abdul Carter taking a couple years, but at his position, typically, if you are as highly thought of as he was, typically right away you make a bigger impact than Abdul Carter has made. And I really don't care about the coach. Just typically, he should be better than this. He should have more sacks. He should be impacting the game. He should be making life more uncomfortable for quarterbacks. He just should. He just should. I think it's. You can make a case for both. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think coaching would help him a lot. I also think he himself has not played well enough. I think it's both. I think he's supposed to be so good that the coaching shouldn't impact him this much. And I don't think the coaching has done him any favors. When you're a 3rd overall pick, when you're the best player in the draft, especially at this kind of defensive position, say like wide receiver is a position, right? Wide receiver, you could say, oh, well, the quarterback's not doing him any favors. The offensive game plan's not doing him any favors. Garrett Wilson has had miserable quarterback play and miserable coaching, and he jumps off the screen as an extremely talented wide receiver. Neighbors, terrible coaching, right? Brian Dable sucks. Mike Kafka sucks. Offense scheme sucks. Quarterbacks are atrocious. But yet Neighbors jumped off the screen. You could recognize how great he was no matter what was happening around him. That was supposed to be Abdul Carter. Go get the quarterback. Now, they asked him to do some different things, and very much like Thibodeau, if you talk to the Giants coaching staff, they will have a far different opinion than what perception is about him, because we look at sacks and tackles and everything like that, but the Giants will tell you, hey, for the most part, maybe outside of last week, because I really do feel like against Green Bay, he kind of made a decision where I'm tired of this. I'm going to try and go get mine. And it actually made him worse. But, if you talk to the Giants, they're going to tell you he does everything we ask him. He can drop into coverage sometimes. We're running stunts that have benefited Burns more than it's benefited him. You could look to Burns' great season and see a lot of the successes because of the help he is getting from Abdul Carter. He's not making mistakes. We're giving him a bunch of different things responsibility-wise. He's playing the run, although no one on this team plays the run overly well. But I think the Giants coaching staff would tell you, hey, he's done everything we've asked him to do. And he's a far better player than he's getting credit for. Now they can't be happy he's missing walkthroughs, and they benched him for it. For one drive and then let him play every snap the rest of the game. But there is no doubt. There is no doubt. Coaching has impacted him, but he needs to be better. And I think that goes for a lot of players. I'm sorry. And this is why this goes back to the whole Joe Shane versus Brian Dable conversation. I think there is a level of play that you should receive from a cornerback that you traded into the first round for. I don't think that any coach could coach a cornerback Right? Now, I know there's defensive schemes, and I understand that, but watch him play. He doesn't make plays on the ball. He's not a ball hawk at all. He makes no plays on the ball. He's consistently beat on the underthrown back shoulder throws because he doesn't turn his head around. Like, I'm sorry. Tay Banks, he has not had a great defensive coordinator with him. And Brian Dable and this coaching staff have failed him probably on some level. But when you draft someone in the first round, the expectation should be a level of play no matter the coaching staff. All right, not quite as good. Maybe that's because of the coaching staff. All right, he's not our number 1 corner. He's our number 2 corner. Okay, I can live with that. Being unplayable and having practice squad guys play in his stead while he's healthy, I'm sorry. That's on the general manager making a bad pick. Same thing with Jalen Hyatt. Now, was he in the coach's doghouse early on? It felt that way. Has he been impacted by poor coaching or lack of belief from a coaching staff? Maybe. But when you're a third round pick expected to play and you cut off routes and you are finally giving an opportunity with a brand new coaching staff, I know it's still your offensive coordinator, but it's a new head coach who is throwing you out there and giving you an opportunity to change minds and show why you should be on the field. And that's how you act. And that's what you do. And that's the effort you give on the final freaking play of the game in the end zone. That tells me all I need to know about you as a player. That's not about coaching. That's not about scheme. That's not about how to put him in a better position. That's about a kid who doesn't have that desire in him. And I hate to say that, but that's what it felt like watching him. And that's a bad draft pick. Evan Neal, there is no level of coaching. This coaching staff, right? I know they tried to turn him into guard, and I guess that didn't work. But this new offensive line coach the last 2 years has been far better than anything the Giants have had over the last 8 prior. And this offensive line right now is coming together, and this offensive line right now is more than just serviceable. It's pretty good. It's not great. It's not top of the league. It's not dominant, although I thought at times it was against Green Bay. This offensive line is playing a hell of a lot better. And Evan Neal can't see the field. There's no level of offensive line coach, game planning, scheming. Like, when you're drafted top 10 as an offensive lineman, a left tackle out of Alabama, like, there should be a level of play from you no matter who your coach is. This goes back to the conversation about Dable versus Shane. I put almost all of the blame of Evan Neal on Joe Shane. I put almost all of the blame of Tay Banks on Joe Shane. I put almost all of the blame on Hyatt on Joe Shane. Andrew Phillips, Tyler Nubin, guys who kind of hit and then depreciated. More, I'll be willing to give the argument on the coach because they came in as rookies, played well, and have gotten worse. That coaching, I can give you that. This is a yin and yang thing. I'm open to the debate. But like when you're a first-round pick at the level of Evan Neal and Tay Banks, and they traded into the first round, there's a level of play that he should be giving no matter who the hell his coach is. And Abdul Carter is another one of those. Yeah, the coach hasn't helped him, but man, oh man, he's a 3rd overall pick and was perceived as the best damn player in the draft. He's asking for Lawrence Taylor's number, and he's not living up to it. Not a bust, but not living up to it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Knicks fans, if you want to call in after the exhilarating 113-111 win over the Dallas Mavericks in a game that they played like trash, we could do that. We can get to the baseball as well as the New York Yankees and the New York Mets get ready for hopefully what is about to be a big offseason for both of them. A lot of trade rumors for the New York Mets and the Yankees. I talked about it yesterday. We can continue to talk about it today. To me, this is on Hal Steinbrenner. This is the time. And I really want to ask the question, we talk about this impending lockout that's coming, as we just found out yesterday that they've made a deal with every single streaming service and television partner you possibly could under the sun. The game is coming off its best postseason in forever, the most watched World Series game in 30-plus years. Money hand over fist, just signed a brand new TV deal, heading into it. I know that there's questions about what's going to happen to the finances of baseball, but why should that scare Hal Steinbrenner into keeping prices down? It's about winning. It's about winning with the best offensive player in the game and one of the best right-handed hitters we've seen in the last 60 years. Your GM, who you love, who you won't get rid of, who you trust to run this operation implicitly, who you have no desire to move on from, just put you in a spot where you have to spend if you want to contend. You want to be a World Series team? You have to go spend. Will Hal Steinbrenner have the gumption to go into the $340, $350 million range where they're going to have to if they really want to be a team that can compete with the Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Mets and the Phillies and now the Toronto Blue Jays, who many people feel are the favorite to go get Kyle Tucker? They go get Kyle Tucker and throw him into that offense. This Blue Jays team is a real threat. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. So a little bit of baseball, a little bit of basketball, a little bit of football. As we take you through these 5 hours, 4 more to go until 5 a.m. in the warm-up show. You can listen here on The Fan, obviously on the app, and of course, streaming live on YouTube. Hello to everyone in the chat. I've been busy. I haven't had a chance to say hello, but hi. Hope you're doing well. Join the chat. Have some fun. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Mike Alford to take this job. Right now, he probably has a 15% chance to keep it. And Tiki came up with a formula. Every win he gets, it improves by 10%. Is there anything that could bring the percentage down?
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-548-4040. 800-548-4040. That's 800-548-4040.
My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever.
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. Well, the Knicks got all they could handle from the 4-win Mavericks, and it came right down to the wire.
Runs the baseline. The midcourt for Lively. Pass to Williams. Drives the lane. Got the layup. He scores and one with 0.7 to go. Offensive foul. Whoa. Overturned. It's going down. And the Knicks will take over with 0.7 to go.
Offensive foul called on Brandon Williams as Knicks survived the Mavericks 113-111. Tyler Murray, Walt Clyde Frazier the call MSG. Jalen Brunson returned, put in a team high 28. Karl Anthony Towns 18 points, 14 rebounds. Josh Hart 16, 10, and 5 assists. Landry Shamet 9, including a couple of big threes that gave the Knicks the lead down the stretch as the Knicks get their first win on the road this season. Aaron Glenn has hesitated to name a starting quarterback for weeks. This time, Glenn changed his tune, going Tyrod Taylor as Justin Fields heads to the bench.
But I told you guys before that the players already knew. You know, I just didn't tell you guys that. So there's nothing strategic about that. The guys already knew.
For the Giants, Jaxson Dart seems to be on the right track to return against the Lions, but still isn't fully cleared concussion protocol.
Right now, he's in a non-contact day. Sure, he's still in the protocol, like in that phasing of it, and so he'll continue to progress through it if he goes through the right form too.
41 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. A crazy end to the Knick game. I guess nobody. I went to the bathroom and got a glass of water. I guess they didn't recognize that it was an offensive foul call. It was because it wasn't like a charge. It was a very. Do you have that highlight? You were just telling me about it. Let me hear it again. Because the Knicks, so obviously the Knicks hold on for a 113-111 victory. And with a few seconds left, up to, obviously, 113-111. You can do math. I trust you. The Mavs go right down the field, and Williams takes it to the basket and lays it in. And is called for an offensive foul on a play where he kind of beats Shamet to the spot, gets past him and gets to the rim, but he kind of hooks his left arm around him to create separation and gets the offensive foul call. It's one that, it's a very unique looking call. It's not like Shamet stood there and took a charge. He got beat around the corner, and that ball was laid up and in. I thought the game was tied. Instead, it was a foul call. Here's the final call on Tyler Murray, MSG.
Runs the baseline. The midcourt for Lively. Pass to Williams. Drives the lane. Got the layup. He scores and one with 0.7 to go.
Yeah, they didn't get it with Clyde there too, obviously on MSG. They didn't get it at first. I thought the game, watching it here with no sound on, doing the show, I thought they tied it. But the Knicks hold on, a very unique offensive call. The Knicks got lucky to win this game. There's no doubt about it. The Mavericks are playing without their three best players, obviously. Still have Anthony Davis. I guess there's some trade rumors around Anthony Davis. The Mavericks have kind of shot that down. But he has played something like 14 of the possible 60 games he could have played for them. What a disastrous trade. We talk about.
And if nobody hires Nico Harrison, who they just fired, nobody's going to be stupid enough to trade for Anthony Davis.
I wouldn't think so. But you just, like, we talk about Brian Cashman. I heard in the afternoon talking about the Montas signing, and they traded away what could very well be right now the best player in the NBA. They don't have LeBron, and they're still, like, they're having a really nice season in LA. I was just looking at the standings before. The Lakers are...
They're 11-4, and LeBron only played in Tuesday night's game.
Yeah. So LeBron just played his first game Tuesday night. They're 11-4. I think he's averaging over 30 points a game. And they traded him away. It's unbelievable how bad that trade is and how this team has fallen apart since. So Anthony Davis has played like 14 of the 60 possible games he could have played. Kyrie Irving is dealing with a knee injury. They were lucky enough, amazingly, to get the first overall pick in Cooper Flagg, and he wasn't even in this game. The Knicks shot terribly from the floor, even worse from three-point land, and even worse than that from the foul line. And had every opportunity, missed the last 6 foul shots of the game in a game that they won by 2, again, on an offensive foul call, which is a unique-looking foul call with, 0.9 seconds left on what should have been a game-tying layup. I mean, really, the Knicks were lucky to get their first road win of the season. There is no doubt about that. They were lucky to get their first road win of the year. They are now 9-5. And in third place behind the Pistons, who are 13-2, who we knew were going to be dangerous after last year's performance in the playoffs. You just sensed that they were coming. They're well coached. They're tough. They've got a great young player. And the upstart, I shouldn't say upstart, but the surprising Toronto Raptors at 10-5. Right ahead of the Cavaliers, the Hawks, Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls, and the Sixers have come back to earth after what looked like a dominant start where you thought they were going to thrust themselves right into the Eastern Conference conversation. But big win for the Knicks. Anytime you could play like that and still get a victory and get your first road win of the season, it's a positive night. 888-808-1019. So, Knick fans, you want to talk a little bit, we'll take your calls here. Also, we've been talking a lot about the football, and it is a sad state of affairs. Like, I know Fleegs is jaded at this point, and he just hates his team so much, and he's rooting for this debacle to continue and bottom out. I don't know what the end game is. I guess you just need Woody Johnson. Is that what we're hoping for, that it gets so bad Woody Johnson leaves?
A new owner.
That's a tough one.
I know, but it's like, they can't win as long as he's there, so it's not even worth the time.
But, I mean, we're at the point right now where literally it was like, hey, the coach seemed kind of okay. He didn't embarrass himself in this press conference. He was open. He was honest. He didn't get mad about the leaks about the quarterback. The idea that we knew on, like, Tuesday that they were making a quarterback change, and he hasn't told, or Monday rather, and he didn't tell us till Wednesday. And he seemed okay about it. Hey, an improvement from the coach. Both of these teams, it is so bad. The football here is so bad. It's hard to take.
To accurately represent what I said and where my fandom is, yeah. I said we've lowered the bar so much for the Jets that the coach not embarrassing himself and the organization one time at a press conference is viewed as a win.
Yep. It's true. It's kind of viewed as a win. You left that press conference feeling good about him. And plus, it's the right decision, too. He also made the right decision with the quarterback. That helps. That helps. And we'll see. Maybe no Lamar Jackson. He didn't practice on Wednesday. Could they beat a Baltimore team without Lamar Jackson? Probably not. No. Still probably not. I don't think the Giants have much of a chance to win either. this week. So, although I do think the Giants can keep it close, and I do want Jaxson Dart in the game. I don't care. If he's healthy and the doctors clear him, he needs to play. He needs to play. The idea that we know for certain what Jaxson Dart is because it's been 6 weeks, I want to see him play. I want to see him, like, every single snap of a rookie quarterback's process is invaluable to him becoming what the Giants need him to become. He needs to get out there. He needs to see a defense like the Lions. He needs to go up against one of the better teams in the NFC. He needs to go do these things. He needs to go figure out how to play on the road. Like, these are all valuable things. This is all part of the process that he is going to need. He is not Patrick Mahomes already. He is not a surefire, you start a game with a good team, Jaxson Dart will go win the game for you. Like, this is a process. Eli Manning had a bunch of games, a bunch of losing down the stretch of the season before he had his first win against Dallas at the end of the year. And then year 2 was a huge leap, and they made the playoffs. It was one of the worst playoff games they've ever played against Carolina that year. But, like, it's important to keep this thing going. And the idea that he needs to be put in bubble wrap, and I just find it funny that Giant fans are all over me for getting on Cam Skattaboo, for putting himself at risk after major surgery 3 weeks ago, and standing in a crowd of guys and pushing and shoving professional wrestlers. Oh, my God, get a life, you weirdo, you dork. I got called a dork. A guy called me a dork on social media, and he's not even in the group chat. That's typically where the insults come. But I got called a dork because of my opinion on Cam Skattaboo. But those same fans will then turn around and go, oh, you can't play Jaxson Dart. Like, so you can go and shove people in a crowd at a wrestling event, but you can't play football? I don't think that makes any sense. Off of, literally having his ankle and foot detached from the rest of his leg, as opposed to a concussion, which, again, I'm not belittling concussions. They're scary. You get one, you're more susceptible to get more. I get it, but he's got to go play. If he's healthy, go play. 888-808-1019. Ryan in Kent, Connecticut. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, C-Mac?
What's up, buddy?
I just wanted to talk about your opinion on Josh Hart. Tonight, I'm pretty sure he had the second most points, tied with Mikal Bridges, and a double-double. Is Mike Brown, treating him as, the dessert after the main course? Because I think while OG's hurt, shouldn't we have him in the starting five?
Yeah, I was thinking about this.
What's your opinion, man?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I think they just like him off the bench, and they want him to define that role because he has been a starter for this team. I think he's a little uncomfortable, and he's talked about his unhappiness, and not overwhelming unhappiness, but his unhappiness a little bit that he's on the bench and that this has been a new role for him. And I just don't think they want to mess with that. I don't think they want to, depending on injuries, have him in the starting role, have him off. I think they want him getting as used to as possible coming off the bench. But let's not make it seem like, he played 30 minutes in this game. He's averaging, he's still, Brunson, Bridges, and Towns are the only guys who played more than him. He still played more than Shamet. He's played 30 minutes. He's averaging a lot of minutes. He's been pretty good. After the first couple games where the nerve injury or the nerve damage or whatever was really hampering his shot-making ability, he's been better. He was 3 for 4 from three-point land in this game, by far the most efficient three-point shooter on the team last night. I think that he's playing really well. I think he does everything for them. He had a triple-double the other day. In this game, he scores 16, 10 rebounds, 5 assists in 30 minutes. And he's a +8 in the game. So I just think that they don't want to mess with it. I was wondering that, too. I was thinking, they're throwing Landry Shamet out there in the starting lineup. Yes, this game they played Mitchell Robinson. They've kind of also thrown, obviously, Deuce in the starting lineup a lot since they were missing both Brunson and OG Anunoby. And you saw a different, rotation in this game. Yabusele played 17 minutes in this game. He pretty much didn't play the last couple of games. And they even had a big lineup. I think at one point, you even saw Yabusele, Robinson, and Towns all on the floor at the same time. So, Brown was really messing with the rotations. He was out there, concocting. He was out there with the test tubes trying a bunch of different things. He was the scientist last night playing a bunch of different lineups. And again, guys who typically haven't played that much. And again, Yabusele hasn't played that much, 17 minutes in this game. You saw Mitchell Robinson's numbers bumped up a little bit, 22 minutes. He's been averaging somewhere between 14 and 18 minutes a game. And he bumps up to 22. And, he's a minus 12 in this game. But I still love when Mitchell Robinson's on the floor, man. His ability to get offensive rebounds, his ability to impact the game, defend the rim. And it's so frustrating, too, because there's a sequence in this game. He has got to shoot the foul shot better than this. I don't understand. And watching the foul shots, and I was driving in during a point, too, and they were talking about this on the radio. I don't know why it's such a line drive. Someone has to explain to me why, I know big men, their hands on the ball. Shaq had an issue with it. He's not the only big man to not be able to shoot the free throw. But I don't know why he can't get an arc. It makes it so difficult. You have to be perfect with it if you're going to shoot these line drives. I don't know why he's unable to shoot a little bit more of an arcing foul shot. But in this game last night, perfect example, right? So they're up 3 points with, 10 seconds left. I forget exactly what it was. It might have been a little more than that. But they're up 3 points. Dallas is at the free throw line. You assume that they're going to try and hit the first, miss the second, and get another possession up only down 2, right? So you want Mitchell Robinson out there because you want that rebound. You don't want to allow, you assuming they're going to miss the second free throw, and you assume they're going to try and get another possession out of it. So you want Mitch in there to get the rebound. But the problem is, if Mitch gets the rebound and is immediately fouled, he can't hit a foul shot. It is the easiest of, they get the ball right back, no time off the clock, and at best, they're going to be in the same position because he's not going to hit both. At worst, they'll be down 3 again. His inability to hit a foul shot, and there's a myriad of different reasons why at the end of the game, and at times we saw the hack of Mitch in the playoffs. So it's not just this one scenario, but it played itself out in another scenario last night where you want him in the game to secure a rebound off of what you assume is going to be an intentionally missed free throw. But if he gets that rebound, he's immediately fouled, no time off the clock, and the Knicks and he missed both foul shots in his last attempt, and they would come right down the floor, only down 2. He is a liability at the end of these games. And he's so important for rebounding. He's so important for rim protection. And again, I know this isn't this is the same old song and dance. I'm not breaking news, but it is just so frustrating knowing he is so bad at the free throw line. And knowing that he's a liability when you need rebounds, you need defense, and he's out there. And if he touches the ball, you feel like you're screwed. Frustrating. He's got to figure out a way to be just a little bit better, and I don't know why he can't get a little bit of an arc. I don't know why he's throwing these bullets out there. Kenny the truck driver, excuse me. I was going to say Kenny and truck driver.
How you doing,
What's
Chris?
going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm all right. So check it out. I got to disagree with you about starting Jaxson Dart if he's able to play.
Okay.
There's no real reason to start him. I would sit him one more game We still got 8 games left to accomplish what you want to accomplish with him. But to start him, just coming off that concussion, I don't think that's a smart move right now. Give him another week and then let him in.
But why?
Why take a chance of putting him in?
Why take a chance in 2 weeks? I mean, if the doctors tell you there's no difference, like you make it sound like another week he'll have another week of healing. That's not necessarily how concussions work. Like the doctors tell you he's made it through all the things, he's got no symptoms, he's passed all the tests, he's ready to go. If I said to the doctor, is he more ready to go in 2 weeks? Like he's ready to go, he's not ready to go. Like there is no. It's not like a thing where he gets better as the weeks go on. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying there. Okay, but until he gets to the point where he learns how to protect himself, I don't think he should be in there.
And how will you know when he gets to that point if you don't play him?
Right, they got to get him in. Right, they got to.
No, there is no simulating that. There is no simulating at practice he'll get down. It's practice. You can't simulate. He wears a red jersey in practice. You can't hit him. You can't simulate that. I'm out there trying to win a football game against the Lions, against the Eagles, against the Bills, against the Commanders. Like you can't put him out there and say, "Okay, Jaxson, it's 3rd and 7. We're going to call a design, sweep to the left. Now get that 7 yards and step out of bounds." Like, yeah, at practice it's easy. He's got to learn this while playing. Because he could do it all week long in practice, and then when he sees that first down line in a big game in the NFL with the juices flowing, he's going to do what he's going to do. There's only one way to know if Jaxson Dart's figured it out. He's got to go do it in an in-game situation. That's it. You've got to teach him. He's got to learn, and the only way, you can't put him out there until he learns. There's no way to know he learns without putting him out there. There's no amount in practice. There's no amounts of, yes, I understand. There's no amounts of, oh, look, I did it at practice when I knew I wasn't going to get hit anyway. And whether I got the first down or not was meaningless. Like, you can't simulate the intensity of an NFL live football game. You can't. Practice, you can build chemistry. Practice, you can know where the wide receiver is going to go and have a feeling for reading the same things. And that's what practice is for. But you can't go out there and practice how you're going to handle going after that first down. You can't. You can't. There's no, and again, if the doctor tells me, and I'm not an expert, I don't know how concussions work, but my understanding is once you're good, you're good. I don't think you continue to get better. Another week doesn't make him safer, and if it does, then I'm open to the discussion. But I don't think that's the case. He's either ready to go or he's not. Matt in Manhattan, what's up, Matt?
Hey, I agree with you in principle about Jaxson Dart, but look, I just have to say, and I've called you over the years about second. I've been a supporter of second half tanking. I mean, really just not so much actual tanking, but just losing for draft picks. And I just feel like, look, I want Jaxson Dart to play, but considering that it's the Lions, considering there's a bye after that, why not just bring him back after the bye? He's going to get the rest of the games. We can root for him to win those games.
I don't think they have the bye. It's not. I think they play the Patriots then the bye, so it'd be 2 weeks.
Right. Okay, well, I would still the more games that he doesn't play against good teams, I don't really have a problem with. I have become very enticed by the idea of the Giants being in a position to trade back and have multiple number one draft picks. And I also again, maybe I'm delusional, but I feel like with this team we're watching now is not the real Giants. The real Giants are going to have a new regime next year. They're going to have all their good players back. I agree. Again, fully agree. Jaxson Dart needs to be playing, needs to get over his rookie season, needs to make his mistakes, etc. But I don't think that either sitting now or losing later is going to be that detrimental simply because of all the major changes that are happening. Before I go, wanted to ask you a quick question about the offensive line because you mentioned how much better they were playing, and I agree. They've got two guys on that line who at the beginning of the year, nobody would have cared if they walked in free agency, but they are free agents. I'm just wondering what your take is on re-signing those two guys.
Which two guys are we talking about again in free agency? I don't think...
I can't pronounce the name of one of them. The other one's the center. Schmidt.
Yeah. I think as Keith says, John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Yeah. He has been an underwhelming player for the first couple years of his career. He was playing well. He got injured. He's come back. He's played well again. It's been good as a unit. I would be interested in retaining all of their free agent. I would be open to it because I feel like they're just gelling. And it's not always about the best player with the offensive line because when the Giants had the best offensive line, it wasn't necessary. Chris Snee was really the only all-pro level offensive lineman on the team. Like, that was it. Chris Snee was the really incredibly talented guard, all-pro, Pro Bowl, really great offensive lineman. The rest of them were just good, like really good. Like, Sean O'Hara was really good. I don't want to say they weren't good, but it was more, Richburg and those guys, it was about playing together. Kareem McKenzie had a career where he was overall really good, but again, Chris Snee was the cream of the crop of that group, and they just played great together. It wasn't the greatest five offensive linemen. It was just guys who gelled. They knew what the other guy was going to do. They were a great unit, and that's very important with offensive line play. So I would be open to keeping the unit together while still going out there and impacting the offensive line with draft picks or more free agent signings. Like I want to really solidify that offensive line for Jaxson Dart. So I'd have to get into it. I'm not opposed to keeping or releasing any of those guys as long as I continue to get better. You would have to tell me how the offensive line gets better without retaining them. But yeah, I'd be open to bringing back all of them because they're starting to gel together, and I think that's important. As far as I don't agree. I hear what you're saying. I think, and as far as the tanking situation, which let's be clear, we all know what we mean by tanking. I want to be clear on this. I am not suggesting they lose on purpose. There is no losing on purpose. There's only one way to play the game when you're out there on the field, and that's to play it the best of your ability. And coaching it, same thing. They're going to coach to win. Now, could you make decisions like giving Jaxson Dart extra time off because you want to lose the football game? You could. Right? Could you make decisions on guys who could be ready to play, but you don't because they're a little banged up, and if this were a playoff game, they'd go, but because you'd rather lose the football game? I suppose, but for the most part, when we say tanking, it means to me, unfortunately, our team sucks so bad that they've put us in a position where losing is what's in the best interest of the team. So I will be rooting for them to continue what they've been doing. Continue losing now. You've lost enough, you bums, that you've put us in a position where now it's the best thing to do, so keep doing it. Don't get frisky now and start winning football games. Continue to lose. So that's all I mean by tanking. It's a word that doesn't really make much sense. It's more about just the fact you have sucked all year. Don't you dare start changing now when it doesn't impact anything, and all it does is hurt the team. But when you have the young quarterback, I don't feel the same. One, I don't value the top picks as much because they typically go quarterbacks. And two, even more than that, I do believe you can build with a young quarterback. I do think there is something worthy of going out and playing well and winning football games and having him have W's next to his name and belief from his offensive line, belief from his team, belief that he's the leader and the face of the franchise. Like, I think Jaxson Dart going out there, like, I can tell you the truth, going out and beating the Lions on the road would mean something to me with Jaxson Dart. If Jameis Winston did it, I'd be like, what the hell are we doing? Can you show up, Detroit? Honestly, that's how I would feel. If Jameis Winston started on Sunday and went out and beat the Lions, I would be cursing Dan Campbell. I would be cursing the Lions. I'd be like, you sons, how could you not show up to this game against the Giants and allow them to win this game and hurt their draft stock? But if Jaxson Dart goes out there and beats the Lions on the road, our young quarterback knows how to win on the road in the NFL against one of the best teams in the NFC, coming off an embarrassing loss. Coming off a tough game, angry. Like, that's what I would, like, that's a good win. That's a good win. That's what I'd be looking for. That's why I think it's important. And I want them to play. I want him to play. I want him to learn. I want him to play. And as long as the doctors tell me he's safe, and as long as the doctors tell me he's cleared, I don't sense why you'd want to, against the Lions, against the Patriots. Let him go play against bad teams. He can't get hurt against bad teams. Maybe bad teams are less caring about getting 15-yard penalties. Maybe bad teams are less buttoned up and hit guys out of bounds and hit guys while sliding and do dumb things, and that's why they're bad. I don't think he's any safer or more like, that ferocious Lions defense. Like, they're good because they're good. They're not good because they absolutely, annihilate people and they're going to cream them. And they're like, maybe they'll have more sacks. Aiden Hutchinson is an excellent edge rusher, and he might have more sacks, whatever, but he's got to learn how to protect himself. This is all part of it, man. This is all part of it. He's got to go out there and play. If the doctors tell me he's ready, that's it. If the doctors tell me, he's ready to go, but he's 75%, next week he'll be 100, okay, easy decision. I'll wait till next week when he's 100%, without doubt. But I don't think that's how concussions work. I don't think you get better the longer you go. You're either still in the protocol, you're still dealing with it, or you're not. If he's good to go, he plays. Without question. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Come back with more of your calls right here on The Fan.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN. Get ready for an AFC shootout with the Bills and Texans. 8:15 tonight.
Right down the middle and good.
Thursday Night Football is on The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio apps.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit overdraft coverage and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Tap Room is your casual gathering place for real food, craft beverages, and every New York game. With 9 Long Island locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. It's where you meet friends, make new ones, and never miss the action. Football, hockey, or basketball. Enjoy Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. Tap Room, real food, craft beer, and great company. Find your spot at taproomofny.com.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 138. McMonigle here with you on the fan. I just don't understand why anyone wouldn't want to play dart. I don't get it. I know concussions are no joke. I was just reading the chat. Concussions are no joke. Someone hit his head on a pole. I hear you. Concussions are scary. But he's not the only player to have a concussion. Justin Fields had one. I don't remember this conversation. I really don't. I don't remember the conversation around Justin Fields when he missed the game for a concussion. And if your point is, well, he's not the future of the team, well, okay, so his health doesn't count? Like, we're throw him to the wolves. Who gives a damn about Justin Fields? He's not the future. Like, it's either not safe or it's safe. It's one or the other. It doesn't matter whether or not you're the future of the team or not. It's whether or not it's safe for the player. If it's safe, it's safe. If it's not, it's not. If the doctors tell him he's safe, he should play. It's important for him to play. As a rookie quarterback, he's got to play. Go let him go take on the Lions. This is a good learning experience for him. Let him go take on the Patriots. Good learning experience for him. He's going to have to beat those teams next year. Giants want to go where they want to go. You're going to have to find a way to beat the Lions. You're going to have to beat teams like the Patriots. You're going to have to go play teams like that. Let him go learn. And again, I think the offensive line is playing to a level where I'm not overly concerned about his health. Without it, they made the smart decision not to play him the first 3 weeks of the season because Andrew Thomas wasn't there. And when they named him QB2 at the start of the year, I fully believe that Brian Daboll wanted to play him from the jump. But he was like, I can't do it without Andrew Thomas. I can't play him. And this offensive line's coming together. I have no problem throwing him out there. He absolutely should play. Trey in Fairlawn. What's up, Trey?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Hey, I'm in 100% agreement with you. You guys, the Giants, I'm not a Giants fan, but I root for New York sports teams. Mm-hmm. You guys have hit the lottery with Jaxson Dart. You found a quarterback, and as a rookie who can go out there, sees the whole field, can handle himself, and can win games. And your job is done. And you know what's the best thing about him? He's cheap. You got him cheap for a rookie contract. You can build a team around him. You can be the Legion of Boom with a cheap Russell Wilson and pay everybody else and have a monster team, make it to the Super Bowl. Eventually you pay him, the team falls apart. But, you know, you have a great situation right now. Yeah. And you got to play him because you know how you get better at playing football? Playing football.
Play football. I totally agree.
That's it.
That is the best response. That's the best response. He needs to get better. He still needs to grow. He still needs to get better. There's only one way to get better. Play football. There's only one way of getting better at playing football is playing football, 100%. And I want him to get better. I want him to continue to grow. That's why I wanted to keep the coach that we all thought, even I thought was, was lousy. He was losing all these games, but I wanted to keep the coach because I want the quarterback to play. That's how much I put stock into the quarterback continuing to grow. It's the most important thing for this Giant team by a mile. Yeah, having him out there and healthy too, absolutely. If the doctors tell me it's a risk, then I'm not taking it. But if it's like, yeah, it's a risk, no more than it will be next week or the week after that or the week after that or any week for the rest of his career, then what am I doing? Mark in Yonkers. What's up, Mark?
Chris.
Mark.
Listen, I don't really get to, I listen to you every night, but I really don't get to call in too much because I drive Uber and I get too busy. But
Sure.
I want to.
Well, thank you for taking a few minutes. I appreciate it.
Chris, I love you. I think you're a rising star in this business, and I listen to you from beginning to end.
Thank you.
And
the next time I need an Uber, I'm going to look for Mark in Yonkers.
I'm in Westchester, so I'm sitting in nurse waiting for a call, about to fall asleep because he's so dead. But anyway, Giant fans could be proud of two things. We got the two best records ever in football. One, we invented the Gatorade bath.
Okay.
And two, we never lost a championship game, NFC championship.
Never lost an NFC championship game. Okay.
I believe we're the only NFL team that has never lost a conference championship game. 5-0.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm trying to think back. I can't think of a championship game they lost to.
Am I right? Yeah, 5-0.
I'd have to look. I mean, they've been to 5 Super Bowls, so they've won at least 5 of them. I'm trying to think if they ever lost one.
We lost to Baltimore in the Super Bowl.
No. I know we've lost. I know they've lost Super Bowl. I know they lost the Super Bowl. I'm saying the championship game. I know they went to 5 Super Bowls.
5-0. 4-1 in Super Bowls and 5-0 in NFC championship games.
All right, so I got to double check that, but I think you're right. I can't think of it. It's certainly not in my lifetime. In my lifetime, they're undefeated in the championship game. That is true.
And I got a question for you, and don't tell me if I'm crazy or not. If the Yankees ever got rid of Aaron Boone, I believe the best replacement, don't laugh at me, would be Ozzie Guillen. No?
I'm trying not to laugh. You've asked me not to laugh, and you've shown me nothing but respect, and I don't want to be that guy. But no, I do not think Ozzie Guillen would be the right manager for the New York Yankees. I don't think Ozzie Guillen would be the right manager for anybody anymore, to be honest with you. But what's your other point though? Let's not focus on that one. What's your other point?
That I would never root for my team to lose ever, no matter what.
Yeah.
And Jaxson Dart, if he's healthy, he has to be playing because I truly believe we have our quarterback of the future.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The never losing part, like and Ozzie Guillen, I mean, I think that's been a failed. I know we won a championship. It's been a long time. I know what your thought process is, right? You want the dramatic different shift. You want the player's coach to the guy who screams and yells and goes absolutely crazy. I think that ship has sailed on Ozzie Guillen. As far as always rooting for your team to win, I think it's short-sighted. It's not seeing the forest through the trees. I don't want, my goal as a fan isn't necessarily what's best on Sunday. My goal as a fan is what's best for the franchise. And I'm all about, and I've been meaning to do this, maybe today's the day to do it actually. If you want to change the rules on how the draft is done, I'll be the first to sign. Like, if you want to change it from the worst record gets the best picks, I'm in. Right? Whether it's a lottery or I've heard of a system where there's a point system, which makes a hell of a lot of sense to me. Now, I forget, I think there's like a women's league and something that does this. I forget what it was, but someone tipped me off to this years ago, where you have a points lead, where, for example, as soon as you get either eliminated from the playoffs or you lose, in this case, your 9th game where you cannot be over 500. The second you're either eliminated for the playoffs or you lose your 9th game, you start accruing points based on wins and point differential. So it incentivizes you to win games down the stretch because you get points for wins. And it benefits the lesser teams because they have more opportunities to get points because they would be the teams quickest to the 9 losses. So as soon as you get that 9 loss or you're eliminated from the playoffs, from that next week on, you have the ability to accrue points via winning and keeping games close. And then at the end of the season, whoever has the most points has the first pick, second most points, second pick. So you benefit from winning, and it still helps the lesser teams because they're going to have more opportunities to gain points. I think that I'm in. That makes a lot of sense to me. Once you hit a certain number of losses, boom. If I start winning from that point on, I get points towards the first pick. Now I'm motivated to win football games. Now there's a reason to go play and win football games, and that will help me get the first pick overall. And I know that the lesser teams, the better teams who get eliminated later, they'll probably still play well and possibly win some games, and they have an opportunity to get the first pick as well. So it incentivizes winning down the stretch. I'm all in. Sign me up. If there's a petition, I'm in. But that's not the way it currently is. The way it currently is that the worst record gets the best points. I gets the best draft pick, rather. That's it. At right now, for the most part, unless you have a Jaxson Dart, because I don't believe right now, look at the Giants, for example, right? Let's just look at the Giants for right now. If what you guys want and Jaxson Dart doesn't play the rest of the season, right? Let's just say that, for example, he's had the concussion. They determine it not worthy of playing him. It's not worth the risk. You got Jameis Winston, who will not be the starting quarterback next year. You've got a head coach in Kafka, who most likely, almost certainly, will not be the head coach next year. Shane Bowen will not be the defensive coordinator next year. Hell, Joe Shane might not be the general manager next year. What are you building? Like, what does the third win on the 12th week of the season do for you? What does that do for you? It does nothing for you. It makes you happy at 4 o'clock on Sunday for 10 minutes before you realize, geez, we only have 3 wins. Like, what does it actually do? It does nothing. They're better off losing. The Jets right now, Tyrod Taylor is not going to be their starting quarterback, right? We don't know if Breece Hall is going to be their running back. We don't know if any of these players, they have so many draft picks. Who knows what's going to happen? What are they going to build on? What are the Jets building on? They're not building anything. When Jaxson Dart's in the game, you're building on with your young quarterback. You're building with him. You're creating confidence in him, skill sets in him, a belief in him. I do believe that's something. I don't think without the young quarterback, I don't think it's anything. So I don't look at it as in, hey, I'm sitting down watching a game. My team's on the game. Plain and simple. I'm watching my team. I want my team to win. They're my team. That's how I feel. I don't go that route. I say to myself, okay, this season is dead. It doesn't matter what happens anymore. The season's over. They suck. It's been determined. It's written in stone. They're awful. They're 2-9. It's over. This year's team sucks. They could win every game the rest of the year. They suck. So how do I help them to not suck next year? That's where my mind goes. What's the best thing so that I don't have to feel this way week 12 next year like I did last year and the year before? What's the best way to prevent this crap from happening again? And I don't believe it's winning a game with a quarterback who won't be my quarterback and a coach who won't be my coach. So I think it's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. Change the rules. Institute a lottery. Institute this point system I'm talking about. Do something different. Have a freaking tournament midseason. Declare games more important like the dopey NBA. I don't care what you do. If there's a reason to win that will impact them getting better, I'm in. I'm in. But as presently constituted, It's better to lose. Eddie and Rockland, what's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy. You know, I heard what you said. But first of all, let's get on the Shane thing, because I didn't know once Dable was out, you were gonna, try to push the Shane out of New York. But
I'm forever changing and adapting, and I zig when other people say.
I'm trying to keep up with you.
That's not true. I've always wanted to change. I've considered them. I've talked about this with you. I've made it's very clear. I viewed them as together, and I don't think it's. I don't think.
Okay.
So the minute Brian Dable went, then he should have went. That's.
Okay.
I don't think he's done a good enough job. Like, the only thing keeping either of them here with how the quarterback was playing, and I think he was more instrumental than drafting the quarterback than the GM was, and I think he was more instrumental in getting the quarterback to play well than he was. So once he's gone, why do I want Shane to hinder the ability to hire a good head coach?
Right. Now, you saw Dable in the draft room. He had some say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that puts more. Shane's job ends. He don't know coaching. You know, when Carter's falling asleep in the meeting room, that's not Shane's fault.
He's not a part of building the culture.
That's Dable's fault.
100% it's Dable's. 100% it's Dable's fault, but it's not Jane. It's not Joe Shane's fault at all.
And as far as Jaxson, and obviously he didn't yell enough. He's supposed to be a screamer. He didn't scream loud enough to wake him up.
Mm-hmm.
But and as far as Jaxson Dart, dude, how many more? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many more concussions before you shut them down for the year? Because you're not talking about a normal injury here. When concussions get rolling, okay, they need a lot longer to heal, okay? There's no reason. I wouldn't play him. I would bring him back until after the bye. And if he had one more concussion, I'm shutting him down for the year. Asking you a question. How many more concussions before you shut him down for the year, Chris?
Okay, but we're making it sound like he's had
How
several.
many more, Chris?
I don't know. How many more before you shut him down for his career?
That's the point. That's why he needs to rest.
Why?
Because you said the wins don't matter.
Yeah, but okay, you're a
don't matter.
Well, Eddie, I've never asked you this. What do you do? What do you do for a living, Eddie?
If the wins don't matter,
Eddie,
shut him down for the year.
Eddie, are you a doctor?
Chris, I've had concussions before.
Pretty simple. Are you a doctor?
Chris, I've had concussions before.
Eddie, are you a doctor?
The more rest you get, the better off it is,
if
brother.
If the doctor clears him, he's cleared. That's it. If the doctor clears him, he's cleared. How many more concussions? I don't know. Next year, same thing. What about Tua? They continue to play him? Nobody said this. Nobody said this when Justin Fields had a concussion. Nobody said this. How many other players have had concussions and come back? When Neighbors had a concussion last year, nobody said shut him down for the year. The season doesn't matter. Unfortunately, concussions happen all the time in the NFL. And I'm not belittling it, and I'm not saying it's not impactful, and I'm not saying it's not scary, and I'm not saying they shouldn't take care of it. What I'm saying is if he's cleared by the doctors, then he should play. They have gone a long way into clearing these things. How many more concussions? I'm out there, purposely, ramming him into with his head to open doors or something. Like he's out there playing football. He could have a concussion this week, next week, after the bye, next season. What makes him more likely to get a concussion this week? If the doctors tell me he is, then yeah, all right. Then I'm open to not playing him. But there's protocols. They've learned a lot about this stuff. And unless you're ready to shut him down for his career because he had a concussion, then I don't know what we're talking about. 888-808-1019. He's either cleared or he's not. If he's cleared, he plays. If he's cleared, he plays. And the wins don't matter unless he's playing. Like, I don't know how many times I got to say it. Eddie, you listen to the show religiously. You call me every freaking night. You don't listen. Is this thing on? McFly. With the quarterback, it's impactful. It's about winning with Jaxson Dart. I've acknowledged that. He changes my opinion on tanking. The young quarterback changes my opinion on tanking. When the Jets draft a quarterback this year, I will change my tune on tanking with the Jets. That's how it works. Justin Field concussion, no one cares. Neighbors concussion, no one cares. Jaxson Dart concussion, no, don't play him. I just spit everywhere. 888-808-1019. You guys on the chat probably saw that. You're asking where the brownie chunks are. 888-808-1019. McMonigle with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Mike Kafka looked the part, but he was aggressive.
Sure.
He basically, I don't want to say threw caution to the wind. I thought everything that he did was right, and I felt like they were a little bit more aggressive on defense.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The holidays will be here soon, and what you wear matters. My top three, their Hero Stretch flannel shirt, their Journey dress shirt, and their best-selling Chapin jacket. It's my favorite for its looks and comfort. Visit flagandanthem.com. Use code WFAN for 25% off. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic at UBS Arena on July 11th or at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 12th from our friends at Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared.
That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Jalen Brunson returned to put in a team-high 28. Knicks needed all of it. They escaped the Mavericks 113-111 as Brandon Williams seemed to get the game-tying bucket with 0.7 of a second remaining, but called for an offensive foul. Karl Anthony Towns, 18 points, 14 rebounds. Josh Hart, 16, 10, and 5 assists. Landry Shamet, 9 points, but a couple of big threes down the stretch that gave the Knicks the lead and gives their Knicks their first road win on the season. Well, it's already out there. Aaron Glenn, though, made it official. Tyrod Taylor getting the nod over Justin Fields.
Yeah, I said that on Monday. Talked to both of those guys, talked to the team on Monday, so Tyrod will be our starter.
Why did you decide to make that move?
Because I wanted to.
All right, then. Jaxson Dart seems to be on track to return from concussion protocol. Practiced on a limited basis. Still not fully cleared. As for the other first-round pick, Mike Kafka, very supportive of Abdul Carter despite his one-series benching last week for missing a walkthrough.
You know, I'd expect him to approach like he does every day. He practices his tail off. He plays his tail off. He's continuing to learn and grow as a young player, and I'm proud of him for how he's handled these things. It hasn't been an easy couple days, but I'm proud of him, and I think he's earned a lot of respect in the locker room. Will continue to grow and be a great teammate and learn from the things that he's done.
40 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:04. McMonigle here with you on the Fan, 888-808-1019. A lot of Jaxson Dart discussion. And again, look, I care about the kid's health more than anything. I do. I'm laughing because I have a wiffle ball bat. And I'm just going to leave it here. So, I don't know. See how that plays on the chat. I care about his health more than anything, no doubt. But this is the NFL. If the doctors clear him, he plays. It's important to play. It's important to go out there and continue to develop, get better, learn from playing good teams like the Lions and the Patriots. This is what happens. There is a protocol. The NFL has come a long way in dealing with concussions. Guys don't go in and play anymore. Guys have to make it through protocol. Guys have to pass tests. If that all happens and all takes place, then he should play. He needs to play. And you're not going to know whether or not he's learned anything about playing safer if he doesn't get out there and get into those situations. Oh, that's a good point. The bat was a funny idea, but yeah, no. For the social media clips, Izzo would be furious with me if I go on a good rant or something and there's a big wiffle ball bat right in front of my face.
You were gearing up on these good Jaxson Dart points. I'm like, we're going to get complaints tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't think they'd put this one up because I didn't give the number. 888-808-1019. They had me giving the number in one of the rants that they put out on social media. I love those guys. Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Chris, just hear me out for a second before you comment. You know, it's definitely important for him to develop and to play, okay? And you would, I guess as a Giant fan, you would want them to lose. You know, watching Dart, it's easier, you know, for them to win games when he's using his legs. You know, Josh Allen uses his legs. I mean, we know how many rushing touchdowns he has and everything. I don't think he will learn anything from running. I just think don't call any, plays for him to run. Listen, if he's going to take off, what are you going to do? But there should not be any, him running around the corner or anything like that. And just let him play football. If he beats him from the pocket, he beats him from the pocket.
I think it's an interesting point, and I think it has merit. And I certainly could see them limiting the amount of design runs. But it is his game. Again, it is who he is. That's his skill set. You could eliminate it, and maybe you're right, doesn't learn anything from running. I don't know about it. He learns how to win. Like, I do think they benefit from the wins as long as he's in there. I can't ask the coach never to call a winning type play. He's got to learn. Maybe this week, maybe next week, maybe limit them until let him show you he can get down and stuff on scrambles. So I think it's reasonable to say limit them. I do agree with that. And on the first, and he needs to understand that he's got to get down. So if you call the first design run and he doesn't get down, he takes on needless contact, then yeah, I got to be done. I do think there's a conversation around that. Just playing the game in general, I don't think there's a conversation. Doctors clear him, he plays. The idea of how you use him, especially late in the game, if it's not close, certainly, that's without question. But again, put it this way. Let me give you a scenario. They're at the 7-yard line. They're down 5 points to the Lions. 2 minutes left, 1:30 left, last possession, game on the line, 3rd and goal from the 7. 3rd and goal from the 5. You've seen how productive he's been goal line with the design runs. Are you going to say, I can't call that play? I can't call my best play. I can't go and give this kid an opportunity to go on the road and beat the Lions? And I can't start to build that with him and build that confidence with him and the team? It's tough. I'm just telling you, it's tough. It's tough. I think you can limit it. I think you can be a little bit more careful with it. But again, this is his game. This is his game. And, if a doctor tells me that he's more susceptible this week than he is next week or the week after that or the week after that, and I should slowly incorporate it back into his game but leave it out for a while, I'm open to whatever the doctors say. But if the doctors tell me that it's just hey, he had a concussion, he's all better from it, he's more susceptible now that he's had one, but that doesn't change from week to week, then I don't know. I'm probably letting him play his game. I'll call less, but I never thought it was an egregious number. I don't think 4 or 5 design run calls is some sort of crazy number. I don't. Frank in Palisades Park. What's up, Frank?
Hey, Chris. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
I gotta agree with the other callers on this, and I'll explain about this. Because I read this earlier today. Jaxson Dart was okayed to go to practice as a non-participant.
Correct.
He was not given full clearance.
Correct.
So anything could happen. If he does not show any signs of improvement
correct.
On Sunday, they will not allow him to play.
Correct.
Now, I myself was also suffered a concussion. Doctors have explained this to me. It takes 2 to 4 weeks to fully recover. Now, if you do decide to play before you fully recover, your chances of suffering a second concussion increase dramatically. And he plays with reckless abandon. John Gruden has said this about his play.
Everybody
he plays with reckless. No. He plays with really bad reckless abandon.
I agree. I'm saying everyone has, not just John Gruden.
He needs to be protected from himself. That's why it's important. That's why all the callers are pretty much saying the same thing. Be careful with Jaxson Dart. If he needs to stay back and you need to keep him protected, do it. If he needs to be, kept in the sidelines the next few weeks, do it.
Again, but you say needs like you know what he needs. They have doctors there working with him. And you said, you're right, as of right now, he has not been cleared. And indications are that he will be. But as of today, at practice, he was limited. He was allowed to work with the team. That's step one of the protocol that he has to clear. If he clears it by Sunday and the doctors tell me he's good to go, I'm playing him. Now, I don't disagree. Like, if the doctors say he isn't ready to go, then they don't have a choice. They can't play him, and he shouldn't play. And I'm sorry. I appreciate what your doctors told you. They have doctors designed for this who work with these NFL teams. If he's cleared to play, he plays. That's what happens. It happens to we did not have this discussion about any other concussion that's happened this year. I haven't heard one player or one caller, and I know we don't necessarily, we're in New York and we don't care about other teams' concussions. Like, we don't know we haven't heard one other play. Justin Fields had one this year. Neighbors had one last year. I don't remember an outcry for anyone. Hey, it's unsafe to bring him back after 1 week. It's unsafe. And if your point is, who cares about them? They're not the future of the team. Shame on you. Shame on you if the only reason you don't want Dart to risk it is because you need him to win football games next year. Or like Justin Fields' health is just as important as Jaxson Dart's health. Neighbors' health is just as important as Jaxson Dart's health. And Justin Fields runs just as much as Jaxson Dart does. And Neighbors, as a wide receiver, takes a ton of hits. And I didn't hear one time he shouldn't play. In fact, last week, the first question after the game for the Jets was, why'd you stop running Justin Fields? There are doctors. There's protocol. If he makes it through, he plays. That's what happens in the NFL. Jaxson Dart is no different than Neighbors. He's no different than Fields. He needs to play to get better. He's got to be more careful. I'm definitely I'm of the idea that they can limit the amount of design runs for him. Absolutely. But he's not going to learn how to get down and be safer and run with less of a reckless abandon, as you say. He's not going to learn that without being on the field doing it. There's only one way to learn that. He's got to go do it. He's healthy, he plays. Zach in Holbrook. What's up, Zach?
Hey, I appreciate you taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
I'm gonna try and keep my rant short, but I will end it with a question. I had to call in, man. I'm getting off of work, and I got to get up with my kids in 3 or 4 hours, but I'm circling around my block right now because I got to get this off my chest.
Sure.
This is the dumbest conversation I have heard about football in I can't tell you how long.
Mm-hmm.
We finally, after 13 years, have a quarterback that we actually can somewhat trust, a small sample size, but we actually have some hope with. And our fan base and the media, except for you, I like your input here, our fan base and media is running with a storyline that we got to sit this guy? Are you kidding me? Let this dude get out there and play ball. For everybody who's saying he should be sat for the year and protect him, put him in a bubble, what keyboard jockey, what non-football player, non-athlete created this storyline or caller? Where did this come from? This is absolutely absurd. This guy's got to get out there and play. If he doesn't play one more week, I get it. He's got to go through the protocol, and we want to protect him a little bit.
Of course.
But to shut him down? Are you guys kidding me? We finally, after 13 years, have a quarterback that we can kind of root for and get behind and, have some hope. And we want to shut him down. This is the exact problem with New York fan base, New York media, that they run with ridiculous things like this. It doesn't make any sense. My question to you is, where the hell did this story come from? It's been going on for a day and a half, and it should have been dead a day and a half ago.
Thank you for the call, Zach. That was good. I think, the story came from when he initially got hurt and everybody's overreaction, in my estimation, to the recklessness of the coach. I mean, people, the story was pretty much that Brian Daboll put his career above the health of his quarterback. That the health of the quarterback be damned. I need to win football games because I'm about to be fired. Like that's where it started, right? And then the idea that the amount of runs he gets, which again, I had at 4, and I read the initial story after the game with 4. I'd have to go back and rewatch the game. Since last week, the report from Schefter said 5 design runs. Whatever the case may be, 4 or 5 design runs. I don't think for a player who, if you watched in college, had design runs, who is extremely talented at it, who, when you don't have other weapons in the passing game to make plays while you're trying to win football games. Sure, he's trying to win football games. Every coach in the NFL is trying to win football games, whatever their job status is. Like, I just, like that whole nonsense of, well, you know, he's trying to save his job. He's trying to win football games. Every coach tries to win football games. I joked the other day, I was like, I remember that great Vince Lombardi quote, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. Unless, of course, you have job security. Then winning is just a luxury. They're all trying to win football games. And unfortunately, with the loss of Neighbors and the loss of Skattaboo, one of their best plays and ways to win football games is for Jaxson Dart to run the football. He's extremely good at it. And again, I counted 4, but let's say at 5. 3 of the 5, because I don't remember the 5th. 3 of the 5, 2 touchdowns and a naked boot where he slid untouched. And then obviously the 4th, he got the concussion, or the 5th, he got the concussion. So, like, when does it become radical? When does it become reckless? That's where this all started. That's where this all started. So the idea then becomes, now that even Brian Daboll is gone, doesn't matter, the Giants can't be trusted to, like, the Giants are such a disaster and so poorly run, which I do agree they're a disaster and poorly run right now, but they're such a disaster and so poorly run, and maybe even Mike Kafka is trying to earn his job, that if anyone was put in that position of trying to earn their stay as the interim head coach and change it to just head coach, they're going to risk the quarterback's health because they don't give a damn about anything else but their career, and they're willing to risk life and limb of any of their players to secure their future. So that's where it comes from. It comes from the idea that the Giants can't be trusted with this kid because they mess up everything else and they can't be trusted. So you can't put the quarterback out there, which to me is silly. I'm with you. It's silly. If he's not cleared, of course. If he's not cleared, he's not cleared. And they shouldn't do anything to help him get cleared. They shouldn't try and cut corners. Like, obviously, go through it. If the doctor says, and again, we'll see. I'm open to whatever the doctor says. If the doctor says, well, technically he's cleared, but I don't like this and I don't like that, and I think the kid would do, you know, it would be very good for him to give him the extra week. If the doctor sits in Mike Kafka's office, in John Mara's office, in Joe Shane's office, and says, look, technically he's hit all the parameters, but I'm still very concerned about this or that, and I would give him another week. Give him another week, of course. I'm willing to go by what the doctor says. But if the doctor says he's cleared all the protocols, he's got no symptoms, there are no more headaches, there's no more reaction to light, you know, whatever other tests that they go through, he passed them all with flying colors. He feels great. He feels good after running. He feels good after contact. He feels good after every check mark that he has to go get through. Then he plays. They have these things designed to make sure you're ready to go play. Now, it's his first concussion. If he has more like Tua, and we saw the stemming from Tua where the fingers go like this, and I know, you know, people seem to think he was knocked out unconscious. I haven't read that. I haven't heard Dart say he was unconscious. He was laying on the floor, what seemed to be lifeless. But sometimes you take a hit, you lay on the floor, you don't want to get up, you're dealing with whatever you do. I don't know if he was knocked out unconscious or not. The Giants have all of this information, and they will make a decision. And whatever their doctors say, that's what I would go with. But there is an importance to Jaxson Dart playing. There's an importance to it. The minute he's ready to go, you play. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. I see Rich and Steve want to talk baseball. When we come back, we can start talking baseball. We'll get into the Yankee offseason, the Met offseason, who the Mets should be trading. Is Senga one of those players? And I guess this is the question that I'm most curious about with the Mets, who are clearly looking to upgrade their rotation, need to upgrade their rotation. There's no doubt they are I think Senga is one of the players they're shopping, not just answering the phone on. And to what level, what motivation would you have to move Senga? How do you feel about him? What level of return? Is this one of those moves to set up the rotation that David Stern should look at and say, it's not exactly the value I want, but I do think I'm better off moving on from him to set myself up for other things? Or do you wait until you get the exact level of return you want for Kodai Senga, who hasn't been able to stay healthy? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. Of course, the Bellinger versus Kyle Tucker, which I admitted yesterday, and I know you can't listen every morning at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. I have changed my tune a little bit on Bellinger versus Tucker based on the Trent Grisham signing. We'll get to that as well. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll be right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, neoyorquinos! Fast, reliable internet puede ser tuyo when you switch to Fios. Por tiempo limitado, combine Fios Home Internet and a line of mobile por solo $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with AutoPay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store hoy mismo to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable red 5G 100% fibra óptica for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the 15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discounts enrollment required. 99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE might be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Leonard Skinner at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 229. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Let's open it up to a little bit of hot stove baseball. We talked mainly about it yesterday. I still think, again, I feel I have to defend my Brian Cashman stuff. It's okay to just acknowledge he's wrong every once in a while. Again, he's been here for 30 years. I'm not going to agree with everything he does. And I didn't agree with Trent Grisham. I didn't agree when they offered him the qualifying offer. I made it very clear then when they offered it to him, I said risky. Too risky for my blood. I wouldn't do it. I thought most likely he would turn it down. I did think he would, but I thought it was too good of I thought the risk of him taking it was too high to even offer him the qualifying offer. And now that he's accepted it, to me, this is really easy. Because even running it back with just Bellinger puts them at the payroll threshold where they were last year, and I don't know the appetite of this owner. So, this is now on the owner. Because his general manager, if they're going to make an impact with this lineup, and yes, I do think running it back still gives them an opportunity to win a championship. I do believe that. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it gives them a good enough chance to go win a championship. I think they should look to improve, clearly. But could they still win? Could Trent Grisham go off in the postseason? Could Trent Grisham, Jazz Chisholm, and Judge go off in the postseason, get hot, and go win the whole damn thing? Of course. Of course. They were the highest run scoring team in the American League last year. They had the highest OPS in the league last year. Only the Brewers had more guys with an above average OPS in Major League Baseball. They had 7 guys. They were good last year offensively. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the complaints. They were. But the bottom of the order isn't good enough. There are too many outs at the bottom of the order. That's just true. And I want to improve the team, and you got to improve the outfield. And so for me, and I know everyone wants to talk about Bellinger because that's the next big thing. The Yankees have been on the record saying that this has not affected their pursuit of it. And I see a lot of people in the last day talking about, the overreaction to the Trent Grisham accepting the qualifying offer. You don't do that unless you know that he could take it and you have a plan and, they're willing to spend money and they could do all right, let's go see it. Because Trent Grisham, the player, I think is okay. I think he's pretty good. I don't think he'll have the same kind of season, but could he hit 25 home runs and play a good, solid defensive center field? Is he a good player? Yes. I think he could be a good player again. He's not going to have the same type of season he had last year, but he could be a good player. But you've got to go out there and add more. They've got to add more contact. They've got to, they still have to go get a shortstop. They still have to go impact the starting rotation. So to me, this is about whether or not this owner is willing to spend money. Is he willing to have a payroll because to me, if you want to have a winning team, you want to go compete with the Dodgers, he's got to have a $340 million payroll bare minimum. So that's Bellinger plus. So that's why, for me, the Bellinger-Tucker thing has changed. Because I was big on Bellinger's a better fit. Bellinger makes less money. You can go do things with the extra money you're not paying Kyle Tucker. And plus, he plays center field. This was all with the assumption of Trent Grisham not being here. Now that Trent Grisham's here and your center fielder most likely, to me, now I'm more comfortable with just going to pay Tucker and make him my left fielder. Go pay Tucker. Get the better offensive player. I'm less interested in his ability to play center field now that I've got Dominguez, that I've got Trent Grisham. Go get the better offensive player in Tucker. Ben Rice is now your first baseman. That's just the be-all, end-all. That's what it's going to be. You've got Tucker and Judge in the middle of that lineup. Tucker's better offensively, more productive, more consistent, younger. All of it. Go get Tucker now. I've kind of changed I'm still good with Bellinger because I like Belly. But I'm more open to pivoting and going to spend the extra money and getting Kyle Tucker. And the other thing is, I think without question, and I said this when they offered the qualifying offer, because a lot of people said, it means he's willing to spend money. I'm like, I don't know about that. But what it does say to me is they're willing to trade Spencer Jones and Dominguez. Because if you have him here, okay, what are you doing with Spencer Jones? He's got nothing else to prove in AAA. He's got nothing else to prove. And the same thing for Dominguez. Is there still a role to have Dominguez have 300-400 at-bats? Maybe. And I do think that if he proves himself the better player, they won't hold him back because Trent Grisham's on the team. I think they would play him if he proves to be the better offensive player and have the better year and be the better player than Trent Grisham. I do believe that. Now, that's where you start to wonder if Belly's the right guy as opposed to Kyle Tucker, because if you make that decision, I don't think they're putting Dominguez in center. So that's why for me, now, I've changed my offseason opinion with him coming back. Now it's on Hal, go spend money. Screw this, man. Go spend money. You're going to have to anyway. Go spend money. Go spend money, go get Kyle Tucker, and trade both Dominguez and Spencer Jones, and go get a starting pitcher or go get legitimately good bullpen arms, or trade those guys and get Steven Kwan in here. Or go get a shortstop with those guys. But to me, now, I know I've got him in center. I feel good about him in center for 1 year. And after the 1 year, I'll play a defensive-minded center fielder. I'll go get a cheap center fielder who plays good defense. I don't care. My lineup should be good enough if I get Kyle Tucker. Tucker, trade both Spencer Jones and Dominguez for bullpen arms or a shortstop or something. Maybe the Angels are trading, right? Maybe they'd trade Neto for you. They just traded Tyler Ward for Grayson Rodriguez, which was an interesting trade for the Orioles. Because he's been their prized possession for a couple of years, but he can't stay healthy, and they were willing to trade him for Ward, who's a good player, don't get me wrong, but, you traded young, controllable pitching for Tyler Ward. That's an interesting trade. And maybe you can trade prospects for, I know, Neto is a young shortstop. I doubt very much they move him, but I'd be interested in trading both of them. Go get Tucker, trade both Spencer Jones and Dominguez, and go out there and spend $340, $350 million in payroll. That's it. That's what this owner needs to do now. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Steve in Bayside. What's up, Steve?
What's up? Well, I'm glad to see that when the facts change, you change. That's to your credit.
Well, yeah. I don't just have opinions to have them. I have opinions because I believe in them, and now some things changed. I thought they needed a center fielder. That's why I was much more in on Bellinger. Now they don't need a center fielder, and I expect them to have to spend money. If they're going to have to spend money, might as well spend it on the better player.
Yeah, and I think the people that are calling up screaming, they just don't have the facts. There's only, from what I've seen, there's only, I think, 6 players projected, center fielders projected to have 3 wins next year, 3 WAR next year. Mm-hmm. And Grisham's one of them.
Yeah.
So it's a very thin market. There's not a ton of options out there. Brian Cashman said that this still allows them to go after Bellinger, although I feel like it allows them to be kind of in the catbird seat and say, okay, we're going to give you an offer, and we're not going to extend ourselves on that offer. This is what we're comfortable with, and if you don't want it, we can move on to other things.
Like what?
And well, hold on. I think that by having Trent Grisham, you could keep Spencer Jones, who's the more athletic of the young center fielders that they have, and you can trade Dominguez. I'm looking at an infield upgrade like you are. And the guy that I don't love Stephen Kwan. I like, and I've been after him for a couple of years. I like Brendan Donovan. Now, Mozeliak just stepped down, and Chaim Bloom took over. And we know the way Chaim Bloom operates. He's going to be. The Red Sox right now are reaping the benefits of what Bloom did, 3, 4, 5 years ago. So Bloom is a guy that's going to be, wanting to get young. He was from Tampa. He's going to want to get young and get guys that are going to. They need a rebuild over there in St. Louis. Mm-hmm. So I like getting Brendan Donovan. He's got a lot of flexibility in the infield, where you could play him at third, you could play him at short, second base if you had to. And he's a winning player, really good player, good on base.
I think he's played the outfield too. He's played a bunch of games in the outfield as well.
Yeah, no, a little bit in the outfield too, yeah. That's the guy that I would target, and I think that you would have to put somebody like Dominguez in that deal. So that's the trade that I would be looking for.
Well, because he's got 2 years left of arbitration, so he's a controllable piece. You're going to have to give, and he's more proven than both Dominguez and Spencer Jones. So, you'd have to. That's you probably have to throw a pitching prospect in there as well with Dominguez,
which the Yankees can do.
Yep.
But Brian Cashman said that he was comfortable bringing back Grisham. Yeah, he's making a little bit too much money, and that would open up trade possibilities. Well, there you go, right there.
Yeah. Look, I hear you, Steve. I think you got to, and I do like Donovan. And he's been mentioned as like the fallback for Bellinger in some circles. I've heard that conversation about trading for him, and you're right. It seems like Bloom steps in. I don't know if it's necessarily Bloom's idea or the edict from the organization. I don't think Bloom stepped in and said, you know what? I think they should trade Mookie Betts. That was a conversation ownership kind of forced upon him. But yes, he is kind of a guy who's willing to wheel and deal a little bit. Donovan, 28 years of arbitration last year, without question, was the better player than Stephen Kwan. There's no doubt about it. Puts the ball in play, struck out 67 times and 500 at-bats last year. Only played 118 games. The year before, 81 strikeouts in 153 games. So not a lot of strikeouts, hits around 280.
350 on base.
353 on base this year. Yeah, Brendan Donovan would be a very, very nice pickup for the New York Yankees, able to play multiple positions. I would absolutely be in on that. I'm totally with you. I don't know if I like it without. I want Bellinger and Donovan, so that gives them options. But yeah, we'll see how. I still think they're gonna have to spend money though. Like I just don't know how they do it without spending money. Like they're gonna have to go. You make Bellinger and that trade. I guess that answers a lot of issues. You still need bullpen arms. You still need a starting rotation piece, but that's not a bad offseason. If they sign Bellinger and trade for Donovan, and let me just see because Donovan's a name I had seen as someone who could be the fallback for Bellinger. He's played how many games? He's played 4 years. Second base, he's played 225 games. Outfield, in left field, he's played 163 games.
He actually played a few games at shortstop last year, not third base.
Yeah, he's played 40.
Could mix him in the beginning of the season while Volpe recovers.
Yeah. What is defensive metrics? His defensive metrics really aren't all that great at any position, quite honestly. But I do put defensive metrics as my least favorite metrics. I shouldn't say. I mean, they're a guideline. I put more of the eye test on defense than I do offense. Sometimes I'm willing to trust the offensive numbers. The defensive numbers are shaky to me. But if he could play shortstop a little bit, if he could play third base for Ryan McMahon at times, if he could also play left field, I think
he won a Gold Glove in 2022, his rookie year.
Did he
as
really?
The utility man?
As the utility Gold Glove winner. Yeah, I mean, okay. Finished rookie in the year, third and rookie of the year that year. He was an all-star last year. If they could do that, I'm in. I think you just gave me I think that's a really good offseason.
The worst batting average of his career is 278.
Yeah. And 759 OPS was the worst of his career. That same year. No, he's a really good, solid player. He's a really good, solid player. You sign Bellinger, trade for Donovan, add a starting pitcher, and get some bullpen arms. Now, what's his? I got to look at his contract and see where the money is because it's unfortunate. All right, nobody wants to hear this, but you've got to deal in the parameters of where this owner's willing to spend. Send me how much money he's made. I mean, he's in arbitration. You said, right? He's got 2 more years of arbitration. So
yeah, I'm trying to find it. What the projected is.
See what the projected arbitration is for him because it's going to be fairly.
For a guy who doesn't steal a lot of bases and isn't that fast and puts the ball in play all the time, doesn't hit into a lot of double plays.
Yeah.
Only 4 each of the last 3 years. MLB Trade Rumors estimates his salary for next year at $5.4 million. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Now, I don't know their appetite to trade him. Again, if I'd never heard the name, I would have been like, I don't know if St. Louis is willing to trade him. I have heard and read articles that he could be the fallback for Bellinger. I don't want him as the fallback of Bellinger. I want him with Bellinger because I want him to be able to play the infield. He's second base, left field, third base. I mean, it fits the Yankees. And he's put up better numbers than Quan. He was an all-star this year, had a better year than Quan this year. His worst year is better than Quan this past year. Brendan Donovan would be an excellent player. You could move him around the outfield, the infield. $5 million. I would trade Dominguez and a pitching prospect for Donovan. I absolutely would.
They could really choose, do you want the guy who's already played in the big leagues in Dominguez, or do you want the guy who hasn't debuted yet in Spencer Jones?
Right.
Either way, highly touted outfielder.
One's a switch hitter who showed promise last year. The other one hits a ton of home runs. But yeah, I would offer either one for him. I would offer either one for Donovan. I think that's a good plan because they're going to get blocked anyway.
And if you don't expect that Jazz Chisholm's getting a long-term extension after the year,
right, he's your
Donovan
second baseman.
becomes your second baseman.
Yeah.
For the most part, while you can move him around if you need to.
Yeah. It helps you in the negotiation with Jazz depending on Jazz's season. Absolutely. It gives you that kind of DJ LeMahieu feel if you could play him at different places, even at short. He's had some games at short. I don't know. I think he played 14 games at short, we said, in his career.
Yeah, last year it was 6, and I think it was in the teens overall.
Yeah, 14. He's started 12 games. He's played in 14 games at shortstop. You also have the ability to play Caballero at shortstop to start the year as well. And
in 4 years, he's played every position except for catcher, double-digit games.
Yeah. No, I'm in. I'm sold. Sold me on it.
Oh, sorry. He hasn't played center field, but still. The corner outfield and all the infield positions. Double-digit games.
Yeah. I think he is now part of my new, instead of Quan, I think it's Brendan Donovan.
You did your plan 20 minutes ago. After that call, good idea. Redo it.
Redo it. Redoing the plan. The plan is an ever-evolving, ever-changing. Right, so right now we said yesterday it was right at 286, the Yankees payroll. We're seeing contracts anywhere between 26 to 28 million for Bellinger. So let's just, on the high end, say he gets the 28 million because his market is good and the Mets force, some money to go up. So 28 on top of 286, 14, 3. That's 314 right there. You had Donovan 6 if you trade for him. That puts you... Now, again, what's Dominguez making, because he's on the roster, it's probably offsets a little bit. Dominguez is probably making $1 million. But let's just put it at 320 with those two players. Now you got to go out and add a starting pitcher and some bullpen arms.
Dominguez is under $1 million because he's pre-arb.
You're looking at a number if Hal is willing to spend $340 million, last year was $315. You're willing to spend $340, right? You're going to take Jazz's money off theoretically. Or you have to work on his contract, figure that out. You get rid of the $22 million from Grisham. I mean, next year, you get a cheap center fielder. We'll all be on board with that. You get a cheap defensive center fielder next year to go along with Bellinger. And, that's an interesting idea. That's a good offseason right there.
You also, in this scenario, you're still going to have one of Jones or Dominguez to play the outfield in 2027.
That's true. If that's what you get for Brandon Donovan. Now, again, we don't know if they want to trade him. We don't know what they would take for him. But, yeah, theoretically, you would have either Dominguez or Spencer Jones. Now, I would be willing to use the other one to go trade for bullpen arms. I wouldn't mind trading both of them. Because the minute they were willing to give center field to Trent Grisham for $22 million, it signified to me they're not going to just put these guys in. Because we all know they still want to get Bellinger. That's a complete full outfield. And that's another year of lesser at-bats for Dominguez and nowhere to play Spencer Jones. The second they offered that qualifying offer, that was the first thing I thought. The first thing I said was, wow, qualifying offer, not that they're willing to spend a ton of money, not that this or that, hey, they, in their minds, they're okay with trading Spencer Jones and Dominguez because if he accepts, they have nowhere to put him. And I don't think it was going to stop them from signing Bellinger, and clearly, so far, that's the word from the New York Yankees. So I'm willing to move both of them because they've hold on to guy. What is holding on to Spencer Jones going to do? Unless Spencer Jones has a better year, strikes out less, he just hit a ton of home runs. There's nothing else he's going to do to really up his value. I think everybody kind of has a feel of what kind of player he is. He's a guy who right now is kind of that 3 true outcome guy a little bit, where he can hit. There's this hole in his swing. He's going to strike out some. He's going to hit a ton of home runs, and he's going to play a good defense. I don't know what else he can do in AAA outside of being the best home run hitter in the minor leagues. He was already that last year. So I would trade both of them. Get me Donovan with one, get me some bullpen arms or a starting pitcher with the other. Put money in the whichever one I don't get, starting pitcher or bullpen. And then I have Brandon Donovan to play shortstop and third and bring some contact to this team and maybe play over. He bats lefty, so if he could play third base. If
they wanted contact leading off, too. Yeah. You get a guy who got as a 350 to 400 on base percentage in front of Judge.
No, absolutely. I think it works. I like him a lot. Let's go to Rich in Cleveland. What's up, Rich?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good, man. Hey, I just wanted to make a comment on the Yankees. I don't really think it's so much of they're going to do what they're going to do, or whatever it is, and it's going to be good enough to win baseball games. What has to change is the culture of fundamentals of baseball. The Yankees were just fine the last 2 years if they don't run themselves out of innings make stupid errors. All that stuff is a culture change, and I don't hate Boone, but he's been there so long. He's not going to change the culture. We need to get a guy in there that like a Brett Gardner, who did everything just to stay in and get a career in the Major League Baseball, that had to do everything, was fundamentally sound, was clutch, all that kind of stuff. Those are the guys that make the best managers.
Yeah.
It'll take a guy like that to come in.
I mean, Boone wasn't I know you're just saying Boone has been around, but Boone wasn't exactly a superstar, you know. Boone had to do a lot to stay in Major League Baseball as well.
No, I agree, but he's obviously
I do think
he didn't even change. He didn't even correct Chisholm. Chisholm made that blunder, and he said, "I would just do it again." That should have set him off. Boone.
What did he do? Which blunder?
You remember when Chisholm made the bad base running error, and he got?
He got on him, and he was mad. He was mad at both Jazz and the first base coach.
Chisholm the next day says, if I had to do it again, I would do the same thing." I mean, that's not something that's. I mean, we have to admit the Yanks tied for the division, lead, lost on the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
but they should have been 10 games ahead on games that they just lost by bad base running.
I think the bad base running is overblown. I think you're pointing to one or two things. They were better at base running it this year than they were the last couple of years, outside of maybe the 1 week stretch. But that's a game you could always play. Let's talk about all the home runs Jazz hit to win them games that they could have otherwise lost when they were getting no hit by Seattle. And if then you look at Toronto, you want to count how many games they blew for different reasons. Like it's easy to play that game if they would have only won one more game, or they should have won 10 more games, or the closer blew this many games. Like that's baseball. That's baseball. I don't disagree that they could have easily won the division, but I can go find 5 or 6 Blue Jay games that were, how about Game 6 of the World Series? Blue Jays should be champions right now if it wasn't for a base running blunder. Like, I think they were a better base running team this year than they've been. I think they were a better defensive team this year than they've been, outside of Anthony Volpe just losing it. And maybe that had to do with the shoulder injury. But outside of Anthony Volpe being going from a Gold Glove shortstop his first year to a solid to really good shortstop his entire career, and then this year being god-awful. I think that's really where the main defensive issues lie, as well as playing Rice at first base, and he wasn't that good. But I don't think Brett Gardner, I mean, we got to stop with this. Like, honestly, guys, I love you, and thank you for making the call. I appreciate you, man. We got to stop with former Yankees that you want to turn into managers. Like, Brett Gardner has not been in baseball. Unfortunately, he dealt with the tragedy of losing his son. That was a terrible story. But, I mean, he hasn't been involved in baseball. He hasn't been a coach anywhere. You're just going to call, you're going to call him up and say, I don't know what you've been doing the last 3 years, but you want to come manage the Yankees? Oh, Boone was just a broadcaster. Boone worked around baseball. Boone is a lifer. His whole family was involved in baseball. Generations of Major League Baseball players. And they had an interview with him, and they think alike. As Susan Waldman said, this is not Brian Cashman dictating how Aaron Boone should think. The reason he was hired is because they think alike. And look, I'm open. If this year's, I'm open to moving on from Boone. I'm open. I love the Yankees. I don't love Aaron Boone. I just think he gets blamed for a bunch of nonsense. I think he gets blamed for things that aren't his fault. But I don't think, we can't just go back to Jorge Posada. That's the kind of guy you need. Brett Gardner, that's the exact kind of ball player who makes a good manager. Like, we don't know. Alex Rodriguez, David Cohn should be the pitching coach. Paul O'Neill should be the hitting coach. Derek Jeter should be the GM. Like, it's just nonsense. I'm open to making a change with Boone if this. And listen, I think he's going to play out this contract and then be done. I think it's going to be 10 years, win, lose, or draw. I mean, if he wins the World Series, they might keep him. But outside of that, if even if they get to another World Series, if 10 years go by at the end of this contract and he still hasn't won a championship, I don't think Aaron Boone will be back. And then we'll find out who the next manager is. And it'll probably still be Brian Cashman. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. 3 hours down, 2 more to go. Got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Brian Burns, who up until yesterday, because of Myles Garrett's prolific sack totals he's going to put up this season, was leading the league in sacks. Brian Burns has been fantastic. Dex actually in the earlies in these games is getting pressure. Kayvon Thibodeau when he was healthy, and Abdul Carter, they're supposed to be dominant. But it's hard to be dominant when offenses know exactly what you're going to do.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez from the New York City Department of Transportation. Every time you're driving or riding, you make choices. They may feel small, like speeding or trying to beat the light, but the choices you make can have life-changing consequences for yourself and others. And in that moment, you'll wish you could take it back. One choice can change everything. You can't rewind a crash.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic at UBS Arena on July 11th or at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 12th. From our friends at Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Well, it wasn't easy by any stretch. The Knicks needed an offensive foul call with 0.7 of a second remaining in order to escape the Mavericks 113-111.
You got to win ugly at home. You got to win ugly on the road. And what I mean by that is sometimes you got to rely on your defense. And we still have to be better guarding the ball. That's our first priority. And we were good at that throughout most of the game.
Jalen Brunson made his return, putting in a team high 28. Karl Anthony Towns, 18 points, 14 rebounds, but Josh Hart added 16 with 10 boards and 5 assists off the bench. Jets now in the hands of Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Ravens as he gets the start over Justin Fields.
There's an emotional side to it, but at the same time, I'm also I'm a firm believer that God has a plan for all of us and trust it. He's called me for this moment, and just like I said, excited for the opportunity.
Meanwhile, Giants rookie Abdul Carter dealing with the fallout of missing a walkthrough last week. Mike Kafka just looking to move forward, though.
Yeah, well, I'd say the first thing is, Abdul, he's got my full support, and we're all here for him. Our coaches, the players, the leadership group, and it's really not. It's not really necessarily about Abdul, but about everybody in our unit and our team. They got our support, and we're here. We got their backs.
As for Jaxson Dart, limited in practice, continues to work his way back from concussion protocol. Seems to be on track to return Sunday against the Lions. 40 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 304, McMonigle here with you on the Fan, 888-808-1019. So talking about this, the baseball offseason as we get ready. We could talk about the Mets, too. It's Senga. I really think that's a guy they need to move. I heard Evan talking about someone tipped him off to a trade. We talked about the Nimmo trade. Nimmo for Mike Trout. You in, Fleegs? Nimmo for Mike Trout. It's like another $14, $15 million a year.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but no.
I know, it's crazy. I wouldn't trade it. No, but you're not wrong. At this point, you just can't trust Trout to be healthy. When playing, he's still better than Nimmo, but you just can't trust him to play, and the money's ridiculous. And speaking about money, with MLB, they announced yesterday the new TV deal for the next 3 years that they have signed with ESPN, Netflix, and NBC. So after, falling out of favor with ESPN and announcing there would be no more Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, they are back in the fold. So apparently, ESPN is going to run like the MLB TV, the MLB app. Like all those games are going to go through them. They're going to get out of market. I think I read earlier in the week that all of the Cleveland Guardian games are going to be ESPN.
I did say there were a couple teams that have lost their regional TV networks over the years. Yeah. MLB was handling those. ESPN will take that over.
ESPN's going to take all of that over. So, I think Cleveland is exclusive. Their games are going to be on ESPN. So they have all the out-of-market games. If you want to sign up for the MLB package, which to me is by far Like, if you're a baseball fan, it's every night. Like, I think it's so much better than the Sunday ticket or, the YouTube now, whatever. Football's great. Don't get me wrong. That football Sunday, the package, all the games, it's amazing. But the baseball package, any night you're bored, 10 o'clock, you put on a Padre game or whatever. Like, I love baseball, so that's what I do. I can't imagine living without it. Now you're going to have to go through ESPN for that. Netflix is going to get the Home Run Derby as well as opening day, and I think another game, which I think is going to be the Field of Dreams game. NBC is going to get Sunday Night Baseball, as well as the Sunday lead-up game. So I guess the Sunday morning game. So all three of those networks, and then it's also getting the first round, the wild card round of the playoffs will be on NBC. So NBC gets the playoff round, the wild card playoff round, Sunday Night Baseball, and the Sunday leadoff game. ESPN gets the entire package, including a couple of teams' entire broadcasting. And Netflix gets opening day special, which this year will be the New York Yankees at the San Francisco Giants, as well as the Home Run Derby and the Field of Dreams game. And having said all of that, I think it's ESPN also in-market streaming rights for 6 whose games are produced by them. So the Padres, the Rockies, the Diamondbacks, the Guardians, the Twins, and the Mariners are all going to be ESPN. The point of all this is I'm hoping you add this new TV deal for $800 million. Now, that's probably nothing compared to I know it's nothing compared to the NFL TV deals. But they just signed a new deal for the next 3 years at $800 million. They just had the most productive playoffs in forever and the most watched baseball game, which was Game 7, Blue Jays Dodgers, the most watched baseball game in 34 years. They just signed a brand spanking new $800 million per year deal. $800 million per year, 3-year deal with ESPN, NBC, Netflix. You can't blow this. Baseball is building momentum. Baseball is hot right now. Baseball is becoming a global game. Baseball is building momentum after years of feeling like it was losing momentum. Cam Newton talking about how the WNBA is going to surpass it. Now, I never agreed with that opinion, but the idea that Cam Newton could even have it spoke to an issue. We know that they don't do a great job of promoting their superstars, and nobody knows who Mike Trout is, and that's changed. Everybody knows who Shohei Ohtani is. Everybody knows who Aaron Judge is. Even out on the West Coast, people claim there's some sort of bias and he didn't win the MVP. Cal Raleigh is in commercials. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman. These are recognizable faces throughout the country, throughout the world. They're making $800 million a year. They just signed the brand new deal. Do they want that second year of the deal to not exist? There has got to be a way to prevent what we all think is coming in the end of next year. They cannot lose games. They certainly cannot lose a season. They cannot lose a World Series. Like, it just can't happen right now. Things are going extremely well for baseball. They cannot blow this. It would be, and I'm telling you right now, I think the World Baseball Classic is going to be big this year. I think it's going to be big this year. No matter what Sal Licata says, that was probably my favorite run of Sal, the whole Worthless Baseball Classic, and he had the sweatshirts made up. This is going to be my first World Baseball Classic. Doing it here on the overnights and the first full-time host. But I mean, You can't blow this. Rob Manfred, has had a lot of issues, all right? And I know he doesn't do a lot of things that people agree with in the game. And they also announced something that I don't know how I feel about with PitchCom. I understand PitchCom, but I don't know. How many times is PitchCom broken? I know this is a silly thing to get mad about, but they just signed a 6-year deal with PitchCom. I feel like at least 2-3 times a game, a pitcher is like, huh? No, not working. And they got to go to the mound. It feels like 3-4 times a game. And they're going to be introducing this year the challenge system for the automatic balls and strikes. They're coming off an incredible playoff run. The Dodgers are a super team. The game is starting to get played more to the way the fans liked. I think a lot of fans rallied around what the Blue Jays did and the way they played the game and the contact they played the game with. And those great playoff series, a Game 7 in the ALCS, a Game 7 in the World Series. Aaron Judge is a superstar that is globally recognized. He's won his 3rd MVP. They've got 2 premier superstars in both leagues. They're making money hand over fist. They just signed a brand new $800 million per year deal. Things are as good inside the game of baseball and the economics of baseball. They're signing crazy contracts. Soto just got $765 million. The world went crazy when Ohtani signed $700. The next year, they got $765. The money is going up and up. They cannot afford to screw this up. They have to build on this. They've got to find a way to figure out whatever the problems are. And it sounds like, I don't know what to make of the Pittsburgh Pirates suddenly being, offering $80 million to Josh Naylor or being involved in some of the higher priced free agents, being involved in, this is one of those names that for some reason, as great as a power hitter as this dude is, he's one of the names that just escape me. Andujar is one of them. Mitchell Robinson is one of them. And so is the left-handed power hitter from the Philadelphia Phillies that I can't say his name and Flags isn't helping me.
You can't possibly be talking about Schwarber, right?
I'm talking about Kyle Schwarber. Thank you very much. Losing my mind.
I feel like I have heard you say his name. That's why I didn't think it could be
he's
him.
one of them. He's one of them that for some reason I cannot say Schwarber. I don't know what happens to my brain. Lack of sleep or whatever. Schwarber's one of those names that just doesn't come to me
now I
sometimes.
really hope he signs with the Mets.
If he signs with the Mets, I'm hoping eventually I'll get it. But then again, Mitchell Robinson is another one. For some reason, I can't come up with Mitch's name. I've been better about that. I've worked on it. I got to work on Kyle Schwarber.
And the guy who hits home runs, the guy who can't hit free throws.
Yeah, that could be it. I don't know what to make about the Pittsburgh Pirates being on Kyle Schwarber. I don't know. They've been the de facto team that you point to and go, disgrace. And they're one of the teams that you're pointing to, billionaire owner. He's the reason. He's the problem with baseball, not the Dodgers. And how are they going to work this thing out? And how do they? Because not only are owners like the Yankees and other teams who, the Phillies and teams that will spend money to a level, not only are they pissed at what the Dodgers are doing, but they're pissed at what the Pirates are doing. And it feels just as much as a battle inside ownership as it does with the players. And that's part of the reason why it really feels like a big fight's coming, because it feels like the owners aren't even sure exactly what they want necessarily. I guess they want a cap, they want a floor, they want a ceiling. The rich owners want a floor, the cheaper owners want a ceiling. The players don't want any of it. And it feels like a fight is coming that they're not going to be able to avoid, but they have to. Someone's got to be the adult in the room, right? When we talk about that's what the Giants need as a head coach, someone needs to go into that arbitration. Someone needs to walk into that room and say, fellas, things are good, and you're going to blow it because the fans aren't going to tolerate it, man. There's other things to do. We all got practice in 2020 on figuring out how to live without sports, right? Do not become You do not want baseball to be working at the office, because that's we all got used to working from home. We all got used to Zoom meetings, and now that's almost still what happens at an alarming rate. You do not want people getting used to the idea that they can live without baseball. You've got to find a way. That's what this deal screams to me. You got Netflix wanting to get in on baseball. You got ESPN, after telling them to go stick it, getting back into baseball. You got NBC, after damn near 20 years haven't done baseball, back into baseball. Like, figure out a way to make this work. Can't have billionaires fighting with millionaires on how to split the pot, man. The fan base isn't going to tolerate it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. Quick break. We'll come back, get to your calls. Talk a little Mets baseball, a little Yankees baseball. We've been on the football as well. The Knicks with a 2-point win last night, where they played terribly down the stretch. They played poorly. In the first half, they played poorly. You saw a rotation of 10 different players where it really felt like the mixing and matching from Coach Brown was in almost trial mode against a Mavericks team that has struggled this year and was down their 3 best players. And it took one of the more unique-looking offensive fouls that I've ever seen on a game-tying layup with 2 seconds left to give the Knicks a victory after missing their final 6 foul shots to get their first road win. So all of that is on the table. Jaxson Dart, should he play? Shouldn't he play? Should he? Shouldn't he? Should he? Should he? Shouldn't he? All that's on the table as we got you for another hour plus. McMonigle here with you on The Fan, taking you all the way to 5 in the warm-up show. We'll be right back.
This week on The Fan.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see Motley Crue at the PNC Bank Art Center, July 31st. Tickets go on sale Friday, 9 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Brought to you by Live Nation. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no game, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Heartache. Getting a little bit better. Yeah, I had a rough week with the throat. I think it was earlier in this week I had one of the worst singing performances to open up the show ever. And it's funny because I did a little bit of Creedence Clearwater Revival heard it through the grapevine on Saturday, which went extremely well, I thought. As I told the story of my favorite thing that ever happened to me at a baseball game ever, which I've told the story. I'll tell it again just real quick because I've mentioned it now. But John Fogerty, and this is what made me ended up singing. This is why I ended up singing Creedence Clearwater Revival, because I was talking about this. Opening day, 2009, first game at Yankee Stadium, the new Yankee Stadium. I was sitting in the right field stands in the short porch. And, you know, in the back section, under the underhang, I wasn't right there by the wall, but I was up in that section, I think 103, something like that. Anyway, not far from where Mitch, who hasn't called in a while. Mitch, I haven't spoke to Mitch in a while, right? In the same section Mitch's seats are, but Mitch is right on the wall. I was up more by the concourse, way up back. Anyway, opening day, 2009, and John Fogerty comes out and plays center field, you know, his famous baseball song. And so he's playing he gets introduced, and he's just about to start playing. And me and my buddy Mike are like kind of by the aisle. And right next to me, the hot dog vendor that is standing there just shouts out at the top of his lungs. I'll never forget this as long as I live. He just shouts out, "Good Lord, it's Fogerty!" And he takes off his hot dog, like, because they wear it around their necks. I don't know if they even still have these guys anymore. I have to admit, I get the bougie seats from the Yankees. They have the bougie seats from the station now most of the time I go. So they have more of like the Uber Eats where you order it to you. I don't see a lot of hot dog vendors anymore. But he had the whole hot dog machine, the dirty water dogs, everything around him, around his neck. He takes it off of his neck, he puts it on the ground, and he runs to the wall and leaves it right there. Just good Lord, it's Fogerty. And he took off the hot dog vending thing around his neck, laid it on the floor, and sprinted down the stairs to get to the wall to have a better view of John Fogerty, and just left the hot dogs there. And I know what you're thinking. No, I didn't have any. But I'll never forget that. And me and my buddy Mike, still to this day, like if I haven't spoken to him in a few weeks or something, he was actually at Disney this week. with his wife and daughter. But if I don't speak to him in a while or we haven't talked, every once in a while I'll either send or I'll just like see on my phone, it'll be a text from him. It'll just say, "Good Lord, it's Fogarty." We laugh about that all the time because he screamed it.
I don't know why, but the way you told it, the person I pictured in my head doing it was Chris Farley.
Yeah, kind of like that, yeah. Good Lord, it's Fogarty. If I had to say, if in my memory, if I could say he looked like anyone we know, it's actually probably Peter Schwartz. That's kind of what he looked like. He was not quite as big as he was tall, and he had like curly hair, like coming out of he was wearing a hat, and it was like kind of curly hair coming out of his hat a little bit. But yeah, that was good Lord, it's Fogarty, and he just booked it and left the hot dogs behind so you can get a better look at John Fogarty. I'll never forget that. That's so funny. Good Lord, it's Fogarty. 888-808-1019. We're talking about what Sean wants to talk about as well, the next Giants head coach. And I'll take call, and then I'll take call. I'll take Sean, and then we'll talk about, you know who my guy is, right? And it's not Mike McCarthy, despite the one video where I was reacting to the names from Jay Glazer. I do think Mike McCarthy is as good a candidate as almost any other that has been out there. But for me, it's Mike McCarthy. And I was rooting for them at the start of the year. I am an Aaron Rodgers guy, but he's got a broken bone in his wrist. It's his non-throwing wrist, I know. And we'll see it's a safety issue if he can brace himself or whatever. And we've seen last year his inability to deal with injuries. Now, this isn't a leg. It's not a knee. It's not a hamstring. It's not an ankle. It's not in his throwing arm. It's his left wrist. I get it, but it is broken. I am the biggest Bears fan in the world this week. Please let this fall apart for the Steelers. I'm rooting. Sorry, Jet fans. Normally I root for you. I am rooting for the Ravens. I am rooting for the Bears. I am rooting for this Steelers thing to fall apart and to see if there is any way Mike Tomlin becomes available as the next head coach for the New York Giants. But let's see what Sean in Long Island has to say on the subject. What's up, Sean?
Hey, T-Mac. Appreciate you taking the call.
You got it, buddy.
So wanted to touch on, next Giants head coach, obviously, but, as a big Dart guy, looking at Gruden or Lane Kiffin potentially, two candidates. So just seeing Gruden with Dart on the little interviews he's had on Barstool is obviously pretty cool. But Lane Kiffin, any connection to Dart, I think would be a pretty good option for us. But
I don't really
a lot of these big names, but
I don't think, and thank you for the call, I don't think that Gruden has a real connection to Dart other than they spent an afternoon in a room together. I mean, I don't know, if that's really a connection to Dart. Lane Kiffin obviously has a connection to Dart. Jay Glazer reported that they don't believe in going to the college coaching route. Now, Lane Kiffin technically was an NFL head coach before he was a college head. I believe he was an NFL head coach before he was a college head coach. He might have worked in college, but I think his first head coaching job was with the Raiders. I mean, he was a young man, so I would imagine it was. I'm pretty sure. But they said they're not going the coaching route. Because I knew he was in college. I wasn't sure he was the head coach in college. He was an assistant in Fresno, GA at Colorado State, D coordinator in. Then he moved to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's back at USC for a tight end coach, USC wide receiver coach, USC OC wide receiver coach before going and being the head coach of the Raiders. So I would still consider him a college coach, and the only reason why I bring that up is because when people say, well, Harbaugh, I mean, college, NFL, he's just a coach. He started in college with his head coaching in San Diego and then to Stanford, and then obviously then he moved to San Francisco. But Lane Kiffin does have some NFL experience as a head coach, so I don't know if he's viewed as just a college coach, but that's what he's doing now. That's where he spent most of his life. I mean, after the Raiders, he went to Tennessee, USC, back to Alabama, Florida Atlantic, and now Ole Miss. So he's been a college coach for 99% of his life outside of the 1 year where the Raiders gave him a chance. Again, I don't know. I don't think I want Lane Kiffin. He wouldn't be my guy. I do like the connection to the quarterback. You know how I feel about that. I would be a hypocrite if I just dismissed Lane Kiffin off the bat because I've talked so much about having chemistry and a relationship between the coach and the quarterback. I mean, he's a failed one-time NFL head coach. It was, almost 20 years ago. He's had coaching experience since then. He's doing a good job at Ole Miss. I can't just dismiss it. I don't like it, but I can't just dismiss it, although it sounds like the Giants are. And then as far as John Gruden, I've said this a bunch, and I think John Gruden was a good head coach in the NFL. I don't think he's a Super Bowl winning head coach. He was a quarter century ago. Like he won that Super Bowl 22 years ago. And he was out of the NFL forever. He came back with the Raiders. It didn't work out. He left in disgrace. Whether you agree with the disgrace or not or whatever, I don't really care. He left in disgrace. And now because he, has a quarterback show and he makes us all laugh, I think he does a great job for Barstool. Absolutely. I think he's very entertaining. I don't know why I would want to go back to that well. I don't see John Gruden at all, and I certainly don't think he's got a connection to Jaxson Dart because people seem to think like him and Jaxson Dart. Again, watch all of the clips. There's the clip that famously that everybody's playing about him getting after him about not getting down and, pretty much predicting exactly the dilemma that Brian Dable had about him in the blue tent and everything, because it was clear as day if he was going to continue to run like that eventually he was going to have that moment in the blue tent. And like outside of that, where he's trying to really urge him to run smarter, there was also things he made fun of about his cadence. He made fun of about, like, I remember Gio doing a big, I gotta see how Gio thinks about it now, the idea of Gruden being a Giants head coach, because I remember Gio, who absolutely loves John Gruden and wanted John Gruden to be the next Jets head coach, was anti-drafting Dart because of the things John Gruden said. So I don't think there's a connection between the two of them. I think it's been forever since he's been a head coach. Like, would not be my guy. Would not be my guy. Having said that, they do it. I'll have my hopes high because he is a Super Bowl winning head coach, and I do think he understands football, but I think at this point he's more of a show than he is a substance. But I want an experienced head coach. I want an offensive head coach. I want someone who is won in this league, someone who would bring a standard, someone who's worked well with quarterbacks. Like, all of that is Mike McCarthy. Like, it's hard for me not to get back to Mike McCarthy considering all the names. I know Matt Nagy is a name that I think is better than what other people think. I don't think it's a great hire. It's not someone I'd be excited about. But when you talk about coaching experience, made it to the playoffs, won with lousy quarterback play, won in a city that now has experienced some winning, but the Bears haven't won in forever. He did it with Mitch Trubisky. And he's obviously a good offensive mind who's worked under some of the best coaches in the league, namely Andy Reid. Like, I think you could do worse than Matt Nagy. I don't like Arthur Smith. I don't like defensive coordinators, especially defensive coordinators without coaching experience, without head coaching experience. So I don't know. None of these names excite me, to be honest with you. And that's why I am praying for the downfall of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am a Giants fan, and I am a whoever plays the Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I hope this thing falls apart, that they took a big swing. And Tomlin, Tomlin was behind bringing Aaron Rodgers here. Aaron Rodgers talked about the conversations he had with Tomlin. We all know that they were waiting for it. That's why they didn't make a move at quarterback. That's why they didn't bring back either Russ or Justin Fields. That, and because both of them are absolutely horrendous, and they were destined for New York. Amazing! But I'm hoping this all falls apart, and Aaron Rodgers can't play anymore, and it just seems like a good move out of Pittsburgh. And I absolutely would. I would be willing to trade next year's, not this upcoming draft, but I would be willing to trade next year's number one pick to bring Mike Tomlin in. I can't trade a top 5 pick. That I can't do. But assuming Mike Tomlin comes here with Jaxson Dart and Neighbors and Skattaboo and the talent they have on the defensive side, I don't think there's any way in hell the Giants don't win 9-10 games with Mike Tomlin. So a 9-10 team win, a 9-10 win team, that I'm willing to trade. The 19th pick in the draft, the 22nd pick in the draft, that I'm willing to trade. Absolutely, I would. Eric and Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's going on, C-Mac? How are
What's
you?
up, buddy? How are you?
Good. Well, so that puts you in a little bit of a dilemma there, because at the beginning of the season, you were hoping for the success of Aaron Rodgers this season. But,
I was rooting. I thought they were going to be the most interesting team in the league because I thought it was going to go one way or the other. And early on, it looked like it was going the winning way. Lamar Jackson was hurt.
Going the other.
The Ravens' defense was atrocious. Yeah, I thought it'd go one way or the other. I didn't know it'd go both. So there we go.
Right. Yeah, so that...
and I was rooting for it to be successful because I was an Aaron Rodgers guy. I thought the Jets should have kept him. But now my Giant fandom is kicked in. I want Mike Tomlin, baby. I hope they lose every game. And I feel like I'm vindicated in the Jets anyway, now with the way Fields played.
Yeah.
So.
But that's not much of a stretch. I mean, come on, let's be honest. I mean, I've been a Jet fan forever, and I knew that that's how it would turn out. Before I get to the baseball real quick, I mean, look, if they were, let's say they were to have gotten John Gruden, though, and he runs into a scenario like Pete Carroll is now with the Raiders. I mean, what's the narrative going to be? Oh, well, he was out of football for so long. I mean, you almost can't win in a situation like that. But
I mean, I would hope that Jaxson Dart plays better than Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith, early on especially.
I understand that.
Geno Smith was just awful.
Yeah. So this thing with I asked Fleeks if he spoke about it. He said you did with the I guess the deal that Netflix made with baseball.
Yes.
I mean, and I know that they're all doing it. All the streaming services grabbing whatever they can on there. But I just find it interesting that what a strange group of games though to get. I mean, the opening night I can understand certainly, but then the next one is the home run derby, and then the Field of Dreams game. I mean, you would have thought there'd be. I mean, I don't know if there's more involved in that package, but I mean, it just seems very spread out.
Not for Netflix, and their Netflix again. It was a deal they signed with ESPN, NBC, and Netflix. And the Netflix apparently for those 3 games or those 3 events, opening night, which again this year,
the Yankees, right?
This year is Yankees and Giants. Yep, out in San Francisco. So opening night, home run derby, Field of Dreams game. Netflix is paying $50 million for those 3 events.
That's crazy. Do we know who's playing the Field of Dreams game?
I think it's I think it's. I saw Philadelphia. Is it Phillies Twins? To me, this would be, and I think it needs to be the White Sox every year. I think it should be rotating.
Yeah, right,
teams
exactly.
Playing
Almost like the Thanksgiving game.
Yes, I don't think it is. I saw Philly 100%. I think it should just be the White Sox every year. I know the White Sox aren't very good right now, and so baseball, it's not like having the Yankees every year, the Dodgers every year, even the Mets or the Red Sox are a big market. Although Chicago's a big market, or even the Cubs, right? That would probably entice baseball more. But I mean, the Field of Dreams games is about Shoeless Joe Jackson. It's about the Black Sox. That it should absolutely be the White Sox versus somebody different every year.
Right, and Kevin Costner
and this year it's Twins and Phillies.
Okay.
So,
interesting. And real quick on you mentioned the Pirates. I'm actually not surprised at all at this notion that they might start looking to get to throw some money out there, because maybe they realize that their manipulation of the luxury tax that they've been keeping for themselves might be nearing an end. So maybe they got to maybe they're starting to throw the idea out there that we're not going to be able to do what we did before, so let's see if we can start attracting players over to us, knowing that there might be a floor and who knows about a cap or anything like that.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I get it. I get it. I mean, they could just start next year. I guess, the free agency pool, they figure they get Schwarber for this year, and, he's part of this thing. They appease the young starting pitcher in Skeens, who isn't happy there. Although, and Skeens shot down the report that he's telling everybody he wants to be a Yankee, but he can't exactly.
Well, he's probably just trying to be politically correct.
He can't exactly say, "Oh yeah, I want to be a Yankee. I'm telling everybody." So I get that,
right.
But a lot of things would have to happen. Obviously, wanting it doesn't make it so. But I guess that makes sense. Like, yeah, if they're going to have to build up payroll next year, it's easy to have at least one big time contract on the payroll already. And Schwarber is someone who would bring some excitement this year and sell some tickets this year and hit some home runs for sure. They could just do it next year. I mean, you could, once they have the payroll, once you have the issue, you could just build the team next year. I just, it's not that I don't understand it. It's just, I'm not sure what to make of it. Like, I don't know. Like, what level are they going to do this? What level are they actually going to compete? Is anyone going to want to go there right now? Can you convince, now look, if they blow someone out of the water, but Schwarber's going to have a good market. Like, people are going to want to bring his locker room presence. Apparently, is through the is just incredible. He's a great clubhouse guy, and there are other teams who need power. The Red Sox need power, and he's played for the Red Sox already. The Red Sox need power. Seattle could use some power. I know now that they've gotten Naylor, I would think that's probably off the table. I think there's a lot of teams that could really use a Kyle Schwarber. I think if the Mets lose Pete Alonso, you could see them getting Kyle Schwarber. Does he want to go and lose in Pittsburgh? I just don't know. I don't know what they would have to pay him to get him there. But, yeah, I definitely, I'm disappointed. I think it absolutely should be the White Sox versus rotating teams. I wouldn't even mind if it's just the White Sox versus Cincinnati every year. And now that they play every team every year, I wouldn't mind just every year it's Cincinnati and the White Sox. That was the World Series matchup with the Black Sox. Like, I think it would be cool. Now, I know it's called the Field of Dreams game. And, the Reds don't necessarily have a connection to the Field of Dreams, but the connection is the Black Sox, and they threw the World Series against the Cincinnati Reds. And I know it's kind of would be pseudo-promoting one of the darkest days in MLB history and one of the darkest scandals in MLB history, but at this point, it's a story. At this point, it doesn't even matter. I know there's enough in the news right now with throwing games and throwing bad pitches that you probably don't want to associate it with that. But I think it would be kind of cool if it would be Reds White Sox every year. I have no problem with that.
But with the Twins, you get to, come see a team that traded almost half of its major league roster at the trade deadline last year. And is trading one of its two aces in the offseason.
Is getting ready to trade their best starting pitcher now. Oh, I know.
Field of Dreams. Come watch minor leaguers try to achieve their dreams playing against a World Series contender in the Phillies.
Exactly. Oh, my God. I know. The Twins, man. The Twins. God bless them. You got to love the Twins. If you're a Yankee fan, you got to love the Twins.
You want them to try a little bit harder so you can get the buy in the postseason.
Well, that's a good point. Exactly right. They got to be a little bit better. They got to make it.
Can't completely bottom out.
I want to see them in the ALDS, of course. Listen, get me a American playoffs that has Cleveland and Minnesota in it. Let's go. Let's go. 888-808-1019. Yeah, the Giants coaching search, it's on the back burner right now, and I'm glad to hear my guy Evan is kind of in my corner. I think the best case scenario still, now, week one didn't do anything for me either way necessarily. I know he's dealing with stuff right now and dealing with Abdul Carter, and now people think that he's lost, they've lost control of the team because of the WWE. Like, I don't really put that on the Giants. I know a lot of people put that on the Giants, that the Giants need to clean house because they couldn't stop. Like, these are young men. They can go do whatever they want. You can't control what they do outside your building, or like, if that's just like, they went to a WWE show, they went to a concert, they went to a game. You can't stop them. I think it's more on the players to recognize, like, maybe you could say to guys, hey, look, right now, we're dealing with stuff, and especially you guys, you know, you're dealing with a major injury. Let's be careful about where you are and how public you are. And Abdul, like, you know, we just had to punish you. Everyone knows that you missed a walkthrough. Like, maybe lay low for a while. But you can't force them. They're grown men. To me, that's on them. They need to recognize that it's going to be a distraction. They're going to have to answer questions. They're going to have to push back on you know, they're going to have to call out BT on Twitter. Like, I mean, you know, like, just cut it out. But I think still, I think the best case scenario is Mike Kafka proves that he could be the head coach. I'm open to that. I'm still open to that because none of the names excite me all that much. I still want to coach with some experience. Technically, he'll have it at the end of the year. He's got a relationship with the quarterback. Let's see how him and Jaxson Dart work together. Like, say they go out there and beat the Lions. I know it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. But say they go out there and beat the Lions and Jaxson Dart looks great. You're not going to give Mike Kafka a huge, wow, the dude just went on the road and beat the Lions? Went through all the BS, all the stories, all the nonsense, all the leaks. That fat guy yelling at 2 a.m. about it. Like, made it through all of that. BT calling him out publicly, having to address it. They made it through all of that, the Schefter story, all of it. And they go out and beat one of the best teams in the NFC? Now, again, do I expect it? No. But if it happens, Mike Kafka can start building a case where he should be the next head coach. And I don't think that should have anything to do with Joe Schoen. I don't think that should have anything to do with Joe Schoen. Outside of winning helps Joe Schoen. I mean, that's the only thing that helps Joe Schoen. I don't think Mike Kafka winning should help Joe Schoen. But there's no doubt winning is going to help him. I think he should be gone no matter how many games they win. But if they start to win games, you know, it's going to justify Joe Schoen. So if it depends on how you feel. Do you feel that it's more important to lose games to get rid of Joe Schoen, or it's more important to win games with this young quarterback, build something, and maybe see if you found your next head coach? I think that would be best case scenario for the Giants is Jaxson Dart continues to play great. They find a way to win some games. Mike Kafka makes good decisions, good clock management, good game calling, win a couple of games you don't expect. Again, he's right there with Jameis Winston to beat the Green Bay Packers. Now, the Packers haven't played all that well. They dropped a ton of passes and interceptions. And that game probably shouldn't have been as close as it was. But it was. It was a one-score game. They had a 1-point lead in the fourth quarter. If they find a way to win some games here down the stretch, I think Mike Kafka can make a case to keep this job. I really do. I really do. Unless, of course, there is the Mike Tomlin. Or unless, of course, somehow the situation around Bill Belichick changes. Or, you know, unless some obvious, you know, it doesn't work with Tomlin in Pittsburgh, or it doesn't work with Harbaugh in Baltimore anymore. Whatever the case. Like some slam dunk, can't deny it, great proven head coach wants to come coach Jaxson Dart, then that changes things. But outside of that, Mike McCarthy, Matt Nagy, my other kind of, I always thought going into the process, Cliff Kingsbury, haven't heard much about him. But that would have been a guy I would have looked to targeted with previous head coaching experience, and a guy who really made it work with Washington, although this year, a lot of it's because of the injury to Daniels, but and this year it's not gone as well for him. But I think Cliff Kingsbury's a guy, like, but those names, Steve Spagnuolo, you know, Jesse Minters, like, these aren't the names that excite me all that much. If Mike Kafka can find a way to really impress here down the stretch and win some games, I am more than open to Mike Kafka being the next head coach of the Giants. And again, I say this, and it's significant to me. The last 2 years, the Giants have been awful, and particularly offensively. Dreadful. And Mike Kafka wasn't even calling the plays last year, and yet he's a finalist for head coaching jobs in the NFL. How could an offensive coordinator whose offense is dog doo-doo, who last year didn't even call the plays, his head coach took it away from him, they won 3 games, and yet he's a finalist for a head coaching job? How did Mike Kafka continue to get these head coaching interviews, and how did he continue to be a finalist in all these jobs? With nothing. It's not like, Ben Johnson, I know Ben Johnson got the job, but Ben Johnson, because the offense for the Lions was innovative and high-powered. That's why he was up for it. That's why he got jobs. Right? All the names you're hearing now, Steve Spagnuolo, or, even Chris Shula with the Rams. I know McVay is the head coach and he's the offense, but the offense is doing incredibly well. They're one of the best teams in football. That offense is dynamic. Stafford's the MVP of the league. Anarumo is getting, talk right now because the Colts defense is playing extremely well. Jesse Minter is getting, big-time talk because the Chargers defense, despite injuries and stuff, has played really well. Mike Kafka was an offensive coordinator for a lousy offense and kept getting job interviews. Someone, somewhere inside the NFL, and more than just one place, think really highly of Mike Kafka. And word around the league has to be that the dude is smart and interviews extremely well at the bare minimum to continue to get these jobs. So you add that into the idea that he might actually do a pretty competent job in what is, without question, an impossible spot. Next year, enticing job. Next year, second year with this great quarterback, assuming he plays well down the stretch and remains, healthy. So you've got Jaxson Dart, you've got Malik Neighbors, you've got Cam Skattaboo, you've got a defense that has names in it, second year of Abdul Carter, like some, hopefully another top 5 pick. Like, there's reasons why this job is enticing at the end of the season, but right now it's an absolute dumpster fire. We're talking about, Andrew Thomas is being asked questions about silent counts at home because the building is being overrun by 49er and Packer fans. This job sucks right now. If Mike Kafka steps in and does a decent enough job, and again, week 1 looked just like Brian Dable, close game, hard-fought game, really well-scripted first drive that led to a touchdown. Lead, albeit small, is small with a 1-point lead in the fourth quarter, but lead in the 1-point lead in the fourth quarter. So a blown fourth quarter lead against a team that was far better than them, more than a touchdown favorite, and yet they were right there to beat them. And just enough mistakes and a lousy defense lost the game. It was almost identical to what we've seen over the last few weeks. But that was with Jameis Winston. Let's see what Mike Kafka has. Again, Jaxson Dart and Mike Kafka, let's see what it is. Hopefully that's Sunday. Hopefully he makes it through protocol. Hopefully he's healthy enough to go. And we can get an idea of what this coach and quarterback can do. And if they make this game against the Lions competitive or amazingly enough win it, maybe you can get a different feel for this coach as opposed to some of the names that don't excite me. Alex in Lakewood. What's up, Alex?
What's up, Big Mac? First question.
Yeah.
Who do you think the Jets should draft at QB?
Who do I think the Jets should draft at QB?
Yeah.
I haven't made my mind up completely on that. I mean, I definitely think they should take one this year. That's why I want them to lose all these games. I don't know if you want to do Simpson out of Alabama. That's been more of a name that's trending over the last few weeks, as opposed to Mendoza out of Indiana, who was really the hot name to start. I think those are the two names at the top right now. Others will be sprinkled in. Come time by the draft, there'll be a kid whose name skyrockets, who has a good combine and all that. And again, like, I'm not there yet. I'll do more work on that as we go through. I've been watching a little bit more now of college football as the week's gone through. Simpson is kind of the guy who's jumped out to me so far, but that's what scares me, is that I'm as likely to make a good decision as the Jets are. That's what scares me. And they better lose games and they better have that pick. Now, again, if the Giants fall ahead, they're not drafting a quarterback. If Tennessee right now, who's only got one win, would have the top pick, they're not drafting a quarterback. So with all the picks, the Jets might be in a unique position because it doesn't typically happen to be able to either get the quarterback they want or move up to be able to get the quarterback they want. That is very atypical. That has not been the case over the last handful of years. And you still got teams to watch, right? You still got the Saints who would probably draft a quarterback. You got Cleveland who would probably still draft a quarterback. You got the... Right, yeah. That's an interesting... Yeah, if you're a Jet fan, you'd be rooting for Shador to play well. Who's been announced as the starter this week. But you got the Saints who would draft a quarterback. I think now with the ACL injury again and just his ineffectiveness, I think the Falcons could be looking to draft a quarterback. They've only got 3 wins. Now, they play each other this week, so that helps. Cardinals,
they don't have that pick. It goes to the Rams.
Oh, that's right. It goes to the Rams. You're right.
Who? Listen, if Stafford, they win, he decides to hang it up, McVay says, give me my next guy.
Yeah, that's not crazy. You're right. If the Rams find themselves at the top of the draft, it's not crazy. If McVay loves one of these quarterbacks, and you know Stafford, even if Stafford has another year or two, if you feel like you're ready to have your guy in waiting, absolutely.
The Packers did it with Jordan Love and Rodgers.
Absolutely. You could see the Cardinals take a quarterback now with the way they're handling Murray. So, I mean, there are teams that have 2-3 wins that would still take a quarterback. The Bengals have 3. That's an interesting one. Burrow's back at practice. See if he's going to be ready for this week. I doubt. Maybe next week. Would the Bengals, if they bottomed out, be interested? I doubt it. But right now, you're looking at the Giants and Tennessee for sure would not take a quarterback. Outside of that, every other team probably would be. Every other team with 3 wins or less.
Except Washington.
And Washington, right. I'm sorry. I didn't see. I'm looking at the scores from last week coming up. I'm not seeing Washington. They're on the bye. But yeah, Washington wouldn't draft one either. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 4 hours down in our 5-hour midnight ride as we got you for one more and we take you to 5 a.m. in the warm-up show. We'll come right back after the update. We'll reset. We talked a lot about the football teams and the quarterback position. Jaxson Dart, for me, the minute he's healthy, he plays. The Jets are making the right decision going to Tyrod Taylor, and the coach even seems somewhat pleasant about it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I thought the Jameis experience was the Jameis experience. You know, balls flying all over the place, hitting guys in the chest, in the face, balls on the ground, great throws. You know, the unfortunate interception at the end there with Jalen Hyatt stopping. You don't see, this is what happens. Everybody immediately wants to blame Jalen Hyatt, and that's fine. Blame him. I don't care.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Leonard Skinner at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Landry Shamet knocked down a pair of go-ahead threes in the final minute. Then he drew an offensive foul call with 0.7 of a second remaining, allowing the Knicks to survive the Mavericks 113-111.
He can flat out defend the ball. And you feel him, and he does it without fouling. He does a great job of leading with his chest and showing his hands. And he changed the game for us on that end of the floor, and obviously he changed it on the offense end of the floor.
Jalen Brunson returned to put in 28. Karl Anthony Towns, 18 points, 14 rebounds, while Josh Hart added 16 points, 10 boards, and 5 assists off the bench. Tyrod Taylor's the Jets starting quarterback Sunday against the Ravens. Aaron Glenn sent Justin Fields to the bench, but doesn't mean that he's given up on him.
Still developing. He's still developing. And listen, there's been a plan for him from the very beginning, and I wanted to make sure we do what's right for him. And who knows? We'll see what happens as the season progresses. I'm not promising anything, but he knows exactly what his role is when it comes to this team. But I'll say right now, Tyrod is our starter. For
the Giants, Mike Kafka is still unsure who's going to be his quarterback Sunday. Jaxson Dart returned to practice on a limited basis, but still not fully cleared from concussion protocol.
If he's healthy and clear to go, then I'd like Jaxson Dart to play. It's only if he's healthy and ready to go, and that's based on what the doctor will say.
40 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning! Call his wife in 4:05. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Finishing up the final hour of our 5-hour midnight ride. Warm-up show coming your way then. 888-808-1019. Fleegs on the other side. Finishing up our Thursday morning ride. as tomorrow will be Football Friday. Back with you at 2 a.m. We'll have picks. We'll go around the league, obviously, as we always do. Just did it a little bit there, just talking about the quarterback position. And that's kind of where we started today, all the way back at midnight. Talking about both these teams and the idea of who's playing quarterback this week, as the Jets announced, really, with the leaks. Again, as both these teams are just disasters. Leaks, losing, players defending themselves against fans and media on Twitter, and all the nonsense that's gone on with the Giants this week. The Jets forever. But we found out earlier in the week that Tyrod Taylor is going to be the starting quarterback, and we found out yesterday from the man himself, Aaron Glenn, who seemed relatively pleasant with the media. And I guess that's a win. That's where we are. The Jets, as long as the coach doesn't make you feel like he's a bumbling idiot or angry for no reason or embarrassing you, you take it as a win. They're going to Tyrod Taylor for the precise reason, not about winning the football game, although he absolutely gives them the best chance to win the football game, if that's your kind of thing, with 2 wins in week 12. But because you have an entire roster that you have to evaluate. Like, that's really it. We've been saying this for a while. They just added a bunch of wide receivers. They added a wide receiver from Philadelphia. They added a young wide receiver who had a rough go of it last week, but still young, talented wide receivers that they're trying to find out who they are, and Justin Fields just doesn't give you that opportunity. He just doesn't. It's not a functioning offense. It's not an offense you could take anything from. There's no building with him. He's not the quarterback of the future, nor is Tyrod Taylor for that matter. But at least he gives you an offense and an ability to judge how the weapons inside the offense play. It's hard to even judge Breece Hall, and I think we all know what we know about Breece Hall in this run game necessarily, and whether or not he's going to want to come back is really the only issue. You would imagine there's money for him. If they deem him worthy at the running back position. They've just gotten all the money off of Sauce and all the money off of Williams. You would think there's money for Breece Hall if they're so inclined, but does he want to stay? But even in trying to figure out the run game, figure out everything about this team, without a passing attack, it's impossible to be a functioning offense. And we can go over every week. We talk about the yards in the first half and the passing yards for a game. And I mean, it's not 2025 NFL offense with Justin Fields. You have to go to Tyrod Taylor, if for nothing else, to evaluate your team moving forward. I still think they're in the best position to lose these games. I think that's what is best for them, because it's all about, after that trade deadline, it is all about being able to use those top 5 picks in the best way. And for me, that is not attempting to trade up to get your quarterback. That's using your first-round pick on the quarterback and be able to do other things with the rest of those 4 first-round picks. We got to the Giants and their quarterback situation, and this was kind of the hot topic of the show. And if you want to call me in the last hour, 888-808-1019, there seems to be from the fans right now, which is funny to me because I find the dynamic funny, because we talk about Cam Skattaboo, and I'm getting called all kinds of names. Someone even called me a dork, which hurt. That's hurtful. Dork? I'm many things, but I am not a dork. But the fan base seems, you even mentioned the idea that Cam Skattaboo put himself in a position where he shouldn't have been, on one leg and an injury where literally his ankle and foot were detached from the rest of his leg. Like, he had a major injury and major surgery just 3 weeks ago, and he's in a scrum of people pushing and getting pushed by WWE superstars. And, like, if you even broach the subject that he shouldn't have done that, I get morons saying, I guess he shouldn't roll out of bed. I guess he shouldn't get in a taxi cab. I get like that's all the same thing. God forbid you say something about that, but then Jaxson Dart needs to be in bubble wrap and shouldn't play a game after the doctors clear him. Now, he hasn't been cleared yet. And if he's not cleared, obviously he won't play. But it's important for Jaxson Dart to get out there and play his rookie season. And there are so many people, so many fans, so many different people in the media suggesting shut him down. Why would you play him against the Lions? Why would you play him against the Patriots? Get through the bye and then maybe, if not, shut him down for the year. Like, Are we so sure? I am gung-ho and super positive about Jaxson Dart. I feel really confident that Jaxson Dart is going to be a very good player for the New York Giants. I feel confident they have found their future franchise quarterback. But it's been 7 games. Like, it's important to go out there and learn things and make rookie mistakes and see good teams like the Lions. It's important for the process to go into a hostile building against a good team like Detroit and go try and win that football game and compete in that football game. And that's why I'm different. I'm a tanker, 100%. Hi, my name is Chris McMonigle, and I am a tanker. But not when you have the young quarterback. One, because I usually want that tanking pick to be a quarterback. And two, I don't value necessarily winning games with Jameis Winston. I don't value winning games with Jameis Winston, who won't be the quarterback, or with Mike Kafka as the head coach, who I'm open to, but most likely will not be the next head coach. I don't think you just build on these meaningless wins when you know you don't have the future quarterback. But with Jaxson Dart, you benefit from these wins. You benefit from him working with this team, working with this offensive line, building a belief system in the kind of player he is and what he's capable of. These are valuable games. And as long as he's been cleared by the doctor, then he should play against the Lions, against the Patriots, against whoever else is next on the schedule. And the other thing is, like, yes, he needs to protect himself. And yes, they need to coach it into him that he needs to duck out of bounds, get down. You know, Tiki talks about making yourself small as a runner. All those things need to be coached into him without question. You can't do that in practice. I mean, you can try and coach it into him in practice and work on it in practice, but it's like until he's better at protecting himself, you can't put him out there. Well, how the hell am I going to know if he's better at protecting himself until I put him out there? You can't manipulate that kind of circumstance and that kind of adrenaline and the same situation as game. Like, he's wearing a red jersey. He can't be touched. It's easy to slide when the yard means nothing. When that's the difference between a first down or a fourth down. When that's the difference between a touchdown and getting stuffed at the goal line. When that's the difference between continuing the drive at the end of the game or going home a loser. Like, we're going to find out how he treats it then. These are all things he needs to learn on the field. These are meaningful games, meaningful sequences, meaningful, drives, and working with this offense, working with this team, and building a winning culture. Because to me, you don't build it with Justin Fields knowing he's not the future. You don't build it with Tommy DeVito knowing he's not the future. You don't build it with Tyrod Taylor knowing he's not the future. I don't believe in that. I believe the quarterback position, we say it, we casually throw it out there. Oh, the quarterback position is the most important position in the NFL. It goes beyond just how important it is to winning that one game. It's the organization, man. It's everything. And so I believe you can build with Jaxson Dart. These games are meaningful with Jaxson Dart, and he needs to play. Now, I'm not saying rush him. I'm not saying anything other than the minute the doctors say he's good, then he plays. He plays. And these games are important. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing him out there on Sunday. If not, looking forward to seeing him against the Patriots. If not, looking forward to him after that. Whenever he is ready to go, he needs to play. Absolutely. And I still think they need to run him. Now, can they limit it on some level because he's now had the concussion? Sure. I mean, they could drop it down from 4 design runs to 2 design runs. Cut it in half. I still don't think the numbers are all that crazy. I think he just doesn't protect himself. But I still think with no weapons, with Isaiah Hodgins being the best wide receiver on the team, if they get it to a 3rd and 4, and I think the best play is to run Jaxson Dart, I'm still open to doing that. He's got to be able to, that's who he is. That's how he's going to function. Otherwise, he's not Jaxson Dart, and otherwise they don't have a franchise quarterback. Can they limit it? Sure. Mop-up time? Yeah, be much more careful. If they're down, 2 touchdowns with 6 minutes left and you're driving, can you say to yourself, all right, maybe not in this situation, I suppose, but I'm not taking it out of his game. You got to protect him. Of course, he's got to protect himself. But I also have to see him play football, and that's Jaxson Dart playing football. 888-808-1019. We're talking about baseball. The very famous John in Maspeth is on hold. The phone call heard round the world. We'll get to John in a second, but first we got to start, I suppose. I have no choice. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Chris, you told that Fogarty story on Saturday, correct?
Correct.
I heard it was different, though. I heard that you said to the hot dog vendor, hey, look, John Fogarty. And when he looked, you grabbed the hot dogs and you ran.
Pathetic.
Chris, in my 11 online social media
That was such
groups,
a poorly done joke and so obvious. You should. There's many reasons why you should hang up the phone on most mornings and feel ashamed of yourself. Never more than today. Never more than today.
That's what I heard. Chris. I'm just saying what I heard. That you were tricking the guy and took the hot dogs.
That's it.
All right, if it's not true, it's fine.
That man loved John Fogarty. How dare you? How dare you question that man's passion for John Fogarty? He loved John Fogarty, and he wanted to go see him, and he was willing to put down his business. He was willing to put down his livelihood, willing to put down his hot dogs to go see John Fogarty. It had nothing to do with me.
And you were willing to grab the hot dogs.
I was not.
It was a good relationship right there.
It might have worked out for me if I was such a... I might have gone home with a mustard packet or two, but I didn't take any hot dogs.
Chris, this is where you lose people. I had a guy, listening to your show, and he hears you talking about Mike Tomlin, and he's like, I can't listen. He's talking about Mike Tomlin. He goes, Mike Tomlin has a historic resume. The guy, for 20 years, he's got a Super Bowl. He's in the bus. You really think, Chris, in your heart, that he would come to this dumpster fire? I mean, Mike said, let's get Andy Reid, McVay. And you've been talking about it like every single day.
Yes, because he's my choice, and yes.
Chris. You're wasting your breath.
You might think so. I'm telling you what I think. Yes, I think for Jaxson Dart, Malik Neighbors, I think, yes, I do. I think he would absolutely. You might think that the Giants are this dumpster fire right now, and I wouldn't disagree with you. They are one of the premier franchises in this sport. They have a connection to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the families are close. It is a well-run organ. It is a famous. The New York Giants are a historical NFL franchise. They've got a young, talented quarterback on a rookie deal. That is the most prestigious and enticing part of any appealing and valuable piece that any team could have. Jaxson Dart is the most valuable piece that any team could have. A young, talented quarterback on a rookie contract. He could come here. He's got a stud left tackle. He's got a stud wide receiver. He's got a good running back. He's got an edge rusher in Burns who leads the league in sacks. He's got Abdul Carter, the 3rd overall pick. He's got Dexter Lawrence clogging up the middle. They've had a bad year, and they've done what they've done, but those are all legitimate pieces to go along with an owner who cares deeply about winning. Deeply about winning. And just maybe the last 20 years in Pittsburgh have just run its course. And he doesn't have that valuable piece. He's got old man Rodgers, who hasn't played well for a couple weeks now and is dealing with a broken left wrist, and he might lose this division to a Baltimore Ravens team that's going to surge right past him. And a fan base that's been clamoring for his exit because he hasn't won a damn playoff game in forever. Do I recognize that it's not as simple as hiring Mike McCarthy, or it's not as simple as hiring Matt Nagy, or it's not as simple as hiring John Gruden or Lane Kiffin? Yes, it becomes more complicated. I'm willing to give a first-round pick for him. Do I think it's possible that if the rest of the season, starting with this game against the Bears, falls apart for Pittsburgh and they don't make the playoffs and they are staring at another lousy season with no hope at a quarterback position because they've won just enough games to not be able to draft that future quarterback in this year's draft, do I think there's a chance that Mike Tomlin would welcome a new opportunity to come coach Jaxson Dart for the New York Giants? And do I think there's a scenario where the Pittsburgh Steelers, who know the Mara family very well, would be willing to accept a first-round pick to let go of a coach who's been there for 20-plus years, where it feels like it's getting stale? Yes. So all those things, I say yes, Brett. I do. Is it likely? Is it the most likely of scenarios? No, it's not. But it's my hope. It's possible. And it's what I think they should pursue until they're told what you assume, that it's not going to happen. That's what I think. I think they should pursue Mike Tomlin until they're told it's not going to happen. And maybe that will be within 5 minutes, or maybe that will be down the line, or maybe it will never be entertained. I don't know. But that's what I would like. And I see a path where it is absolutely feasible. I know it's a dumpster fire. I get it. Right now, it's a dumpster fire. Mike Kafka is dealing with a dumpster fire. Next year, the minute the season ends, and we're assuming, and we know Jaxson Dart's coming back, Neighbors is coming back, Skattaboo's coming back, they're going to have another top 5 pick. Another top 5 pick. Abdul Carter, Burns, Trevor Lawrence, Dexter Lawrence, Andrew Thomas, an offensive line that's playing better in a division with one real good team, as opposed to, having to go against, Burrow, if he's ever healthy, and Lamar Jackson over and over again. And it's in the same place where it's gotten stale and the fan base is clamoring for him to be gone? Yes. I think it's possible, Brett. So take everything I just said, run it back with your 11 social media groups, get back to me, see what they think. The man himself, John in Maspeth. What's up, John? Have you calmed down?
Yeah, well, I calmer now. I am. Even though it still upsets me a lot that we're paying Trent Grisham $22 million this year.
It doesn't upset me as much as it upsets you, but I do agree that Cashman misread the market and made a mistake. We'll see how they pivot from here. I think the owner is going to have to spend money, and I don't think it's impossible that he does. It's unlikely, but we'll see. Let's let it all play out, but I don't disagree with you. I was mad. Yeah, I tweeted it out immediately. Brian Cashman completely took a chance. I don't think there's any chance they wanted him to say yes. I think they assumed he would say no, completely misread the market, and now are locked into $22 million, which makes the rest of this a hell of a lot more complicated.
Yeah, we're talking about a guy for, 6 years, over 600 games, and for 2,000 at-bats, was nothing but a career 210 hitter with a sub-700 OPS, which, he plays great defense, but you don't pay $22 million to a guy who provides that. Granted, he did have a breakout year last year, but, I think that's a one-hit wonder type year. He might be able to come close to something like that this year. Maybe he'll hit 20 home runs this year, which would be solid. But I'm not banking on a year like he had last year. And, we always hear about payroll, and luxury tax. And I just feel like spending $22 million, there could have been several other ways better to spend $22 million, especially just, in my opinion, just pick up 2 guys that are free agents that can go in the bullpen. There's tons of guys in the free agent market that can fit in the bullpen nicely. I don't. Guys like Taylor Rogers, Kyle Finnegan, Andrew Kittredge.
I don't disagree.
$22 million could have been used for 2 or 3 people in the bullpen, which was pretty shot last year. I
don't disagree. If this owner is determined on not spending more money than last year and capping it at like somewhere between $310 to $315 as his max,
What I would like to see, what I would like to see though is maybe they could work out a trade for him where a team would have wanted to pay him the $20 million but not lose a draft pick.
Yep. He can't be traded without his permission before June 15th. June 15th. That's part of the qualifying offer. Now, that's without his permission. If you make moves, the rest of this offseason that either add outfielders, say you add Bellinger. We were talking about trading for Brendan Donovan. Say you sign Bellinger, and you tell him, look, we are investing.
You're the 4th outfielder.
Yeah.
and you're not playing full time,
right?
He's going to want to get traded to a place
Maybe.
where he's playing every day.
Yeah, I mean,
It makes sense.
That's a game of chicken.
This is his prove it year.
That's
This
100%.
to him is his, so this to him is his prove it year to prove that last year was not a fluke. And if he,
I think he wants, and thank you, John, for the call. I'm up against the break. I think he wants to do that at Yankee Stadium. I think Yankee Stadium plays a role. This team plays a role. I think his desire is to have that prove it year with this team in that building where he had that great year last year. Now, again, is there a way? Like if you sign Bellinger and you just tell him, look, Spencer Jones is ready. I have nothing else to do with him. We love him. He's hitting home. He just led the minor leagues in home runs. There's nowhere else for him to go. There's no point in sending him back to AAA. I'm not trading him. You know, we have to cut payroll, and part of that is making sure Spencer Jones is a part of this team this year. I'm telling you right now, you're not getting 500 at bat. You're not getting the 600 at bats you got last year. I'm just telling you. Like, you're not getting it. I have Bellinger. I have Judge. I have Spencer Jones. You're platooning with Spencer Jones. Is there a way you can convince him, like, hey, I know the Kansas City Royals want you. They're comfortable at the $20 million, or the Pittsburgh Pirates right now, who seem to be looking to add payroll. Like, Pittsburgh will take you, and you will play every day in Pittsburgh. That building's pretty good. You can play every day in Pittsburgh and try and have your big year, or you can come and platoon at bats here with the Yankees. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's willing to do it. I don't know. I don't think that's their game, though. I think they have another distinct plan for him in center field. Maybe they move him, but I think they're going to come up with a plan. And to me, I agree with you. I think you put it very well. That $22 million could have been used. I wanted to sign Bellinger, put him in center, either play Dominguez or Spencer Jones, or, play Spencer Jones in center if you're so inclined. But I would have traded for a left fielder like Brendan Donovan, we talked about, or like Stephen Kwan. And then I would have used that money, the $22 million, to either sign a starting pitcher, like the Japanese pitcher who just hit the market, or relievers. Like, that $22 million could have been spent elsewhere. I could have brought back Bellinger, like they still think they're going to bring back anyway, played him in center, traded for a left fielder, or let Dominguez play left field, use that money differently. I totally agree. I totally agree. But that's if Steinbrenner is telling them, like, this is it. It's $310, not $1 more. But with this plan, the Yankees can be really good. The Yankees can do everything we wanted and have a good player in Grisham. If this owner is willing to bump it up to 340, 345, 350, is he willing to? I don't know. My guess is no, because he hasn't shown that. But if he's willing to, I think the Yankees have a lot of interesting options. And it's not like a lot more. It's $20 million more than he did last year. 20. Is he willing to do it? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. Back with more of your calls right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
You have to be able to stop the run in the Northeast when you're outdoors. And if you can't do that, you're going to get steamrolled.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Lynyrd Skynyrd at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly, 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 4:33. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Another half hour until the warm-up show at 5. 888-808-1019. We were talking about the Knicks as well. Obviously, a lot of baseball here in the last part of the show. Football to open it. Oh, that's right. We didn't talk Mets either too much, as you know. It just sounds like with the Mets offseason, right? I mean, it's still at this Diaz-Alonso kind of fixed point, impasse, and whether or not they're going to be willing to. I just had someone on Twitter, I was reading the tweet, saying it's so funny to listen to McMonigle count the Yankees money. Well, and never thought I'd live to see the day that the Yankees would have to count money. Well, I know that Steve Cohen is counting the $12 million he got from his gold toilet, but it kind of sounds like he's counting the money with Pete Alonso as of right now. Because I do believe the reports that, Sal had, that I think there's a limit on Pete. And Diaz, for whatever reason, has been kind of openly vocal about the idea that it's 50-50. And again, I don't know what that means necessarily. It just means it's up in the air. I wouldn't put too much stock in the idea that it's 50-50. Like, again, what is he going to say? 72-28? Like, it's 50-50. It's up in the air. But I do think that they have a limit on Pete. I think they would go all out to sign Diaz. I don't think there's any... that's the one player I don't think they can live without. I don't think you can live without Diaz. And I know there's a lot of talk about Devin Williams right now. I can't imagine a world. And, I would be beside myself if I was a Met fan, and that's a swap where they let Diaz go because the number got too high. And we talked about this a lot with Stearns. We're going to find out where his comfort level is and if he's willing to go past some of the perceptions we have of him. And the perception we have of him, right, is not paying starting pitching a lot of money when they're on the other side of 30. He's kind of tried to push back on that narrative this offseason and talked about, being willing to do such things at the top of the market. And he hasn't deemed anyone so far yet worthy of being at the top of the market. And to be fair to him, while we crush him for not doing it, he's not wrong necessarily. A lot of the starting pitching that has signed over the years that he's been here, the last 2 years, hasn't really, the only one who fit that real, you could argue, the Yankees deemed Max Fried to have met that standard, and he did have a great year for them, and yes, had one great postseason start and one god-awful postseason start against the Blue Jays in a building where he just couldn't pitch all year. But you look at the contract that the Diamondbacks gave Corbin Burns and how much they are, that contract's going to kill the Diamondbacks. Now, that contract doesn't kill the Mets because this owner is, to quote BT, unkillable. But he threw his arm out. And I know they just got rid of Frankie Montas, and whether or not he's the worst signing in free agent history for the New York Mets or not, it was a miserable one. But these long-term deals for these starting pitchers, we're going to find out how he feels about that, because at some point he's going to have to do something he's uncomfortable with. We'll find out what that is, and he's talked about being willing to be at the top of that market via either trade or free agency, and we'll see if anybody piques his interest this offseason, and we're going to get to whether or not they are looking to trade Senga or not. But the other thought process is he doesn't want to pay Pete Alonso, an aging, kind of lumbering first baseman without the flexibility, having to play a DH a lot, his waning defense, feeling like you've probably seen the best of his career as opposed to what is ahead. How many years does he want to give him? He's asking for 6 or 7. Are they going to hold firm, which is the report that they will hold firm to their beliefs on 3 or 4 years max for Pete Alonso? But the other thing is just the idea that smart executives don't put a lot of money into the back end of the bullpen. That bullpen arms are fickle. That bullpen arms get hurt as much as starting pitchers get hurt. And that even though the bullpens have become more and more important, certainly as baseball has evolved and we're seeing less innings from the starting pitching, that it's just not a smart investment to put a lot of money into the back end of your bullpen. I don't know how they get away from that. I don't know how they get away from not giving Diaz big money. To me, he's the one, like you look at this bullpen right now, if he goes, who do they have? Like Brooks Raley and hopefully Minter back from injury? Like, what other arms do you feel good about? Diaz has got to come back. That is first and foremost. And the idea, like him and Devin Williams, intrigues me. Now, I don't know what the market for Devin Williams is going to be off of this miserable year. He did find himself, and prior to this year, and you can kind of brush it off as, joining the New York Yankees and his inability to find familiarity and comfortability with that until late in the season. I'm curious how teams view that. We always talk about how the Yankees view that. I wonder how other teams view it off a bad year with the Yankees. But he was one of the best relievers in baseball for 3-4 years straight before he was in the pinstripes this year. I would love to add him to this bullpen with Diaz, but he can't. He's not your answer. You do not lose Diaz and bring in a player who last year folded under the pressure at almost every turn for the New York Yankees. Like, I don't know if the Mets can do that. Like, we talked about, like, and I know we've joked about it and had our fun. They brought in a lot of Yankees over the last 2 years. Most of them are guys who've proven they can play in the market. That's what's enticing about them. Devin Williams is almost the opposite. Devin Williams folded as closer of the New York Yankees. You cannot make him closer of the Mets. Like, you can't. If you lose Diaz, he would be still a piece of a bullpen package. I would not sign Devin Williams as my lockdown. He's my closer. I would have to bring in multiple arms and at least have an option of having a good enough arm to close elsewhere. But to me, Diaz is the one guy they can't live without. And then you get to the idea that they're open for business on so many of these other players, whether it be McNeil, who clearly I think they would ask next to nothing in return to just get rid of that contract. And then Nimmo, who is out there, and with his contract over the next 5 years, he's a good player. He's a solid player. He's waned defensively. He's okay enough in left field. I'm hearing a lot about possibly playing him in center, as the Mets don't have a center fielder. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm wondering if they're absolutely shopping him or they're just listening on him. But I've been one to think that the core needs a little bit of tweaking. I would be open to moving Nimmo for the right package. But to me, the question is, first and foremost, we know they need to fix this rotation. They need to fix the rotation. That was their downfall this season. Yeah, the offense. I mean, the offense is tricky because I don't know how much more you're going to impact it. Do I think, looking at the Mets last year, that the offense was as big a problem as the pitching rotation? At the end of the season, the pitching fell apart. But throughout the entire course of the year, was the offense disappointing, especially with runners in scoring position? And the inability to I think like the Pete Alonso home run off of the aforementioned Devin Williams is the last time they won a game when they were down in the 8th inning. Like, something like that is and Stearns had a tough time answering the question why. You can't answer that question, and no matter what offense they roll out there this year, they'll be better at that than they were this year. That's one of those fluke things that, for whatever reason, the Mets couldn't come from behind late in games. Like, that is a fluky stat where they could build a worse offense. They could lose Pete and replace him with a far less player and have a down offensive year and still be better in those situations. So, like, yes, you want to improve the offense. And yes, last year, as much as the rotation fell apart, you could point to the offense being as much a culprit as anything else for the 83 wins and the inability to beat out the Cincinnati Reds for a playoff spot. But the rotation is what's in shambles. And rotation is where they're going to have to find answers and obviously be impactful. And to me, I think I don't know if you can have Senga be part of it. I don't know if you can trust him anymore. I mean, the dude is hardly pitched, and outside of a 3-month stretch at the beginning of this season, he hasn't been a good pitcher in 2 years. And I understand the injury, and I understand the inability. Like, when they needed him most, he wasn't ready to go, and he was in AAA down the stretch of this season. He's still got enough of a track record where he could be enticing to other teams. And to me, the question is, are they determined on moving him? Or are they willing to listen? And Stearns strikes me as the willing to listen guy. And outside of McNeil, who I think they would take anything for, I think you have to trade Senga. I think you have to move him. If there's any value out there for him whatsoever, obviously no one's giving him away. I get that. But I do think that you can have a hard and fast line in the sand. This is what we value him. This is what we're willing to take, and no less. I think you have to be open to seeing what his value is and be willing to take the best value you can find for him. I really do. I know you want to throw because I know you want to have as many pitchers in the rotation as you can. I still think there's value for him, and I think you can get a good return. And I'm looking to upgrade the pitching rotation in a major way, and I can't trust them. And they have money They have pitching prospects. They've got 3 kids you can throw into this rotation at the start of the year. I don't know if they will. That's not ideal. You've also, as the general managers talked about, you have enough prospects now and enough pitching depth where you can go add to it via trade. Go get Ryan. We were talking about Minnesota earlier, and they're looking to trade Ryan. Go trade him. Go trade for Peralta. Go trade for Ryan in Minnesota. Go bring legitimate arms, top of the rotation arms to this staff. Go acquire more trade capital by seeing what you can get for Kodai Senga and attacking this rotation with either the young kids and signing some free agents or using the extra depth you get for him to go get legitimate top of the rotation guys who are Peralta and Ryan specifically, who are on the market. I think that's what you're looking to do. And we'll see how they handle Pete. And I still think I'm curious to see what Pete's market is. I am very curious to see what Pete's market is. Because I think they're best served bringing him back. I truly do. But I wonder what he's going to take. And I do think, I've said this from the beginning, I think his market, without the pick attached, off of that season, we could see it explode. Now, the Mariners are out, and they just gave Naylor, who was the second best first baseman on the market, 5 years at about 18.5 per. Pete made 30 last year. I'm sure he's not going to want a pay cut. Now, if he gets a long-term deal, he'll take one. But if the Mets offer him, 30 for 4 years, that might be the best option he gets. And I don't think they're moving off that. And we'll see what kind of outfielders they could. I mean, obviously, we talked about the battle between Bellinger and the Mets. I think they could use a third baseman as well. Bregman is a guy I would seriously look at if I were the New York Mets. I think he would fit this team perfectly. Playoff experience, winning player. I mean, does his power play to Citi Field? I would be less interested in his power. I've got power at other places. I think you can move Beatty to second base, then it makes Vientos available via trade. I think that you could see the Mets do a lot of different things, but we'll see. I think numero uno is McNeil. You're looking to get rid of for anything, and I don't want to say for anything, but I do think Senga is a move I would make and really try to make and not just wait for the perfect deal to fall in my lap on. Let's go to John in Robbinsville. What's up, John?
Hey, Chris. How are you, Chris?
Yeah, what's going on, man? Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. On Alonso, it's hard to take the emotion out of it, but the reality is I think the Mets would be making a big mistake if they let the guy go, because I don't know where you're replacing that offense. And a guy like Bregman's not doing it, because you're 100% right. His power won't play at Citi Field like it did in Houston or it did in Boston. And, in 2025, the Mets scored less runs than they did in 2024, and you had an up and down year, but overall the numbers for Soto were great. So you added Juan Soto to the 2025 team,
and you scored.
They had a worse offense. So and now you're going to take Alonso out. You're going to take Alonso out of that lineup.
Well, I mean,
how is that going to play?
But I understand that, but what is that? You could play that the other way. I just added one of the best offensive players in the game, and it didn't help my offense. So maybe I can lose Pete Alonso and shift this thing differently and not impact my offense as much as you think. Because you would have assumed adding Juan Soto was going to balloon your offense. And instead, it didn't. Instead, you were worse. And the general manager, Stearns, could not have said run prevention any more in his season-ending press conference. Like, you can build this team differently. You can get better defensively. You can change things offensively. You could be a little bit more contact, a little bit less power. There's different ways to go about building this. I think Pete Alonso, I don't disagree. I want Pete back. It is hard to replace those numbers. It's not as hard to replace as Diaz's numbers in the back end of the bullpen. And you can shift this team and do a bunch of different things and bring in multiple players to help this team and build it a different way. right? Depending on what Schwarber's contract, and just have a full-time DH and get a better defensive first baseman. But like you look at it and say, I added Soto and didn't get better. What happens if I lose Pete? I would tell you, well, just adding Soto didn't make you better, so why are you guaranteed that losing Pete makes you worse? Sometimes when you assume, you know the rest. 888-808-1019, McMonigle with you on the Fan. Quick break, come back, finish off your calls as we take it at 5 o'clock in the warm-up show.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Broadcasting didn't go to the GM meetings this year, and I remember watching all of that ranting and profanity-laced stuff that he said and did in the face of reporters that questioned him after 2023.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 4:55. Let's get through the calls as quickly as possible. The other thing about Senga, as me and Fleegs were talking, like it also allows that Senga can only pitch every 6th day. Right? And that's if he's healthy. So if you keep him on the roster, even if he's healthy, you're looking at a 6-man rotation or you're looking at manipulating starters. Like, it helps the entire roster building process of your pitching staff. It allows you to carry an extra reliever. Like, it's just, if he's pitching to the 1.2 ERA he was pitching to through June or through late May, okay. But that pitcher has just not been around enough to make me feel comfortable about it. And I'd rather just free myself up of that and be willing to go do other things and spend money in that rotation and make other trades. And, maybe go back into that same market and get Imai, who people think, steps right in as a number 2, number 3 starter right away. I don't know what the money's going to be. He just was posted. He's got until January 2nd to sign to come up with a deal. We'll see what the market is for him. I think there's a bunch of different scenarios that get opened up by moving Senga. I would absolutely trade him 100%, and I wouldn't treat it as I would treat the Nimmo situation, where Nimmo I have to be, blown away with an offer I deem extremely fair or more or in my favor. Senga, I am looking to move, and I'll take the best I can get. I mean, it can't within reason. It can't be god awful, but it's got to be within. If it's within reason and it's the best on the market, I would be looking to move him. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, how you doing, C-Mac?
Good, brother. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Happy about the Knicks game. Not a good game, but it's good to win games where you shoot. But when you shoot bad, you still pull it out.
They shot 50% from the free throw line. They
yeah,
missed their last
I know.
6 free throws. What the hell was that?
I know, but Sham, 2 big threes at the end, huge.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes when you find a way to win games that you should lose, that's good. I know all that stuff you're saying is correct. That's good.
No, listen, I mean, let's. I don't know about the refs gave it to him, but yeah, no. Oh, the Mavs. I'm sorry. I don't disagree. Winning is better than losing. I think on that, Mario, we are finding common ground. At least for the basketball team in November. I guess we could argue about our football teams in November. Many people would argue with me about wins and losses there, but. Yeah, it's not a great game, though. Now, I know the Mavs have played tough, but they're without their 3 best players. And Brunson was back and had a decent enough game, scored 27, 28 points down the stretch. And it's one of those games, too. I wonder how Coach Brown felt about it, because I think he was throwing out weird rotations. He had Yabusele and Mitch Robinson and Cat on the floor at the same time at one point. He was really mixing and matching at a level that is almost ridiculous and a bit different. And yeah, they shot terrible from behind the arc. They shot terrible from the free throw line, but they did hit the 2 big threes, as you said, that gave them the lead, and they were able to hold on. Winning is better than losing, but I didn't like that game at all. I didn't like the defensive effort. I didn't like how they played down the stretch. I thought the coach made a bad play on calling a foul right away off a missed free throw. They couldn't hit free throws. Not the best performance from the Knicks, but you're right. Whenever you play terribly and get a win, I suppose it's a positive. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Thanks to Fleegs on the other side. We'll be back with you for a Football Friday starting at 2 a.m. right here on The Fan. The warm-up show is next. The morning show after that. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Again, be back with you tomorrow, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN.
with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Staples. Knicks got all they could handle from the 4-win Mavericks. An offensive foul call on Brandon Williams with just 0.7 of a second remaining allowed the Knicks to survive 113-111. Landry Shamet had 9 points, including a go-ahead pair of threes in the final minute, not to mention drawing the offensive foul call on the final play.
You know, down the stretch, you guys know how the whistle is, and sometimes it's play through it. Sometimes it's, you get the call. So, again, I don't even want to be in that position. I should have known that they were going to throw it to Lively, and that's every team in the NBA does that.
Jalen Brunson returned. He had a team-high 28. Karl-Anthony Towns, 18 points, 14 rebounds. Josh Hart off the bench for 16, 10 boards, and 5 assists as the Knicks finally get a road win, their first of the season. Aaron Glenn has hesitated to name a starting quarterback for weeks, but this time, Glenn changed his tune, announcing he's going Tyrod Taylor as Justin Fields heads to the bench.
But I told you guys before that the players already knew. I just didn't tell you guys that. So there's nothing strategic about that. The guys already knew.
And this report is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 40 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Al and Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
Hi, 5:02. It's Thursday, week 12 of the NFL is upon us. The Eddie Schizzeri. What is up? Al Dukes, how you be?
Bills Texans tonight, Jerry. I don't know.
Should actually be a good game.
It should be, because Boomer was saying yesterday, and I believe him, he gets a stat pack delivered to him. He said that Texans have like the best defense in football.
That's what he said, the number one defense.
And then the Bills, to me, they've got to be a high-ranked offense.
I would think so. I mean, they put up a lot of points every week.
So there's a battle right here.
There is a battle. Usually the defenses win out on that.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, we always see week in and week out on, like, Thursday nights.
Yeah.
They're never
we don't stay up and watch them.
Yeah, but I always feel like I come in the next day and it'd be like, the Bills beat the Texans 10-3. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of scoring on Thursday Night Football.
Do you take any stock in the fact that, I can actually check that right now.
I'm a big stock guy, Jerry.
Patriots, Jets 27-14, right? Here's a really good one to your point. Broncos 10, Raiders 7. Oh, God.
Oofa.
Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. I'm just looking, Chargers 37-10.